The first chapter, Mother. Let us imagine we are traveling and passing through a strange and dangerous country. The hero Rabindranath Tagore somewhere in the foothills of the Himalayas, 1889. I thought there would be camels, I protested. I thought there would be pink marble palaces and dusty deserts and strings of camels to ride. Instead there is this. I waved a hand toward the motley collection of bullocks, donkeys, and one rather bored-looking elephant that had carried us from Darjeeling town. I did not look at the river. We were meant to cross it, but one glance had decided me firmly against it. I told you it was the Himalayas. It is not my fault the nearest desert is almost 1,000 miles away. Do not blame me for your feeble grasp of geography, my elder sister Portia said by way of reproof. She gave a theatrical sigh. For heaven's sake, Julia, don't be difficult. Climb onto the floating buffalo and let's be off. We are meant to cross this river before nightfall. Portia folded her arms across her chest and stared at me repressively. I stood my ground. Portia, a floating buffalo is hardly a proper mode of transport. Now, I grant you, I did not expect Indian transportation to run to plush carriages and steam trains, but you must own this is a bit primitive by any standards, I said, pointing with the tip of my parasol to the water's edge, where several rather nasty-looking rafts had been fashioned by means of lashing inflated buffalo hides to odd bits of lumber. The hides looked hideously lifelike, as if the buffalo had merely rolled onto their backs for a bit of slumber but bloated, and as the wind changed I noticed they gave off a very distinctive and unpleasant smell. Portia blanched a little at the odor but stiffened her resolve. Julia, we are English women. We are not cowed by a little authentic local flavor. I felt my temper rising, the result of too much travel and too much time spent in proximity to my family. I have just spent the better part of a year exploring the most remote corners of the Mediterranean during my honeymoon. It is not the local flavor that concerns me. It is the possibility of death by drowning, I added, nodding toward the ominous little ripples in the gray-green surface of the broad river. Our brother Plum, who had been watching the exchange with interest, spoke up with uncharacteristic firmness. We are crossing the river and we shall do it now, even if I have to put the pair of you on my shoulders and walk across it. His temper had risen faster than my own, but I could not entirely blame him. He had been ordered by our father, the Earl March, to accompany his sisters to India, and the experience had proven less than pleasant thus far. Portia's mouth curved into a smile. "Have you added walking on water to your talents, dearest?" she asked nastily. "I would have thought that beyond the scope of even your prodigious abilities." Plum rose to the bait, and they began to scrap like a pair of feral cats, much to the amusement of our porters who began to wager quietly upon the outcome. "Enough!" I cried, stopping my ears with my hands. I had listened to their quarrels since they had run me to ground in Egypt, and I was heartily sick of them both. I summoned my courage and strode to the nearest raft, determined to set an example of English rectitude for my siblings. "Come on then," I ordered, a touch smugly. "It's the merest child's play." I turned to look, pleased to see they had left off their silly bickering. "Julia," Portia began. I held up a hand. "No more, not another word from either of you." But Plum started. I stared him down. "I am quite serious, Plum. You have been behaving like children, the pair of you, and I have had my fill of it. We are all of us above 30 years of age, and there is no call for us to quarrel like spoiled schoolmates. Now, let us get on with this journey like adults, shall we?" And with that little speech, the raft sank beneath me and I slipped beneath the chilly waters of the river. Within minutes the porters had fished me out and restored me to dry land, where I was both piqued and relieved to find that my little peccadillo had caused my siblings so much mirth they were clasped in each other's arms, still wiping their eyes. I hope you still find it amusing when I die of some dread disease. I hissed at them, tipping the water from my hat. Holy Mother Ganges might be a sacred river, but she is also a filthy one, and I have seen enough dead bodies floating past to know it is no place for the living. True, Portia acknowledged, wiping at her eyes. But this isn't the Ganges, dearest, it's the Hooghly. Plum let out a snort. The Hooghly is in Calcutta. This is the Rangi, he corrected. Apparently Julia is not the only one with a tenuous hold on geography. Before they could fly at one another again, I gave a decided sneeze, and a rather chaotic interlude followed during which the porters hastily built up a fire to ward off a chill and unpacked my trunks to provide me with dry clothing. I gave another hearty sneeze and said a fervent prayer that I had not contracted some virulent plague from my dousing in the river, whichever it might be. But even as I feared for my health, I lamented the loss of my hat. It was a delicious confection of violet tulle spotted with silk butterflies, entirely impractical, even in the early spring sunshine of the foothills of the Himalayas, but wholly beautiful. It was a present from Brisbane, I said mournfully, as I turned the sodden bits over in my hands. I thought we were forbidden from speaking his name, Portia said, handing me a cup of tea. The porters brewed up quantities of rank, black tea in tremendous cans every time we stopped. After 3 days of the stuff, I had almost grown to like it. I took a sip, pulling a face at my sister. Of course not. It is the merest disagreement. As soon as he joins us from Calcutta, the entire matter will be resolved, I said, with a great deal more conviction than I felt. The truth was my honeymoon had ended rather abruptly when my brother and sister arrived upon the doorstep of Shefford's Hotel the first week of February. The end of the archaeological season was drawing near, and Brisbane and I had thoroughly enjoyed several dinners with the various expeditions as they passed through Cairo to and from the excavations at Luxor. Brisbane had been to Egypt before, and our most recent foray into detection had left me with a fascination for the place. It had been the last stop on our extended tour of the Mediterranean, and therefore had been touched with a sort of melancholy sweetness. We would be returning to England shortly, and I knew we would never again share the sort of intimacy our wedding trip had provided. Brisbane's practice as a private inquiry agent and my extensive and demanding family would see to that. But even as we were passing those last bittersweet days in Egypt, I was aware of a new restlessness in my husband, and if I were honest in myself. 8 months of travel with only each other, my maid, Morag, and occasional appearances from his valet, Monk, had left us craving diversion. We were neither of us willing to speak of it, but it hovered in the air between us. I saw his hands tighten upon the newspaper throughout the autumn as the killer known as Jack the Ripper terrorized the East End, coming perilously close to my beloved Aunt Hermia's refuge for reformed prostitutes. I suspected Brisbane would have liked to have turned his hand to the case, but he never said, and I did not ask. Instead, we moved on to Turkey to explore the ruins of Troy, and eventually the Whitekapel murders ceased. Brisbane seemed content to make a study of the local fauna, whilst I made feeble attempts at watercolors, but more than once I found him deftly unpicking a lock with the slender rods he still carried upon his person at all times. I knew he was keeping his hand in, and I knew also from the occasional murmurs in his sleep that he was not entirely happy with married life. I did not personally displease him. He made that perfectly apparent through regular and enthusiastic demonstrations of his affections. Rather too enthusiastic, as the proprietor of a hotel in Cyprus had commented huffily. But Brisbane was a man of action, forced to live upon his wits from a tender age, and domesticity was a difficult coat for him to wear. Truth be told, the fit of it chafed me a bit as well. I was not the sort of wife to darn shirts or bake pies, and indeed, He had made it quite clear that was not the sort of wife he wanted. But we had been partners in detection in 3 cases, and without the fillip of danger I found myself growing fretful. As delightful as it had been to have my husband to myself for the better part of a year, and as glorious as it had been to travel extensively, I longed for adventure, for challenge, for the sort of exploits we had enjoyed so thoroughly together in the past. And just when I had made up my mind to address the issue, my sister and brother had arrived, throwing Shepherds into upheaval and demanding we accompany them to India. To his credit, Brisbane did not even seem surprised to see them when they appeared in the dining room and settled themselves at our table without ceremony. I sighed and turned away from the view. A full moon hung over Old Cairo, silvering the minarets that pierced the skyline and casting a gentle glow over the city. It was impossibly romantic, or it had been until Portia and Plum arrived. "I see you are working on the fish course. No chance of soup then?" Portia asked, helping herself to a bread roll. I resisted the urge to stab her hand with my fork. I looked to Brisbane, imperturbable and impeccable in his evening clothes of starkest black, and quickly looked away. Even after almost a year of marriage, a feeling of shyness sometimes took me by surprise when I looked at him unawares of fairness, the Scots would call it, a sense that we had both of us tempted the fates with too much happiness together. Brisbane summoned the waiter and ordered the full set menu for Portia and for Plum, who had thrown himself into a chair and adopted a scowl. I glanced about the dining room, not at all surprised to find our party had become the subject not just of surreptitious glances, but of outright curiosity. We Marches tended to have that effect when we appeared en masse. No doubt some of the guests recognized us. Marches have never been shy of publicity, and our eccentricities were well catalogued by both the press and society watchers. But I suspected the rest were merely intrigued by my siblings' sartorial elegance. Portia, a beautiful woman with excellent carriage, always dressed cap a pie in a single hue, and had elected to arrive wearing a striking shade of orange, while Plum, whose ensemble is never complete without some touch of purest whimsy, was sporting a waistcoat embroidered with poppies and a cap of violet velvet. My own scarlet evening gown, which had seemed so daring and elegant a moment before, now felt positively demure. "Why are you here?" I asked the pair of them bluntly. Brisbane had settled back in his chair with the same expression of studied amusement he often wore when confronted with my family. He and Portia enjoyed an excellent relationship built upon genuine, if cautious, affection, but none of my brothers had especially warmed to my husband. Plum in particular could be quite nasty when provoked. Portia put aside the menu she had been studying and fixed me with a serious look. "We are bound for India, and I want you to come with us, both of you," she added, hastily collecting Brisbane with her glance. "India? What on earth?" I broke off. "It's Jane, isn't it?" Portia's former lover had abandoned her the previous spring after several years of comfortably settled domesticity. It had been a blow to Portia, not least because Jane had chosen to marry, explaining that she longed for children of her own and a more conventional life than the one they had led together in London. She had gone to India with her new husband, and we had heard nothing from her since. I had worried for Portia for months afterward. She had grown thinner, her lustrous complexion dimmed. Now she seemed almost brittle, her mannerisms darting and quick as a hummingbird's. "It is Jane," she acknowledged. "I've had a letter. She is a widow." I took a sip of wine, surprised to find it tasted sour upon my tongue. Poor Jane, she must be grieved to have lost her husband so quickly after their marriage. Portia said nothing for a moment but bit at her lip. "She is in some sort of trouble," Brisbane said quietly. Portia threw him a startled glance. "Not really, unless you consider impending motherhood to be trouble. She is expecting a child, and rather soon, as it happens. She has not had an easy time of it. She is lonely, and she has asked me to come." Brisbane's black eyes sharpened. "Is that all?" the waiter interrupted, bringing soup for Portia and Plum and refilling wineglasses. We waited until he had bustled off to resume our discussion. "There might be a bit of difficulty with his family," Portia replied, her jaw set. "I knew that look well. It was the one she always wore when she tilted at windmills." Portia had a very old-fashioned and determined sense of justice. If she were a man, one would have called it chivalry. If the estate is entailed in the conventional manner, her expectations would upset the inheritance, Brisbane guessed. If she produces a girl, the estate would go to her husband's nearest male relation, but if she bears a son, the child would inherit, and until he is old enough to take control, Jane is queen of the castle. "That is it precisely," Portia averred. Her face took on a mulish cast. "Bloody nonsense. A girl could manage that tea plantation as well as any boy. One only has to look at how well Julia and I have managed the estates we inherited from our husbands to see it." I bristled. I did not like to be reminded of my first husband. His death had left me with quite a generous financial settlement and had been the cause of my meeting Brisbane, but the marriage had not been altogether happy. His was a ghost I preferred not to raise. "How is it that she does not already know the disposition of the estate?" Brisbane asked. "Oughtn't there to have been a reading of the will when her husband died?" Portia shrugged. "The estate is relatively new, only established by her husband's grandfather." As the estate passed directly from the grandfather to Jane's husband, no one thought to look into the particulars. Now that her husband has died, matters are a little murky at present, at least in Jane's mind. The relevant paperwork is somewhere in Darjeeling or Calcutta, and Jane doesn't like to ask directly. She thinks it might seem grasping, and she seems to think the matter will sort itself out when she has the child. I turned to Portia. "I thought her husband was some sort of wastrel who went to India to make his fortune, but you say he has inherited it. Is the family a good one?" Angry color touched Portia's cheeks. It seems she wanted to spare me any further hurt when she wrote to tell me of her marriage. She neglected to mention that the fellow was Freddie Cavendish. I gasped, and Brisbane arched a thick black brow interrogatively in my direction. "Freddie Cavendish? A distant, very distant cousin on our mother's side. The Cavendishes settled in India ages ago. I believe Mother corresponded with them for some time, and when Freddie came to England to school, he made a point of calling upon Father." Plum glanced up from his wine. "Father smelled him for a bounder the moment he crossed the threshold. Once Freddie realized he would get nothing from him, he did not come again. It was something of a scandal when he finished school and refused to return to his family in India. Made a name for himself at the gaming tables," he added with a touch of malice. Brisbane had been known to take a turn at the tables when his funds were low, usually to the misfortune of his fellow gamblers. My husband was uncommonly lucky at cards. I hurried to divert any brewing quarrel. However did Jane meet him? He would have left school at least a decade ago. 15 years, Portia corrected. I used to invite him to dinner from time to time. He could be quite diverting if he was in the proper mood, but I lost touch with him some years back. I presumed he had returned to India until I met him in the street one day. I remember I was giving a supper that evening and I needed to make the numbers, so I invited him. I thought a nice, cozy chat would be just the thing, but 1,000 details went wrong that evening, and I had to ask Jane to entertain him for me. They met again a few months later when she went to stay in Portsmouth with her sister. Freddie was a friend to her brother-in-law and they were often together. Within a fortnight they were married and bound for India. I cudgeled up whatever details I could recall. I seem to remember him as quite a handsome boy, with a forelock of dark red hair that always spilled over his brow and loads of charm. As a man grown, he was just the same. He could have charmed the garters off the Queen's knees, Portia added bitterly. He ended up terribly in debt, and when his grandfather fell ill in India, he thought he would go back and take up residence at the tea plantation and make a go of things. We fell silent then, and I glanced at Plum. "And how did you come to attach yourself to this expedition?" I asked lightly. "Attach myself?" His handsome face settled into sulkiness. "Surely you do not imagine I did this willingly. It was father, of course. He could not let Portia travel out to India alone, so he recalled me from Ireland and ordered me to pack up my solitopy, and here I am," he finished bitterly. He waved the waiter over to refill his wineglass, and I made a mental note to keep a keen eye upon his drinking. As I had often observed, a bored Plum was a dangerous Plum, but a drunken one would be even worse. I returned my attention to my sister. "If father wanted you to have an escort so badly, why didn't he come himself? He is always rabbiting on about wanting to travel to exotic places." Portia pulled a face. "He would have, but he was too busy quarreling with his hermit." I blinked at her, and Brisbane snorted, covering it quickly with a cough. "His what?" "His hermit. He has engaged a hermit. He thought it might be an interesting addition to the garden." "Has he gone stark staring mad? Who ever heard of a hermit in Sussex?" I demanded, although I was not entirely surprised. Father loved nothing better than tinkering with his country estate, although his devotion to the place was such that he refused to modernize the abbey with anything approaching suitable plumbing or electricity. Portia sipped placidly at her soup. "Oh no, the hermit isn't in Sussex. Father has put him in the garden of March House." "In London, in the back garden of a townhouse," I pounced on Plum. "Did no one try to talk him out of it? He'll be a laughingstock." Plum waved an airy hand. "As if that were something new for this family," he said lightly. I ignored my husband, who was having a difficult time controlling his mirth, and turned again to my sister. "Where does the hermit live?" "Father built him a pretty little hermitage. He could not be expected to live wild," she added reasonably. "It isn't very well wild if it is in the middle of Mayfair, now is it?" I countered, my voice rising. I took a sip of my wine and counted to 20. "So father has built this hermitage in the back garden of March House, and installed a hermit, with whom he doesn't get on." "Correct," Plum said. He reached for my plate, and when I offered no resistance, helped himself to the remains of my fish. "How does one even find a hermit these days? I thought they all became extinct after Capability Brown." "He advertised," Plum said through a mouthful of trout grenoblois. "In the newspaper. Received quite a few responses, actually. Seems many men fancy the life of a hermit and a few women, but father settled on this fellow from the Hebrides, Auld Lackey. He thought having a Hebridean hermit would add a bit of glamour to the place." "There are no words," Brisbane murmured. "They started to quarrel about the hermitage," Portia elaborated. "Auld Lackey thinks there should be a proper water closet instead of a chamber pot, and he doesn't fancy a peat fire or a straw bed. He wants good coal and a feather bed. He is a hermit. He is supposed to live on weeds and things he finds in the ground," I pointed out. "Well, that is a matter for debate. In fact, he and father have entered into negotiations, but things were at such a delicate stage he simply could not leave, and the rest of our brothers are otherwise engaged. Only dearest Plum was sitting idly by," Portia said with a crocodile smile at our brother. "Sitting idly by." He shoved the fish aside. "I was painting, as you well know, masterpieces," he insisted. "The best work of my career." "Then why did you agree to come?" I asked. "Why did I ever agree to do anything?" he asked bitterly. "Ah, the purse strings," I said quietly. "It was father's favorite method of manipulation. The mathematics of the situation were simple. A wealthy father plus a pack of children with expensive tastes and little money of their own equaled a man who more often than not got his way. It was a curious fact in our family that the 5 daughters had all achieved some measure of financial independence, while the 5 sons relied almost entirely upon father for their livelihoods in some fashion or other. They were dilettantes, most of them. Plum dabbled in art, fancying himself a great painter, when in fact he had only mediocre skill with a brush. But his sketches were very often extraordinary, and he was a gifted sculptor, although he seldom finished a sculpture on the grounds that he did not much care for clay as it soiled his clothes. If I might recall us to the matter at hand, Brisbane put in smoothly, I should like to know more about Jane's situation. If it were simply a matter of bringing her back to England, you could very well do that between the two of you. You require something more. Portia toyed with her soup. I thought it might be possible for you to do a bit of detective work whilst we are there. I should like to know the disposition of the estate. If Jane is going to require assistance, legal or otherwise, I should like to know it before the moment is at hand. Forewarned is forearmed, she finished, not quite meeting his eyes. Brisbane signaled the waiter for more wine, and we paused while the game course was carried in with the usual ceremony. Brisbane took a moment to make certain his duck was cooked to his liking before he responded. A solicitor could be of better use to you than I, he pointed out. Than we, I corrected. Again he raised a brow in my direction, but before we could rise to battle over the question of my involvement in his work, Portia cut in sharply. Yes, of course, but I thought it would make such a lovely end to your honeymoon. Jane's letters are quite rapturous on the beauties of the peacocks. The peacocks. My ears twitched at the sound of it. Already I was being lured by the exoticism of the place, and I suspected my husband was already halfway to India in his imagination. The Peacocks is the name of the estate, a tea garden on the border of Sikkim, outside of Darjeeling, right up in the foothills of the Himalayas. The rooftop of the world, I said quietly. Brisbane flicked his fathomless black gaze to me, and I knew we were both thinking the same thing. Of course we will go, Portia, I assured her. Her shoulders sagged a little in relief, and I noticed the lines of care and age beginning to etch themselves upon her face. We will make arrangements to leave as soon as possible, I said briskly. We will go to India and settle the question of the estate, and we will bring Jane home where she belongs. But of course, nothing that touches my family is ever so simple. The second chapter on the seashore of endless worlds children meet. On the seashore Rabindranath Tagore, it was not until we were almost halfway to India that I maneuvered enough time alone with Portia to pry the truth from her. Plum was busily occupied sketching a pretty and penniless young miss bound for India to marry an officer, and Brisbane was closeted with the ship's captain, both of them behaving mysteriously and pretending not to. Portia had evaded me neatly during our preparations for leaving Egypt, but I knew her well enough to know she had not made a clean breast of matters at the dinner table at Shefford's, and I meant to winkle the truth from her once and for all. She settled herself upon the small private deck attached to my cabin where I had lured her with the promise of a luscious tea infamia. She glanced about. "Where are the menfolk?" she asked, her voice touched by the merest shade of anxiety. Plum is flattering an affianced bride, and Brisbane is very likely doing something which will result in our quarreling later. I thought we were taking tea together, she commented, watching me closely. I narrowed my eyes. No, we are quite alone, she made to rise. Sit down, Portia, and tell me everything. Portia subsided into the chair and gave a sigh. I ought to have known you would find me out. I have every right to be furious with you. I know you have intrigued to get us to India under false pretenses, but you might at least have told me why. I presume it does have to do with Jane, she nodded. That much is true, I promise you, and I am worried about the estate. Nothing I told you in Egypt was a lie, she said, lifting her chin. Yes, but I suspect you left out the most important bits, I protested. She clamped her lips together, then burst out, I think Freddie Cavendish was murdered. She buried her face in her hands and did not look at me. I swallowed hard against my rising temper and strove to speak gently. What makes you believe Freddie was murdered? She lifted her head, spreading her hands. I do not know. It is a feeling, nothing more. But Jane's letters have been so miserable. She felt so wretched after Freddie died, so low that she felt compelled to write to me even though she feared I would not reply. Her expression softened. as if I could refuse her anything. After the first few months, she began to feel a little better, but there was always a sadness to her letters, a sort of melancholia I had never seen in her before. Of course she is melancholy, I burst out in exasperation. Her husband is dead. She is all alone in a strange land with people whom I suspect would just as soon not see her safely delivered of her child. Portia shook her head slowly. I could not pry too deeply. I did not want to raise fears in her that she might not have, but the more I read, the more troubled I became. She does not feel safe there, nor happy. And if there is a chance that Freddie was murdered, it is most likely he was killed for the inheritance. And if Freddie was killed for the inheritance, I began. Do not say it, she ordered, her green eyes cold with fear. Then his child may be in danger, I finished. I think you may ease your mind upon one point. Jane is in no immediate peril. She bristled. How can you possibly know that? Think, dearest. Murder is a tricky business. One tiny detail missed, one vital clue dropped, and it's the gallows. No, a clever murderer would only strike when absolutely necessary. With Freddie out of the way, there is no need to harm Jane. She might well be carrying a daughter, in which case, whoever meant to put Freddie out of the way need only wait and let time and nature and the law take their proper course. But if the child is a boy, well, killing an infant seems vastly easier than killing a grown person. One need only smother the child in its cradle and everyone would put it to natural causes. Even if the worst has been done and Freddie was murdered, there is no call for any harm to come to Jane. It is only the child, and then only a male child who might be in danger, I reassured her. Portia shook her head slowly. I cannot be convinced. Let us presume for a moment that Freddie was murdered. What if his killer grows impatient? What you say is logical, but murderers are by nature impetuous. What if he grows tired of waiting and decides to settle matters now? No, Julia, I cannot be at ease about Jane, not until I have seen her for myself. I mean to be on hand when Jane delivers her child, and I mean to protect the pair of them, she said fiercely. I put my hand to hers. And in the meanwhile, you want us to find out what happened to Freddie. If Freddie was not murdered, then Jane and her child will be safe, she said simply. She hesitated. There is something more, I sighed. I ought to have known there would be. I do not want Jane distressed. If it has not occurred to her that Freddie might have been murdered, I do not want to put thoughts into her head. You must exercise discretion. So I am to investigate a possible murder without actually revealing it to the widow? I asked, gaping a little. Only until I have had a chance to broach the subject gently with her. Give me a little time to determine her state of mind, and then you may involve her, but not before. Portia's expression had turned mulish, and I knew that look well. I threw up my hands. Very well. I will be as discreet as I am able until you tell me otherwise. Portia nodded in satisfaction. I knew I could depend upon you, dearest. We lapsed into silence then, listening to the slap of the waves against the side of the ship. I gave her a look of reproof. You might have told us the truth. Brisbane and I still would have come. She slanted me a curious glance. Are you so certain? Brisbane is a husband now. He will have lost all common sense. I bridled. He has not, I began, but even as I said the words, I wondered. Brisbane had been mightily protective of my involvement in his detective work before our marriage. I had little doubt he would prove more difficult now that I was his wife. You may be right, I conceded. Portia rolled her eyes heavenward. Of course I am right. I did not even dare to tell Plum the truth, and he is only a brother. A husband cannot be trusted to think clearly in any situation that touches his wife's safety. That may be, but at some point he will notice we are investigating a murder, I pointed out waspishly. He is not entirely devoid of the powers of observation. I should hope not. I depend upon him to join the investigation. When did you intend to present him with the real reason for our being in India? Portia nibbled her lower lip. When we have arrived in Calcutta, she said decisively. It will be far too late for him to do anything about it at that point. Our arrival in the colorful port of Calcutta ought to have been the highlight of our voyage. In fact, it had been ruined by the prickling of my guilty conscience. I had thrilled to the exoticism of the place, but even as I stood next to my husband at the railing of the ship watching the city draw ever closer, I had been consumed with remorse at not telling him what Portia was about as soon as she had made her confession to me. Calcutta smelled of flowers and wood smoke, and above it all the air simmered with spices, but to me it would always be soured by the bitterness of my own regret. Of course, Brisbane had done nothing to ease those feelings once I had revealed all to him. Fearing his reaction, I had waited until several days after our arrival in Calcutta to unburden myself, and to my astonishment his only response had been, "I know." Where or how he had divined our true purpose, I could not imagine. I only knew I felt monumentally worse. We did not speak of it again, but a slight froideur sprang up between us, imperceptible to others, but almost palpable to us. In company little seemed to have changed. Brisbane was courteous to a fault, and I exerted myself to be charming and winsome. It was only when we were alone that the cracks told. Once the door closed behind us, we said little, and it was only when we put out the light that harmony was once more restored, for our demonstrations of marital affections continued on as satisfying as ever. In fact, though I blush to admit it, they tended to be somewhat more satisfying on account of Brisbane's mood. His irritation with me prompted him to defer some of the usual preliminaries and proceed with even greater vigor and demand. I do not know if he intended to put me off with his insistent attentions, but he seemed content at my response. Perhaps our concord reassured him as it did me that this was simply a short run of troubled waters we should pass safely over in time. I did not like to be at odds with him, and I did not believe he enjoyed our disagreement any more than I, but I promised myself everything would be set to rights when we reached the Peacocks. Brisbane loved nothing so much as a good mystery to sink his teeth into, and I loved nothing so much as Brisbane. "What do you mean you are not going?" I demanded of Brisbane. It was the last evening of our stay in Calcutta, and our suite was in a state of advanced disarray. Morag had left off packing for our departure to help ready us for a farewell dinner being given in our honor. "Brisbane, you must go. I know the Viceroy is a terrible bore, but surely you can think of something to say to him," I urged. "He's quite keen on irrigation works. Ask him about that and you won't have to say another word the whole of the evening." I peered at the gown Morag was holding out for my inspection. "No, we are quite late enough." "There is no time to heat the pressing irons," I said, waving away the creased peacock blue silk. "My pink will suffice." She pursed her lips and jerked her head towards the bathroom door. "The master's bath is ready," she intoned solemnly. I puffed out a sigh of impatience. "Morag, I have told you before there is no need to refer to him as the master. It is positively futile." "I rather like it," Brisbane put in. Morag gave him a nod of satisfaction. "You'll want your shoes shined," she told him. "The hotel valets made a pig's breakfast of it, and no master of mine will go about in dirty shoes. I will see to that at once." "Very well, Morag," Brisbane said kindly. I cleared my throat. "Yes, very well, Morag, but do you think you might manage to help me dress? You are actually my maid, you know. Mr. Brisbane does have the hotel valet to assist him." Morag sniffed. "Foreign devils, as if they knew how to take care of a proper Scottish gentleman. I shall have to find the pink." "Keep your wig on," she finished saucily. She left, banging the door behind her, and I turned to Brisbane. "She was impossible enough before you came along. Now she is thoroughly unmanageable. I ought to let you take her on as valet and find a new lady's maid for myself," I added in some irritation. Brisbane said nothing but began to divest himself of his clothing. I gave him a broad smile. "I am glad you changed your mind about coming tonight," I told him. "I haven't," he said, dropping his coat. The waistcoat and neckcloth followed swiftly, and he began to work his way out of his collar and cuffs. When I said I was not going, I was not referring to dinner with the Viceroy, although you are quite right as it happens. The fellow has a positive mania for drains. And railways, he added, dropping his shirt onto the growing pile. With perfect immodesty, he began to disrobe his lower half, and I let my gaze slide to the clothes upon the floor. Even after so many months of marriage, I was still somewhat shy about such things. Of course, I had spent the first few weeks of our honeymoon simply staring, but it had finally occurred to me that this was impolite, and I had made a devoted effort to afford him some measure of privacy, although he seemed thoroughly unconcerned. I put it down to his gypsy blood. In my experience, gypsies could be quite casual about nudity. Brisbane, now completely unclothed, went into the bathroom and flung himself into the tub with a great slosh. He was something of a sybarite, and I had discovered that although he could be remarkably relaxed about domestic arrangements in general, he insisted upon a scalding hot bath before dinner, an activity we sometimes shared with vastly interesting results. But there would be no such goings-on afoot this evening. I followed him, tightening the sash of my dressing gown. Then perhaps you will be good enough to clarify. If you are content to dine with the Viceroy, then where precisely are you not going? I asked. Brisbane took up a washcloth and cake of soap and began to scrub vigorously. I am not leaving Calcutta, he said. The sight of his broad, muscular chest was a diverting one, and it took a moment for the words to register completely. I blinked at him. I beg your pardon. He stopped soaping himself and fixed me with that implacable black stare. I am not leaving Calcutta. Yes, I did hear you the first time, I said with exaggerated politeness. But it makes no sense. We are supposed to depart for Darjeeling tomorrow, I protested. The arrangements have been made. Without my knowledge, he pointed out. I felt a thorn prick of guilt and thrust it aside. I ought not to have waited until almost the end of our sojourn in Calcutta to explain about Portia's suspicions, but it had never occurred to me that he might simply refuse to oblige us. What am I supposed to tell Jane? The Cavendishes are expecting us. Brisbane curled a lip. The domestic arrangements of your hostess are not my foremost concern. Pray, what is your foremost concern? I demanded. That my wife and her sister think they can twitch the puppet strings and make me dance to their tune, he replied. His tone was light, but there was a hard gleam in his black eyes that I did not like. I have apologized for that, I replied evenly. I myself did not know of Portia's plans until well after Aden. What was I supposed to do then? I could not very well confess the truth to you and demand to be let off at the next port. Calcutta was the next port. You might have trusted me enough to tell me the truth as soon as you learned of it, he said in a reasonable tone that lashed my conscience. I considered for a moment, then drew the sharpest weapon in my arsenal. I understand you are put out with me, I began. He curled his lip again, and I ignored it. But I should like to remind you that you have not always been forthright yourself. He stopped scrubbing, and speculation dawned in his eyes. You know, he said flatly, and I thought smugly with a trace of admiration. Yes, I do know you apprehended a jewel thief on board the ship. I know the captain consulted you and requested your help, and I know you unmasked the culprit at considerable personal risk. I understand the fellow was armed with an Italian stiletto dagger, I finished. As it happens, it was Japanese, he corrected. Near enough, I retorted. But none of those facts were related to me by you. He had the grace to look a trifle less adamant than he had a moment before. I was in no real danger, he said finally, his expression softening. He thrust a hand through his long black hair, tousling the hair damply and causing a wet lock to drop over his brow. And if I were, it is my lot. You cannot protect me. And you cannot protect me, I returned. I went to him and sat upon the edge of the bathtub, putting a hand to his cheek, just touching the crescent moon scar that rode high upon one cheekbone. I know you wish to wrap me in cotton wool and leave me on the highest shelf when you go off adventuring, but that simply will not do. I mean to be your partner in every sense of the word." He rose from the steaming water and wrapped his arms about me, wetting me as he kissed me thoroughly. I put my arms about his neck, happy that he understood. He pressed his lips to my cheeks, my eyelids, grazed them over the curve of my ear, and whispered firmly, "No." I jumped back. "What do you mean, no? You cannot just dismiss me out of hand. And neither will I recklessly expose you to danger. You are my wife. It is my place to protect you." He stepped from the bath and strode across the marble floor to reach for a towel, rubbing himself briskly. His sleek black head disappeared into the folds of the towel, but I kept up my part of the conversation. No easy thing with the view he presented me. It was a testament to my state of mind that I scarcely noticed the long, hard stretch of the muscles of his thighs. Good God, Brisbane, is that what we have become? Conventional? Normal? Is that what you want from me? An ordinary marriage to an ordinary wife? I thought my boldness was what drew you to me." He dropped the towel so that just his eyes showed above it. "To be precise, it is among your most attractive and most maddening qualities," he said. "You cannot expect me to sit quietly at the fireside whilst you see the world," I told him, hating the pleading note that had crept into my voice. He dropped the towel and wrapped it about his waist, securing it low upon his hips. "I have given you the world these last months, have I not? A honeymoon is not the same. Your work is the greatest part of who you are, and if you will not share that with me, then you have locked me away from what is most important." "You do not understand," he began. I broke in, my voice harsh. "No, I do not, and I cannot. It seems the cruelest trick to offer me marriage under pretenses you knew were false." I regretted the words as soon as I had uttered them, but of course I could not call them back. They had flown at him, and I had only to look at his face to see they had flown true and pierced him. "Do you regret marrying me?" His voice was deadly calm. If he had raged at me, I would have been at my ease. But this cool detachment was a mood I had seen once or twice before, and I knew to be wary of it. He could not be touched when he was in the grip of one. He was polished and hard as an ebony chess king, implacable and immovable. "Of course not," I said, deliberately gentling my tone. "You know the depth of my feeling for you. But I also esteem what I become when I am with you, when we are working hand in hand. And you seem determined never again to let that happen. And you are determined to press the matter until I do," he countered. It was astonishing to me that he could stand before me wearing nothing but a bath towel, and yet preserve as much dignity as if he'd been draped in a judge's robes. But then Brisbane wore anything well, I reflected. I gave him a rueful smile. "You know me well enough to know that." "Then we are at an impasse," he observed. "And you will not leave Calcutta?" I asked one last time. "Not now," he said gravely. "I have business here." I gaped at him. "Business? What manner of business? I know nothing of this." "As it happens, the Viceroy has invited me to join a hunting party he is putting together. He is heading out after tigers. There is a man-eater preying upon a village near Simla. It promises to be excellent sport." My mouth gaped farther still, and I shut it with a decisive snap. "You do not hunt," I said after I had recovered myself. He lifted one heavy shoulder in a careless shrug. "People do change." "Not you," I cried. "It is one of the things I depend upon." His expression did not alter, but I smelled something of savagery in him just then. "You will have your secrets, Julia. You must leave me mine. I will see you soon enough, I promise you that. And so we will leave it." Even then I could have mended it. I could have conceded his concerns for my safety and his outrage at my sister's manipulations, his sudden need for convention and normalcy. I could have trimmed myself to fit the mold of a proper wife. It would have taken but a phrase, gently spoken, and a smile, sweetly offered. But I had been such a wife once before, and I had vowed never again. So I did not offer him either the gentle phrase or the sweet smile. I merely turned on my heel and left him then, closing the door firmly behind me. And so I set my gaze toward Darjeeling and left with my sister and brother, my maid, Morag, and a party of porters that would have put Stanley's expedition to shame. "Is it absolutely necessary to travel with so many men?" I demanded of Portia. "It looks as if we mean to claim Darjeeling in the name of the March family and establish a colony of our own. For heaven's sake, Portia, the porters are laughing at us." Portia shrugged. "They're being paid well enough to carry Buckingham Palace on their backs if we ordered it." I continued to needle her about the size of our party, but she did not rise to the bait. She knew Brisbane and I had quarreled over the investigation, and that her methods had been at the center of our disagreement. Nothing more need be said upon the matter, at least not yet. Once my anger had burnt itself to cinders, no doubt I would have need of her sisterly bosom for a good weep, but for the present, I was content to embark upon the adventure we had set ourselves. I could not worry over Brisbane, I told myself sternly. He had sent his trunks with us as he required only a small bag on his trip, and I held on to the sight of those trunks as proof I would see him again soon. Besides, I reflected, there was quite enough to do just to navigate into the foothills of the Himalayas with an increasingly bitter plum on our hands. As it happened, he had taken Portia's manipulations no better than Brisbane had, and it had only been her pointed threats to dispatch a telegram to father that had persuaded him to continue on with us. Our unwieldy party left Calcutta behind and began to wind its way slowly up the road to Darjeeling. We might have boarded the train, but Portia had taken one look at the tiny railway and stated flatly that she would not put a foot onto such a toy. Plum grumbled exceedingly at the extra time and trouble it required to travel by road, but in the end I was glad of it, for the air grew thinner and colder outside of Darjeeling, and the scenery changed as we wound our way ever upward. The first high peaks of the Himalayas hove into view, and I nearly fell from my horse when I saw at last the great snow-capped peaks of Kanchenjunga. It was the most beautiful, most majestic sight I had ever seen, and everything I had ever known before paled in comparison to that one extraordinary horizon. We lingered a number of days in Darjeeling town, organizing the rest of our journey before pressing on, passing through villages and skirting tea plantations and falling into rivers. The children were plump and friendly, and I noticed their parents were very unlike the Indians of Calcutta, for here the native folk were much shorter, and with a coppery cast of complexion and broad, flat cheekbones. Portia, who had armed herself with every bit of information she could find upon the area, informed me that the people of Sikkim blended Bengali Indian with Tibetan and Nepalese, and that the language was a peculiar patois of Hindustani liberally laced with the mountain tongues. The result was a nearly indecipherable but pleasant-sounding language that rose and fell with a musical lilt. "Yes, but are we actually in Sikkim?" I asked. Portia wrinkled up her nose and pored over the map. "I think we may actually have crossed into Nepal." "Nepal? Are you delirious?" Plum demanded. "We are still in Darjeeling district." I peered over Portia's shoulder. "I think we might have crossed into Sikkim just there," I pointed. "You have the map upside down." "That is Madagascar," Plum said nastily. "We could ask a porter," I ventured. "We cannot ask a porter," Portia hissed, "any more than we can ask the Cavendishes. It would be rude and impossibly stupid of us not to know where we are. Besides, so long as the porters know, that is all that needs to be said upon the matter." The one point we did agree upon was the beauty of our surroundings, wherever they might be. The landscape seemed to have taken what was best from many places and combined it to great effect, for I saw familiar trees and plants, ferns and roses and elms, and mingling with them the exotic blooms of orchids and towering, fragrant deodars. Here and there, a cluster of native bungalows gave way to neat English cottages, sitting like curiosities among the orderly undulations of the tea fields, and over it all hovered the scent of the tea plants, rising above the serried rows to perfume the air. It was captivating, and more than once Plum very nearly walked off the side of a mountain because he was busily sketching scenes in his notebook. At last, a few days' ride out of Darjeeling town, possibly in Sikkim, although possibly not, we crested a small mountain and looked down into as pretty and tidy a valley as I had ever seen. A small river debouched into a lake thick with lilies and water hyacinths at the mouth of the valley, and the only means of entrance was by way of a narrow stone bridge that seemed to beckon us forward. The head porter said something in his broken English to Portia, and she nodded to me. "This is it. It is called the Valley of Eden, and just there," she said, pointing with her crop, "that cluster of low buildings, that is the Peacocks." Her voice shook a little, and I realized she must have been nervous at seeing Jane again. She had loved her so devotedly, and to be cast aside was no small thing to Portia. Yet though she was a prodigious holder of grudges, she would have traveled 100 times as far to help her beloved Jane. But now, hovering on the edge of the precipice, she must have felt the awkwardness of it keenly, and I offered her a reassuring smile. "It is time, Portia." I spurred my mount and led the way down the winding path into the Valley of Eden. Portia need not have worried. Before we had even ridden into the front court, the main doors of the plantation house had been thrown back upon their hinges, and Jane, moving as quickly as her condition would permit, fairly flew down the steps. Portia dismounted and threw her reins to me, gathering Jane into her arms. Plum and I looked away until Portia stepped back and Jane turned to us. "Oh, and Julia, you as well." I dismounted and offered her another embrace, although not so ferocious as that of my sister, and after a moment I ceded my place to Plum. We had all of us been fond of Jane, and not just for the happiness she had brought to our sister. Several minutes of confusion followed as the porters unlashed our trunks and sorted what was to be carried inside and what could be taken directly to the lumber rooms and stored, and through it all, Jane beamed at Portia. Anyone who knew her only a little would think her happiness undimmed, but I knew better. There were lines at her mouth and eyes that matched my sister's, and a new quickness to her motion spoke of anxiety she could not still. "We have already had tea," she said apologetically, "but if you would like to rest and wash now, I will have something brought to your rooms and you can meet the family at dinner. They are engaged at present, but they are very keen to meet you." She showed us to our rooms then, scarcely giving us a chance to remark upon the elegance of the house itself. As we had seen from the road, it was low, only 2 floors but wide, with broad verandas stretching the length of both stories. Staircases inside and out offered easy ingress, and windows from floor to ceiling could be opened for fresh air and spectacular views of the tea garden and the mountains beyond. I had not expected so gracious a home in so remote a spot, but the house was lovely indeed, and I was curious about its history. I was given a pretty suite upstairs with a dressing room, and it was quickly decided that Morag should sleep there. Morag sniffed when she saw the narrow bed, but she said nothing, which told me she was far more exhausted than I had realized. I felt a stab of guilt when I thought of Morag, no longer a young woman, toiling up the mountain roads, clutching the mane of her donkey and muttering Gaelic imprecations under her breath. "I do hope you will be comfortable here, Morag," I said by way of conciliation. She fixed me with a gimlet eye. "And I hope you will enjoy living out your life here, my lady. There is nothing on earth that would induce me to undertake that journey again." And as she unpacked my things with a decidedly permanent air, I realized she meant it. I lay for some time upon my bed, intending to rest, but assaulted by questions. I rose at length and took up a little notebook, scribbling down the restless thoughts that demanded consideration. First, there was the matter of the estate. I wanted to make certain that the dispositions of Freddie's legacy were as we suspected. It was impossible to determine if the tea garden was profitable, but the house itself spoke eloquently upon the point of prosperity, and perhaps there was a private income attached to the estate as well. If nothing else, the land itself must be worth a great deal, and many have been killed for less. Establishing the parameters of the inheritance would go some distance towards establishing a motive, I decided. Second, I considered the dramatis personae, who lived at the Peacocks and what had been their relationships with Freddie Cavendish. Were they characterized by pleasantry, or something darker? I thought of all the possible personal motives for murder, betrayal, revenge, jealousy, and was momentarily discouraged. I had not met Freddie Cavendish for years, and already I could imagine a dozen reasons for wanting him dead. This would never do. I applied myself to thinking logically, as Brisbane would have done, and returned to the question of establishing the players and the question of money. The rest would have to wait, I decided firmly. I put aside my notebook and lifted the bell to ring for Morag. As I did so, I heard the rise and fall of voices, soft murmurs through the wall. I crept close, pressing my ear against it. "Nothing," I muttered, cursing the thick whitewashed plaster. I tiptoed to the bedside table and took up a water glass and returned to my listening post. I could hear a little better now, two voices, both feminine, and as I listened, I made out Portia's distinctive laugh and Jane's low tones. They were together then, I decided with satisfaction. Whatever had been broken between them could still be mended. And whatever Jane's fears, she had the Marches at her side to battle her foes. In spite of Morag's incessant grumbling about the lack of space in the little dressing room, she managed to unearth my peony-pink evening gown again, and the pink pearl bracelets I wore with it. The bracelets were set with unusual emerald clasps, and the effect was one of burgeoning springtime, blossoms springing forth from lush green leaves. I left my room feeling rather pretty, particularly after Plum met me on the stairs to give me his arm and look me over with approval. "A lovely color. There is the merest undertone of gray to save it from sweetness," he remarked. I forbore from remarking on the sweetness of his own ensemble, for his taffeta waistcoat was primrose, embroidered with a daisy chain of white marguerites. He escorted me into the drawing-room where the rest of the household had gathered, and as we entered, Portia looked pointedly at the clock. I ignored her as Jane came forward, a little ungainly with her newly enhanced figure, but still lovely in her own unique way. She had always favored loose smocks, and now she wore them to better advantage. A dozen necklaces of rough beads looped about her neck and her dark red hair flowing unbound over her shoulders. "Julia, you must allow me to introduce you. This is Freddie's aunt, Miss Cavendish," she said, indicating the somewhat elderly lady who had risen to shake my hand. Her grip was firm and her palm calloused, and I realized that in spite of her iron-gray hair, Miss Cavendish was something of a force of nature. She had a tall, athletic figure without a hint of a stoop, and I fancied her sharp blue eyes missed nothing. She was dressed in severely plain, almost nun-like fashion in an ancient gown of rusty black, and at her belt hung a chatelaine, the keys of the estate literally at her fingertips. "How do you do, Miss Cavendish? Although I am reminded we are kinswomen, are we not?" "We have just been discussing the connection," Portia put in, and I could see from her expression that the conversation had not been entirely pleasant. "Indeed," said Miss Cavendish stoutly. "Always said it was a mistake for Charlotte to marry your father. A nice enough man, to be sure, but classes shouldn't mix, I always say, and Charlotte was gentry. Besides, the March bloodline is suspect. I am sure you will agree." I struggled to formulate a reply that was both pleasant and truthful, but before I could manage it, a voice rang out behind me. "I for one am very pleased to own the connection." I turned to find a personable young man standing in the doorway, smiling slightly. He extended his hand. "We do not stand upon ceremony here. I am Harry Cavendish, Freddie's cousin and yours, however distant. Welcome to the Peacocks." I took his hand. Like his aunt's, it was calloused, which spoke of hard work, but he was dressed like a gentleman, and I noticed his vowels were properly obedient. "Mr. Cavendish, I am Lady Julia G.R. Brisbane," I corrected hastily. After 9 months, I was still not entirely accustomed to my new name. "My sister, Lady Bettiscombe, and my brother, Eglamour March." He shook their hands in turn, and I noticed his aunt's gaze resting upon him speculatively. "Are you missing someone?" Miss Cavendish asked suddenly. "Seems like there ought to be another. I thought Jane said to expect 4. A moment of awkward silence before I collected myself. "My husband. I am afraid he was detained in Calcutta at the Viceroy's request," I explained hastily. Just then a native man, a butler of sorts I imagined, appeared with a tiny gong, and I blessed the interruption. He was dressed in a costume of purest white from his collarless coat to his felt-soled slippers, with an elaborately wound turban to match. He wore no ornamentation save a pair of heavy gold earrings. He was quite tall for a native of this region, for he stood just over Plum's height of 6 feet, and his cadaverous frame seemed to make him taller still. His profile was striking, with a noble nose and deeply hooded black eyes which surveyed the company coolly. With a theatrical gesture, he lifted his arm and struck the little gong. "Dinner is served," he intoned, bowing deeply. He withdrew at once, and Portia and Plum and I stared after this extraordinary creature. "That is jolly," said Miss Cavendish, pursing her mouth a little. "I have told him such dramatics are not necessary, but he will insist. Now, we are too many ladies, so I am afraid each of you gentlemen shall have to take 2 of us in to dinner." I was surprised that the custom should be so formal in so distant a place indeed. It seemed rather silly that we must process in so stately a fashion into the dining chamber. But I took Mr. Cavendish's left arm and kept my eyes firmly averted from Portia's. I knew one look at her was all that would be required to send us both into gales of laughter. Fatigue often had that effect upon us, and I was exhausted from the journey. But all thoughts of fatigue fled as soon as I stepped into the dining room. "Astonishing," I breathed. Beside me, Harry Cavendish smiled, a genuine smile with real warmth in it. "It is extraordinary, isn't it? My grandfather always kept pet peacocks, and he commissioned this chamber in honor of them. It is the room for which the house was named," he explained. The entire room was a soft peacock blue, the walls upholstered in thin, supple leather, the floors and ceiling stenciled and painted. Upon the ceiling, gold scallops had been traced to suggest overlapping feathers, and upon the walls themselves were painted pairs of enormous gilded birds. Most were occupied with flirtation or courtship, it seemed, but one pair, perched just over the fireplace, were engaged in a battle, their tails fully opened and their claws glinting ominously. Each eye had been set with a jewel or perhaps a piece of colored glass, and the effect was beautiful, if slightly malevolent. A collection of blue and white porcelain dotted the room in carefully fitted gilded alcoves and provided a place for the eye to rest. It was a magnificent room, and I murmured so to Harry Cavendish. "Magnificent to be sure, but I have always found it a bit much," he confessed, and even as I smiled in response, I saw Miss Cavendish draw herself upright, her stays creaking. "This room was my father's pride and joy," she said sharply. "He had it commissioned when he married my mother as a wedding present to her. It is the jewel of the valley, and folk are mindful of the honor of an invitation to dine within its walls." Before I could form words, Harry Cavendish cut in smoothly. "And well they ought, Aunt Camelia. But even you must admit the artist meant us to fear that fellow just there," he said, nodding toward the largest of the peacocks, whose great ruby eye seemed to follow me as I took my chair. Just look at the nobility of his profile, Harry went on. He is a fellow to be reckoned with, just as Grandfather Fitz was. At this mention of her father, Miss Cavendish seemed mollified. She gave Harry a brisk nod of approval. That he was. He carved this plantation from the wilderness, she informed the rest of us. There was nothing here save a ruined Buddhist temple high upon the ridge. No planters, no village, nothing as far as the eye could see to the base of Kanchenjunga itself. A new Eden, she told us, her eyes gleaming. It was my father who named this place, for he said so must have the earth itself appeared to Adam and Eve. She left off then to ring for Jolly, and dinner was served. To my astonishment, there was not a single course, not a single dish, to speak to our surroundings. We might have been dining in a rectory and reading for all the exoticism at that table. The food was correctly, rigidly English, from the starter of mushrooms on toast to the stodgy bread pudding. It had been cooked with skill, to be sure, but it lacked the flavor I had come to appreciate during my long months of travel. I had learnt to love oily fishes and pasta and olives and any number of spicy things on my adventures, and I had forgot how cheerless British cooking could be. Harry gave me a conspiratorial nod. It is deliberately bland because we must preserve our palates for tasting the tea. There are bowls of condiments if you require actual flavor in your food, he added. I spooned a hearty helping of chutney upon my portion to find it helped immeasurably. Over dinner, Miss Cavendish related to us the disposition of the valley. We are the only real planters in the valley, she said proudly. There is a small tea garden at the Bower, but nothing to what we have here. Theirs is a very small concern, she added dismissively. Almost the whole of the valley is entirely within the estate, and we employ all of the pickers hereabouts. Doubtless you will see them along the road, although I will warn you they can be importunate. Do not give them anything, Portia bristled. Surely that is a matter best left to one's own conscience, she said as politely as she could manage. It is not, Miss Cavendish returned roundly. With all due courtesy, Lady Bettiscombe, you do not have to live amongst them. Our policies towards the local people have been developed over the course of many decades, and we cling to them because they work. Money is of no use to them, for there is nothing to buy. She warmed to her theme. There have been planters, English planters, who have been foolish enough to meddle with the ways of the mountain folk. When it has gone awry, they have found themselves without pickers. The natives simply vanished, passing on to the next valley and leaving them with a crop and no one to pick it. They have failed and lost everything because of one moment of misguided compassion, she said sternly. That will not happen at the Peacocks. I noticed Jane said little, simply picking at her food. I wondered if she felt poorly, or if her nerves had simply gotten the better of her, and I was as relieved for her sake as mine when the meal was over, signaled by Jolly ringing his gong and announcing, "Dinner is finished." We rose and Miss Cavendish turned to us. "We keep planters' hours here, I am afraid. We seldom engage in evening entertainments, and you are doubtless tired from your journey. We will say good night." Upon this point we were entirely agreed, and the party broke up, each of us making our way upstairs with a single candle, shielded with a glass lamp against sudden draughts. A sharp wind had risen in the evening, and the house creaked and moaned in the shadows, and every few minutes a piercing shriek rent the night. Peacocks, I reassured myself, but I shivered as I made my way to my room where Morag was sitting, wide-eyed upon the edge of the bed. "Devils," she muttered. "Nonsense." The place was named for peacocks. Doubtless there are still some about. They put up a terrible fuss, but they will not hurt you. She fixed me with a skeptical eye, and I knew capitulation was my only hope if I expected to sleep. I sighed. "Very well, you may sleep in here tonight," I told her. If I had expected her to make up a sleeping pallet at the hearth, I was sadly mistaken, for no sooner had she helped me out of my gown and locked away my jewels than she dropped her shoes to the floor and climbed into the great bed, taking the side closest to the fire. I sighed again and took the other, colder side, burrowing into the covers and pulling my pillow over my head. Sleep did not come easily, perhaps from the heaviness of the meal. But I lay for some time in the dark, thinking of everything I had seen and heard and listening to Morag's snores. At last, I fell into a deep and restless sleep. I dreamed of Brisbane. The third chapter thou hast made me known to friends whom I knew not. Thou hast given me seats in homes not my own. Thou hast brought the distant near and made a brother of the stranger. Old and new Rabindranath Tagore the next morning dawned bright and cool, the mountain air sweeping down from the snowy peaks and scouring away all my heaviness of the night before. I opened the shutters to see the sun shimmering opal-pink against the flank of Kanchenjunga, and Miss Cavendish below in her garden, a trug looped over one arm, a pair of sharp secateurs in the other hand. She was pruning, making things neat and tidy, and if the garden was an example of her handiwork, she was expert. I had not noticed on our arrival, but the grounds were rather extensive, lushly planted with English cottage flowers in the first flush of spring. She kept their exuberance reined in with a firm hand, but the effect was one of refreshment, and I fancied the garden would provide an excellent spot for reflection during my investigation. And for conversation, I decided, spying Harry Cavendish just emerging from a pair of garden doors opposite the wing where I was lodged. He looked up and caught sight of me. His mouth curved into a smile, and he waved his hat by way of greeting. I lifted a hand and scurried back into my room. Married ladies did not hang from windows in their night attire to wave at bachelors, I told myself severely, particularly when their husbands were not at hand. A tea tray had been left at the door, and in short order I was washed and dressed and ready for the day, determined to make some headway in my investigation. I wanted a tete-a-tete with Jane, but when I made my way to the breakfast room, she was not in evidence. I heard Aunt Camelia say Jane had a bad night, Harry explained, as he helped himself to eggs and kidneys from the sideboard. She is still abed, and Lady Bettiscombe is breakfasting with her. If I was disappointed at missing the chance to speak with Jane, it occurred to me that Harry Cavendish might prove a worthwhile substitute. I likewise helped myself to the hot dishes on the sideboard and took a seat at the table. Jolly appeared at my elbow with a pot of tea and a rack of crisp toast, and when he departed, I turned to Harry Cavendish. "Have you lived here all your life, Mr. Cavendish?" He nodded. "Almost. My father was Fitzhugh Cavendish's youngest son, Patrick." I smiled at him. "A bit of Irish blood in the family, is there?" He returned the smile, and I thought of the string of heartbroken young ladies he might have left behind had he ever traveled to London. Grandfather Fitz's mother was an Irish lass from Donegal. He was named for her family, and he carried the Irish on to the next generation. His eldest son was Connor, then came Aunt Camelia, then my father Patrick. "Surely Camelia is not an Irish name," I put in, helping myself to a slice of toast from the rack. "No, Grandfather Fitz had a bit of the poet about him, no doubt a relic of his Irish blood. He called her Camellia after the plant upon which he meant to build his fortune, the Camellia sinensis. Tea," he explained, lifting his cup. "What a charming thought," I said, even as I reflected to myself that anyone less flower-like would be difficult to imagine. "Yes, well." His lips twitched as if he was suppressing the same thought. "Uncle Connor married and Freddie came along shortly after. Then Uncle Connor and his wife were killed in a railway accident in Calcutta." "How dreadful! Was Freddie very old?" Harry Cavendish shrugged. "Still in skirts. He had no memory of them. Grandfather Fitz fetched him here to be brought up, the same as he did for me when my parents died." A faint smile touched his mouth. "Nothing so dramatic as a railway accident, I'm afraid. An outbreak of cholera. Within the span of 2 years, Grandfather Fitz had 2 orphan grandsons to bring up. If Aunt Camelia ever had the opportunity to marry, she gave it up to stay at the Peacocks and keep matters in hand." "A noble sacrifice," I observed. Harry pitched his voice lower. If you promise not to repeat it, I will tell you I think she has been quite contented with her lot as a spinster. She has ruled this particular roost with a very firm hand. She had the sole running of the tea garden for a few years when Grandfather Fitz began to fail. When Freddie was still in England. Yes. They sent him to school at 15 and he made up his mind not to come home again. I remember. He called upon my father, I commented, deftly omitting father's response to his visit. But surely 15 was rather late to leave it. Oughtn't he have been sent much earlier? Oh, yes, most folk here send their boys back home at age 6 or 7 for schooling. Freddie made do with Grandfather Fitz's library and the odd bit of tutoring here and there. He pressed his lips together again, and suddenly I became more interested in what he was not saying. And you never went home to England? Never, my home is here, he said simply. I am a planter. Tea is all I know and all I care to know. Aunt Camelia left the place in my hands when she went to England to fetch Freddie home. It was the happiest time of my life, he said, his tone touched with something more than wistfulness. When was that? I spoke softly. He seemed to be slipping into a reverie, and I had watched Brisbane question enough people to know that in such a state, all a subject requires is the gentlest nudge to reveal rather more than he might have preferred. 2 years passed. Freddie was in trouble gambling, I am afraid. Aunt Camelia had almost persuaded Grandfather Fitz to cut him off entirely, but he was still the heir. Aunt Camelia hoped he would learn to love the business if he were brought home and made to apply himself. So she went to England to persuade him to return with her. She failed. She returned home without him, and it took only a little more persuasion to convince Grandfather Fitz to withdraw Freddie's allowance until he had proven himself worthy of the inheritance. Grandfather Fitz issued an ultimatum. Freddie was to marry and return to India as soon as possible if he held any hope of inheriting the estate. That is why he married Jane so hastily, I murmured. Emotions warred upon his face. I confess I did not think them well suited, Harry Cavendish said. I like Jane immensely, but she is so different from what Freddie was. There is something fine about Jane. Yes, that's it precisely. She is simple and plain and good. Like water or earth, I agreed. That is why I am glad you have come, you and Lady Bettiscombe particularly. A lady should have the comfort of old friends about her at such a time. Whether he meant during her widowhood or confinement, I could not say, but it was a pretty sentiment either way. The conversation turned rather naturally, I suppose, to tea then, and the coming harvest. The picking was very likely going to commence in a day or two, and I could see from his rising excitement that tea did indeed flow through his veins. But as we spoke, I sensed again an undercurrent of melancholy in him. It was nothing I could have pointed out to another, no peculiarity of manner or speech, but it was there, hovering just behind his eyes, some fear or sense of loss. And as I listened to him enthuse about the harvest, I wondered precisely how far this charming young man would go to become master of the land he loved. After breakfast, I excused myself to the garden where I found Miss Cavendish still busily decapitating plants. She was dressed in a curious fashion, her costume cobbled together from bits of native dress, traditional English garments, and a pair of gentlemen's riding breeches. It was a thoroughly strange but eminently practical ensemble, I supposed, and when she bent, I noticed her chatelaine still jangled, but there was no telltale creak of whalebone. She had foregone the corset, and I envied her. The garden itself was a glory, neatly planned and beautifully maintained. At the heart of it was a pretty arbor covered in climbing roses just about to bud. As lovely as it was in spring, I could imagine how enchanting it would be in full summer, with the heavy blossoms lending their lush fragrance to the air as velvety petals spangled the seat below. You must be quite proud, I told Miss Cavendish. Have you a gardener as well to help with the heavy labor? 6 she answered roundly. It is a planter's. obligation to give employment to as many folk as possible, like young Nersch there. She added with a nod toward a youth who had just come into the garden pushing a barrow. He responded to his name with a broad smile, and I was startled to see how handsome he was. One does not expect a young Adonis to appear in the guise of a gardener's boy. He was tall for his age, perhaps 16 or 17, and very nearly 6 feet tall, and his features were regular, with a wide smile and a shock of sleek black hair. He looked like a young Raja, and as we regarded him, he gave us an exaggerated, courtly bow before he departed. "Silly boy," Miss Cavendish said, flapping her hand. "Still, I do not ask of them what I cannot do myself, and I do like to keep my hand in. Very wholesome for the body, fresh air and exercise, you know," she added with a quick glance in my direction. I had little doubt she thought me entirely too refined. My hands were soft and white, and my corset prevented all but the most restricted movement. "Indeed," I murmured, "I cannot imagine there is a garden in all the valley half so fine as yours." The praise, thick as it was, seemed to go down smoothly. She unbent from her clipping and gave me a grudging nod. "Well, that is true. Now, mind you, the Reverend Pennyfeather keeps a very pleasant garden at the Bower with a rather nice collection of orchids, if one likes that sort of thing," she added. I had little doubt she did not. Orchids were clearly too exotic and showy for her liking. "The Reverend Pennyfeather. Have you a church in the valley, then?" "Not as such. The Reverend gave up a very nice living in Norfolk to come here and take up his late brother's tea garden. He thought he would make a go of it, but of course there's more to tea planting than putting a bush into the ground and calling it done," she advised me, her blue eyes snapping. "I have offered him good advice, and to his credit most of it he has taken, but he does not keep a firm hand upon his pickers, and they take advantage of him in terrible ways." "Really?" I asked. I bent and began to gather a few of the fallen blossoms. She nodded in approval. "Mind you do not miss that bit of vine. It wants cutting back." What was I on about? Oh, yes, the Reverend Pennyfeather, far too soft with his people. Pickers are like one's children. One must be fair and firm at all times, no matter the provocation. "Provocation," she flapped a hand. "They are the blackest devils when they think they can get away with something. They prune or pick too slowly, so one must pay them overtime wages. The women will weight the baskets with a few stones or other plants, so their baskets will weigh out heavier than the next. Even the children will come at you with a bucket of caterpillars, demanding to be paid for picking them, even though it will be the same bucket they presented for payment the day before." Her litany of complaints was extensive, but her tone was fond, and it was apparent that she did view her pickers as part of her own extended family, albeit as somewhat backward children. "Still, one does one's best for them. We give them firewood and sound bungalows and medical care, and they respect us for it because we demand they keep things up properly. No unswept yards or untidy vegetable plots or sickly animals. The Reverend, on the other hand," she added, lowering her voice to a confidential tone, "is as soft with his pickers as he is with his own family. That daughter of his fairly runs wild, and she's 2 years past putting up her hair. She ought to have been married off by now." "Is the Reverend a near neighbor?" I inquired, tucking the errant bit of vine into the trug. "Near enough," she gestured toward the gate. "Out that gate and down the path you will find a crossroads with a Buddhist stupa. Straight on, the road leads to the Bower, the Pennyfeather's tea garden. The right branch leads to a cluster of cottages, and farther on the pickers' houses. And the left—" She stilled, then snipped savagely at a rosebush, destroying a perfectly beautiful bloom, whether by emotion or inattention I could not say. "The left leads up to the ridge. There is an old Buddhist monastery up there. How interesting! I shall have to explore one of these days." Miss Cavendish straightened, her lips pinched as tightly as a miser's purse. "There is no call to do that. The monastery has a tenant now, and it is best to give him a wide berth. And mind you are careful if you do go out exploring." We've a tiger loose just now, a man-eater. Brisbane might as well have come with me if he was so interested in hunting tigers, I thought bitterly. But before I could pursue this, she moved on to the wayward bough of a deodar. That will completely block this path if I do not lop it off. I must have the saw for that. You will excuse me, she said, striding away to retrieve her tools and leaving me to stare after her. I found Portia in the drawing room, wrapped in a fur robe and attempting to read. It was dank and chill, with neither fire to warm it nor sunshine to light it. Why are you not sitting in the morning room? It faces east and the shutters are open and a fire has been lit, I pointed out. I almost didn't find you moldering away in here. That is the point, she told me. I am hiding from Morag. What did you do now? You didn't muddy the hem of your riding habit again? I asked, shuddering at the memory of Portia's last infraction. No, worse. I caught the clasp of my bracelet on the lace of my gown last night. There is a tear, she said, scarcely daring to speak the word aloud. I distracted her with the state of my shoes last night and managed to get the gown out of sight before she noticed. I daren't tell her. I suppressed a sigh. Portia's own maid had fallen ill between Port Said and Aden, and it was decided she should return at once to England and that Portia would share my morag for an extortionate rate of pay and an extra day off per week. She is particularly difficult at present, I admitted. She's being fey and Scottish and keeping herself to our room so as to avoid seeing or speaking to any of the natives. She's afraid if she talks to them, she'll be infected with devils. Portia tipped her head to the side. That could prove useful. Not as useful as this, I said, quickly relating to her all I had discovered. Granted, it was not much, but at least I had confirmed that the charming Harry Cavendish might have a very excellent motive for murder, and that Camelia Cavendish herself might have an eye to keeping the estate. Portia listened thoughtfully. Well done, Julia. That is quite a bit of information to gather in a single morning. I preened a little until she pierced my satisfaction with her next words. Of course, I have done a bit of sleuthing myself and have discovered a tasty tidbit that has eluded you. She paused for dramatic effect, and I resisted the urge to yank her hair. Jane and I were discussing the neighbors this morning. Yes, I know, I said impatiently. The Reverend Pennyfeather, Miss Cavendish told me of him. Did Miss Cavendish also tell you about the inebriate doctor who suffered a great tragedy when his wife was attacked and killed by a tiger a few months ago? I blinked at her. She mentioned a tiger in the area but nothing more. How dreadful. Yes, it is, she agreed. Apparently the poor woman was carried home still alive but without a face. I made a noise of revulsion, but Portia went on. It took her hours to die, hours, and she was conscious the whole time, screaming. Enough, I put up a hand. What a frightful way to die. She is not the only one, Portia advised me. A fortnight ago it snatched a child, and apparently everyone is in rather a state because the picking will commence soon, and everyone must be out in the fields instead of huddling close to their bungalows. The local folk believe it is some sort of magical tiger on account of the color of its coat. I furrowed my brow. I thought all tigers were orange with black stripy bits. Not all of them, Portia said. This one is black as coal. They say at night you cannot see anything of it at all save for its eyes, which sparkle like jewels in the moonlight. If Portia had meant to frighten me out of my wits, she could have scarcely made a better job of it, and I prayed fervently that Brisbane was not engaged in a tiger hunt. The danger quite took my breath away. I have heard all I care to hear upon the matter of tigers. Another subject, please. Portia gave me a smile pointed with mischief. Very well, dearest. Did Miss Cavendish tell you about the kindly pair of English sisters who have taken the lease on Pine Cottage, the pretty house down the lane? Oh, they are delightful girls, Julia, and you will remember them well. Remember them? I cannot think of any of our acquaintance who have gone to India, I broke off in horror, my mind whipping back to the conclusion of our second investigation, when our cousins had quite literally got away with murder. Portia gave me a triumphant smile. Yes, pet. Our near neighbors are none other than Miss Emma Phipps and Lucy, Lady Eastleigh. This news took a bit of digesting. I had never expected to see Emma and Lucy again, and to encounter them in so remote a corner of the world was little less than astounding. "Are you certain?" I asked Portia, knowing the question to be a stupid one. "Perfectly. Some time ago, Camelia Cavendish undertook a journey to England to bring the wayward Freddie home to do his duty. On the return journey, she formed an acquaintance with Emma and Lucy," I finished. "It must have been Lucy's wedding trip, just after they left us at Belmont Abbey. Emma and Lucy had played significant roles in our second investigation, a case that had shaken the very foundations of our father's ancestral home. Lucy I believed to be innocent, but I was firmly convinced of Emma's moral culpability, even if no legal guilt could be attached to her. They had left in the company of Sir Cedric Eastleigh, Lucy's fiancé, who had managed to marry and subsequently widow her during the course of their journey to India. I have always thought Emma somehow induced his apoplexy, I confessed to Portia. They were so desperately poor all their lives, and with all that lovely Eastleigh money as an inducement, it would have been difficult to resist the temptation. And Sir Cedric himself so upright, so controlling. Emma would never tolerate watching her beloved younger sister abasing herself for such a man. Of course we have no proof that she is a murderess, Portia reminded me thoughtfully, but it does make one wonder. It seems entirely too coincidental that we have a suspicious death and a suspected murderess in the same vicinity. The more I meditated upon the idea of Emma as villainous, the more I liked the notion. It was tidy. But what possible motive could she have for killing Freddie Cavendish? She would not inherit his estate, and we have not yet established that it is even an estate worth killing for. It may be burdened with debts and mortgages for all we know. Perhaps it has nothing to do with the estate at all, I mused. Perhaps Freddie slighted her somehow. I wonder, of course, I suppose it is a tremendous coincidence that two sets of our relations should have met on the same boat. What must the odds be? Rather good, I should think. Consider, Portia, it is not Australia. Criminals and poor men do not venture to India to make their fortunes. One must have connections or wealth in order to establish oneself in India, either good birth or money, and preferably both. What is more natural than ladies, of whom there would have been a limited number anyway, striking up conversation, and comparing their acquaintance only to find they have distant cousins in common? It would have made a bond between them. Remember, dearest, we are a prodigiously large family with a very good name. I should think there are hundreds of people who could claim connection with us, and who would not hesitate to do so in order to gain a social advantage. True enough, she agreed. I once had a dressmaker tell me she was bosom friends with Lady Bettiscombe and dressed her exclusively. It was tremendous fun revealing to her that I was Lady Bettiscombe. The poor dear had to go and lie down with a vinaigrette from the shock of it. And think of the tedium on a long passage. What is more natural than to talk of England and the connections left behind? We must question Miss Cavendish, but discreetly, I told her. And we must pay a visit to Pine Cottage. Before we ventured to call upon our cousins, I wanted a chance to speak with Jane. I found her in a little dooryard, scooping grain and overripe fruits into a basin. "Let me," I said, taking up the weighty basin. She gave me a grateful look, straightening and pressing her hand to the small of her back. "Are you very uncomfortable?" "Not usually. I was desperately sick the first few months, and if I am not careful in what I eat, I have acute indigestion. But it has only been in the past fortnight or so that bending and walking have become such a chore." "You should be in bed," I scolded. She paused and drew in a great draught of the crisp mountain air. "Perhaps. But it does feel so good to be up and about. Come through, we must feed fuelly. I ought to have one of the staff do it, but the hierarchy is so complicated. It is simpler just to do it myself." She led me through an arched gateway into a part of the garden I had not seen before. If I had expected a pig or a little goat, I was entirely mistaken, for out of the bushes strode a peacock, trailing his train of feathers behind him. But this was no ordinary peacock, for he was enormous and bore the scars of battles I observed from the marks upon his beak and legs. This creature was a warrior, like something out of myth to guard a Raja's treasures. "Oh my," I breathed. Jane began to scatter grain and fruit from the basin. I watched him peck elegantly at her offerings before I turned to Jane. "What did you mean about the hierarchy?" She smiled, her lovely Madonna smile of old, although now it was tinged with fatigue and perhaps with something of melancholy as well. I wondered if it was a sort of catching disease in these remote mountains. "I am surprised you haven't heard. One scarcely has to set foot upon Indian soil to learn of the servant problem." "I thought obliging staff were one of the pleasures of living in India," I offered. "Oh, they are obliging certainly, but they have the most curious system for the dividing up of responsibilities, most of it based upon religious persuasion. Here are Bengalis, Sikkimese, Nepalis, Bhutanese, Lepchas, all with their own beliefs and special diets. We have to keep 3 cooks just to ensure everyone is fed." "Are there so many?" I asked, looking around the deserted dooryard. "You do not see them, but believe me, they are about. And it is not just that there are dozens of them, it is that the Hindu house servants will touch neither porcelain nor food cooked by anyone who isn't Hindu. So the servers at table must not be Hindu. But it is a Hindu of the lowest caste who empties the porcelain chamber pots, which I confess makes no sort of sense to me at all, but everyone else seems to take as perfectly ordinary." "Why do they refuse to touch porcelain?" "It is made from animal bones and the cow is sacred here," she explained. "If they were to touch porcelain made from the wrong sort of bones, it would defile them." "It must be difficult to have the running of such an establishment," I soothed. She gave a short laugh. "Yes, and I thank God and his angels every day the lot does not fall to me." "But you are mistress of the peacocks, are you not?" The melancholy smile returned. "In name," she said softly. "But the truth is that Aunt Camelia is much better suited to the job, and I am content to leave it to her. I do not wish to become attached to this place," she finished in a low voice. Before I could question her further, she nodded briskly toward Fewley. "He's beautiful, isn't he? I loathe him." I gave her a sharp look and she continued on. "I know I oughtn't, but he cries and shrieks at the most inconvenient times. Ah, I shall have to tell Morag the house isn't haunted after all. She thinks the peacocks is thick with ghosts." I meant to jolly her out of her seriousness, but the mention of ghosts seemed to sadden her. "I think it may be. In Grandfather Fitz's estate office you can still smell his tobacco and boot leather." "To be expected," I told her firmly. "He has been dead a short time, I gather." "A year almost. He died when Freddie and I came. Aunt Camelia said he was only holding on until he saw Freddie settled. As soon as we arrived, he let go." "Of course it made the servants instantly suspicious of me," she said with a shaky laugh. "They think I brought some curse to the house that the master should die so soon after my arrival." "Superstitious nonsense," I told her. The peacock crept closer, then paused and gave a shudder as if to lift his tail. But the effort proved too much and he left his great tail to drag behind like some travesty of a royal mask. "Your peacock looks despondent," I observed. "I know. And his melancholia is affecting us all. I cannot sleep for his shrieking and crying." "Why do you not get rid of him then? You are expecting Jane. You ought to have your rest. Or does he not belong to you?" "Oh, he is mine well enough. One of the few things here that is," she added, bitterness lacing her words. "But he was a gift, and I cannot bring him back without giving offense." "A gift from whom?" She tossed a handful of juicy cherries at the peacock. It approached languidly, as if it merely deigned to eat. "There is a gentleman who lives up at the monastery on the ridge. He is something of a recluse, but he was kind enough to send Fewley. He thought the bird would be a diversion in my mourning." My interest quickened. "I believe Miss Cavendish mentioned him, although she gave no name." "He is called the White Raja out of deference for his lifestyle." "The White Raja? How extraordinary!" Jane shrugged. It was common in the early years of the English presence in India for bachelor gentlemen to sometimes go native. It seldom happens now, of course not since they all started importing wives from England and establishing their little outposts of Britannia across the country. But there was a time when it was quite a widespread practice to adopt Indian ways. This fellow wears a turban and jewels and speaks perfect Hindustani and Bengali and plays the sitar. He is quite a character. She tossed another handful of jewel-bright fruit to the peacock. He must have been in India forever, although he is something of a newcomer to this valley. He simply rode in one day and took up residence in the monastery, treating the whole thing like a great wrecked palace. He never stirs a foot from the place, but the gentlemen in the valley go up naturally, and I understand he is a most genial host. I called upon him myself out of the grossest sort of curiosity. Curiosity. I eyed the peacock as it crept ever nearer my shoes. Jane shrugged. Oh, you know how stories get started. He is a rather mysterious person, clearly a gentleman and possessing some wealth, but no one knows much about him. Everyone wants to discover the truth, so they put about stories of a great tragic love affair or a cursed inheritance. It's nonsense, of course. He is most likely a younger son of a good family sent out to make his fortune in India and fallen into the habits of secrecy and eccentricity. You have enough experience with that particular failing to know it at a distance, I should think, I said ruefully. Fully began to peck at the toe of my shoe. Jane dropped a few more cherries in his path, and he abandoned me for sweeter prospects. I think eccentricity is a virtue much undervalued, Jane said. Our world would be a drab and uninteresting place if everyone in it were the same. I knew she was thinking of Portia then, and I wondered if she had regrets in breaking off their domestic arrangement to pursue marriage and convention. But then her hand dropped absently to her belly, and I knew that whatever regrets she bore, they could never outweigh the child she carried. Have you considered names? She shook her head. I do not care so long as it is healthy and strong. And a boy, I hazarded. Jane wrapped her shawl more tightly about her shoulders. I wonder. A boy would inherit the place, you know. My understanding is the estate is entailed in the male line. I could give him a future, something to build upon. But a girl would be my own, and I could leave, she finished, her voice breaking. I put my hand out, but she stepped aside, offering me a brave and artificial smile. I am tired now. I ought to go and rest. She left me then, and I puzzled over her capricious moods. Portia had been right to worry over Jane's state of mind. Her moods could be the result of her condition. Heaven knew I had seen enough rampant hysteria in my sisters to last a lifetime. And the ordeal of breaking with Portia and moving to India only to lose Freddie must have been unspeakably hard for her. Adding to that the physical difficulties of expecting a child and the atmosphere in the house, she must have been pushed beyond endurance. But what atmosphere? I wondered suddenly. Portia had spoken of Jane being afraid, almost as if she feared someone in the household. Yet nothing we had seen would account for such a fear. Miss Cavendish had been occasionally brusque, but one could meet 1,000 such Englishwomen any day of the week. Her type was always to be found organizing church bazaars and village fêtes, hardworking and unimaginative but upright and harmless. And as for Harry Cavendish, he had been thoroughly charming. Unless that charm was a facade for something more sinister, I reflected. He had known from birth he was not the heir. Destined to be passed over for the feckless Freddie, mightn't he have harbored a grudge against fate for bestowing his beloved tea garden upon one less deserving? And what was the history of the mysterious White Raja? He had shown kindliness to Jane, but what did he know of the valley and its inhabitants? Elderly bachelors could be as accomplished gossips as their female counterparts, and it occurred to me that there might be very little that went on in the Valley of Eden that he did not know. Between his gentlemen's dinners and tea parties with the ladies, he would have ample opportunity to collect information, were he so inclined. Information he might be persuaded to share, I reflected. I glanced at Fewley and suddenly realized I had a perfect excuse to win myself an introduction to the gentleman. I fixed the peacock with a firm stare and tossed the rest of the basin's contents in front of him. He made a queer chortling sound in his throat and began to peck happily. "Do not get too comfortable, Moan Pound," I advised him. "Your days here are numbered. The fourth chapter, and when old words die out on the tongue, new melodies break forth from the heart, and where the old tracks are lost, new country is revealed with its wonders. Closed path, Rabindranath Tagore." I passed the rest of the morning jotting impressions into my notebook. I had tried valiantly to push all thoughts of Brisbane from my mind, but they were insidious, and I spent rather more time nibbling on the end of my pen than writing. It had occurred to me that if I were to solve the murder of Freddie Cavendish on my own, it might go a long way towards convincing Brisbane of my worthiness as a detecting partner, as well as my ability to have a care for my own safety. I imagined myself rejoining him in Calcutta, proclaiming to his astonished face the identity of Freddie's murderer and collecting his abashed apologies. Even better, I imagined him joining me in the Valley of Eden, having changed his mind, only to find that I had already solved the case. I would be modest and self-effacing, I decided. It would make a better effect merely to smile blandly and tell him it had been quite nothing, really nothing at all, to unmask the villain myself. But first I must establish a crime had been committed, I reflected, and I turned once more to my notebook, neatly setting down everything I had heard. One must have order in an investigation, I had heard Brisbane say often enough, and by the time the morning had finished, I had filled several pages with my thoughts and observations. Luncheon was a quiet affair taken again in the morning room from a buffet of cold dishes laid by Jolly. The custom of the house was for whomever was about to wander in and help themselves after he had rung the gong. Jane took a tray in her room and Harry Cavendish lunched in his office at the tea shed, Miss Cavendish informed us. She was pleasant enough, but I regretted her presence. If it had been only Portia, Plum, and myself, we might have compared notes. As it was, I merely toyed with my food as I listened to Plum converse charmingly with Miss Cavendish. Portia was preoccupied, doubtless thinking of Jane, and I was relieved that Plum bore the brunt of conversation. It was unlike him to exert himself to be civil if he was not in the mood, and I hoped his garrulousness meant he was no longer regretting his enforced chaperonage of his sisters. Miss Cavendish informed us that after luncheon it was the custom to rest. She said this with a genteel belch, and given the amount of food she had consumed, I was not at all surprised. She told us she had planned a tea party in the garden in honor of our arrival. Of course, had I known your party was not complete, I should have delayed until Mr. Brisbane's arrival, she added with the faintest whiff of condemnation. I think she believed Brisbane was a figment of my imagination, but it was clear she did not approve of married ladies traveling without their husbands. "How kind of you, Miss Cavendish," I said with a broad and insincere smile. "He so regrets that he has been detained in Calcutta, but one cannot very well refuse an invitation from the Viceroy. I know he would be deeply vexed if you delayed your entertainment on his account." Plum smothered a snort and Portia raised a brow at me, but I ignored them. There was still much that Miss Cavendish could tell me about the peacocks, and I had every intention of remaining in her good graces. Somewhat mollified, she began to tick off on her fingers. "The doctor will be here, his duties permitting, of course. And the Pennyfeathers, the Reverend, his wife, Cassandra, and their children, Primrose and Robin. I expect they will bring that governess with them," she added, subsiding into disapproval again. Catching the scent of intrigue, I rose to the occasion, adopting a sympathetic tone. "It must be quite difficult to secure a governess in so remote a spot. Have the penny feathers had troubles in that regard? Miss Cavendish's lips tightened. I suppose Miss Thorne has proven satisfactory by their standards. She is a local girl, educated at a convent in Calcutta. Indeed, and she returned here to teach, curious. Her prospects must have been better in Calcutta. Perhaps she was homesick, I observed. Miss Thorne had her reasons for returning to the valley, of that I have no doubt, she said tartly. She fidgeted with her chatelaine then and changed the subject so definitively I knew there would be no further discussion on the topic of Miss Thorne. I should so like you to have met Miss Phipps and her sister, Lady Eastleigh, but they have sent their regrets. An indisposition. Indisposition indeed. I had my doubts about that. Knowing of our suspicions, Emma must have been deeply alarmed when she learned that the Marches had come into the Valley of Eden, but she could not elude us forever. I think you must have forgot, Miss Cavendish, but Miss Phipps and Lady Eastleigh are our cousins, a cadet branch of the March family, Plum put in. Oh. I had indeed forgot, she said, looking momentarily flustered. We spoke of it on the boat coming home. It made a bond between us, of course, and when Lady Eastleigh's husband died, it seemed natural that they should come and stay at the Peacocks until they had got their bearings. Father was very fond of them, particularly Lady Eastleigh. She has a way with the older generation, Miss Cavendish confided. Father could be a little fractious in his last months, and Lady Eastleigh always seemed to be able to soothe him. They played chess together for hours on end, a diversion for them both, and Lady Eastleigh was always kind enough to let him win. Portia and I exchanged glances. What Miss Cavendish imputed to kindness, I attributed to stupidity. Lucy was not half so clever as her sister. And how did they find Pine Cottage? I asked idly. It is part of the estate. Father let it to a widow who died shortly after Lady Eastleigh and her sister arrived. He offered it to them for a peppercorn rent, and they accepted. It was supposed to be for only a short while as they searched for a property of their own to purchase, but they have left off looking to leave us and mean to stay in our valley. She fell into reverie for a moment, then collected herself. We will be a small party, but a merry enough one, I think, if our chief cook can manage the seed cakes. There is always trouble with the seed cakes. She rose and gave us a stiff nod. Until this afternoon, then. Just then Jolly appeared with his little gong. Luncheon is finished. To my astonishment, I found myself rather excited about the notion of a garden party. True, the guest list would be tiny, but it would be a chance to meet the neighbors and sleuth out their opinions about the inhabitants of the Peacocks. I should still have to pay separate calls upon the White Rajah and my cousins, but this would do for a start, I decided. Morag dressed me in a delicious pale turquoise silk with a broad-brimmed hat to match, one darker turquoise plume sweeping down to touch my cheek. There was a warm velvet jacket against the chill of the afternoon, for the mountain air was still cool with the fresh tang of spring upon it. The jacket was toned to match the plume, and beautifully tailored by Parisian hands. It was a flirtatious costume, and as soon as I caught sight of myself in the looking-glass, I regretted that Brisbane was not there. I missed him much more than I had imagined I would, and I was not entirely easy about that. My independence had been hard won, coming with my widowhood in struggle and ashes, and I could not relinquish it without regret. Brisbane had become necessary to me for my happiness. I wondered if he would say the same of me, or was he enjoying himself unreservedly, flitting about the clubs in Calcutta and indulging in a sulk. The thought soured my mood, and I made my way to the garden feeling more annoyance than anticipation. "Cheer up," Portia murmured under the brim of my hat. "You will put everyone off with that lemon face." I set a deliberate smile upon my lips. "Better. No, you look mentally defective. Go back to sulking and stop treading on my hem." Miss Cavendish and no doubt Jolly had created an enchanting setting for a tea party. An assortment of little tables had been brought out and laid with lace cloth and an elaborate silver tea service, as well as a staggering assortment of sweets and cakes and sandwiches heaped on porcelain plates. There were bowls of jam and sugar and little candies dotted here and there, and petals dropped from the trees like silken confetti spangling the grass. Jane was settled into a comfortable chair with a lap robe, and Harry Cavendish went to fetch her a plate of dainties, although from the faintly green cast of her complexion, I suspected she would manage only a cup of tea, if that. Miss Cavendish, in the same rusty black gown she had worn the day before, was speaking to a couple, the Pennyfeathers, no doubt, while a sullen older girl lurked nearby, and a boy of perhaps 12 was tugging at his starched collar. There was no sign of the doctor, and I was not at all surprised to find Plum engrossed in conversation with the most striking young woman I had ever seen. She was dressed in severe gray, a serviceable and correct color, but the dusky hue of her skin demanded vibrant shades to show her to best advantage. Still, with her wide dark eyes and glossy black hair, she was utterly lovely, and I was not surprised to see that when she lifted her hand, her movements were graceful and languid. "Oh God, another attachment we shall have to wean him off of," Portia muttered. I said nothing. Plum had had a string of unsuitable liaisons before falling desperately and somewhat secretly in love with our sister-in-law Violante. Insofar as I knew, I was the only one familiar with his unrequited passion, and as I did not wish to break his confidence, I held my tongue. Just then Miss Cavendish caught sight of us. She hastened to make the proper introductions, gesturing to each of us in turn. "This is the Reverend Pennyfeather and his wife, Cassandra, an American," Miss Cavendish advised us with the merest twitch of the lips. The Reverend Pennyfeather looked precisely as one would expect a Reverend Pennyfeather to look. He was bookish and a little short-sighted, with spectacles that perched on the end of his nose. He peered through them to see us, shaking our hands with great enthusiasm. "How wonderful to meet you at last, Lady Bettiscombe and Lady Julia. You are so very welcome to our pleasant valley," he said warmly. His wife was another story entirely. Swathed in silk robes of violet figured in gold, she was a dramatic and unexpected sight at this thoroughly English garden party. She wore an extraordinary example of the hairdresser's art, dozens of braids and twists clustered at the nape of her neck, and she carried a lorgnette, peering at us as intently as her husband had done, but for different reasons. It soon became apparent. "You must call me Cassandra. I know we are going to be fast friends." Before we could summon replies to this astonishing statement, she went on. "What extraordinary bones you have," she said, looking from Portia to me and back again. "I must photograph you both. You will not refuse me, I hope." Her long, equine face bore no trace of humor, and it seemed an odd juxtaposition, such a serious face with such an outlandish costume. "You are a photographer, then," Portia observed. "Yes, Mrs. Pennyfeather does like to dabble in pictures," Miss Cavendish put in. I did not turn to look at her. I could smell the disapproval from where I stood. "Dabble indeed, Miss Cavendish," sniffed the extraordinary Cassandra Pennyfeather. "I am an artist." She turned to us. "I am composing a series based upon the classical myths of ancient Greece. I have a mind to pose you as Artemis and Athena, the virgin daughters of Zeus." Portia choked a little, and I stepped smoothly into the breach. "How kind of you, Mrs. Pennyfeather, Cassandra," I amended hastily at a gently reproving glance from the lady. "I know I speak for my sister when I say it would be a pleasure and a delight. Perhaps in a week or so, when we have had a chance to recover from the fatigue of our travels." I ignored the fact that Portia had pinched me hard just above the waist. "I hope it bruises," she hissed as she moved away. Cassandra puffed a little sigh. "I suppose if I must be delayed." She made an impatient gesture with her head, and just then one of her little coils seemed to detach itself. "Cassandra," I said, my voice shaking only slightly, "I do not like to seem critical, but it is only Percival." "Come along, darling," she urged. As if to acknowledge the introduction, the little snake curved itself down around her ear and leaned toward me, flicking its tongue in and out in rapid succession as if to taste the air. "You needn't be afraid," said a small voice at my elbow. I looked down to see the Pennyfeather boy regarding me thoughtfully. Percival is a green whip snake, almost entirely harmless. Almost, I said faintly, but he did not elaborate. Cassandra excused herself to coax the curious Percival back into her braids, so I took the opportunity to complete the introduction. "You are Robin, are you not?" I asked, extending my gloved hand. He bowed over it very correctly and straightened with a serious expression. Did I do that well? Mother doesn't care much for formalities, you know, but Father says one must learn manners before one can ignore them. His father gave a chuckle, and I saw that he was looking indulgently at the boy. Robin was an earnest child, with sober dark eyes and a mop of curls that someone had attempted unsuccessfully to subdue with a dampened hairbrush. "You did very well, Master Robin. I have not met an earl's daughter before. I rather thought you would be grander," he observed. "Robin." His father interjected, but I waved him off with a smile. "That is quite all right, Reverend." I returned my attention to Robin. "I never mastered the trick of being grand. If it's all the same to you, I will just be myself." "I would like to be myself," Robin said, pulling at his tight collar and neatly tied neckcloth, "but it's rather difficult at present." "And what do you do when you're being yourself? Do you have lessons?" "Of a sort," Reverend Pennyfeather put in with a smile. "I do the best I can to make certain he has his history and mathematics and modern languages. But I admit, keeping his attention upon his books is a task for a harsher master than I." He looked at his son fondly, and it was apparent that the good Reverend was a kindly and tolerant father. "More often, he escapes the schoolroom and roams the countryside with his cages and nets." "A budding naturalist, then?" I asked. Robin nodded, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. "I mean to be a great natural historian, like Charles Darwin, and make tremendous discoveries. I have already begun my book upon Himalayan fauna," he said, withdrawing a disreputable-looking notebook from his pocket. It was stained with a variety of nasty substances, one of which looked alarmingly like blood, and it smelled vile. But it was thick with notes and specimens, and I had little doubt Master Robin would make a name for himself in the scientific world. And it occurred to me that an observant child might prove an excellent source of information, as well as a perfect excuse for poking about the countryside in search of information. Only later did I reflect that another person might have thought it ruthless to make use of a child, but in that moment I merely seized the opportunity before me. "I should like to see something of the valley whilst I am here," I told him. "And I think you are just the person to show me. Perhaps you will have time to guide me." He tipped his head to one side, and as his curls parted I saw his ears were slightly pointed at the tips like a fawn's. "Of course, but if we see something important, you must promise to be very quiet. That's the only way you see things, you know. If you make noise, you never observe anything," he added, rolling his eyes toward his sister. The Reverend caught the gesture and drew his daughter forward. "Ah, you have not met my eldest, Lady Julia. This is Primrose." She sketched an awkward curtsy, and I offered her my hand. "How kind of you, my dear, but that is not necessary at all. Shake hands with me instead." To my surprise, the sulky mouth drew even farther down, and I thought it was a pity. She might have been a pretty girl were it not for that mouth. Her eyes were a medium, muddy color, with nothing of the dark charm of her brother's, but they were wide and well-shaped under gracefully winged brows, and her complexion was unblemished. Her hair might have been her real beauty, but the thick mass of it was plaited unbecomingly into two long hanks that hung down her back, and her dress was frightful, a girlish mass of ruffles and embellishments that strained at hip and bosom. Something simple and plainly cut would have suited her better, for the childish furbelows only served to underscore her age, whereas a well-cut costume would have lent her dignity and poise. I could not imagine the girl had chosen the dress for herself, for she tugged and fidgeted with it constantly, and more than once I caught her eyes lingering covetously upon my severely tailored silk. She slipped away as soon as she had shaken my hand, mumbling something as she fled toward the table of cakes and pastries. A mistake, I thought, given her rounded figure. Primrose is a little shy, the Reverend offered by way of apology for his daughter's churlishness. He gave me a small smile, and I warmed to him. He seemed a genuinely pleasant fellow, and I quite liked his son, even if his wife and daughter were a little curious. Never mind, Reverend, I was a girl once. I remember how dreadful I was. We all grow out of it, I promise you. The smile deepened. You are very kind. We fell silent, and I realized this was the moment to open my interrogations, however pleasant and innocuous they might seem. We are newly come into your valley, Reverend. You must tell us about the place. We have not yet ventured out to make the acquaintance of our neighbors. His brow furrowed as he thought. You will know the ladies of Pine Cottage, of course, for I hear they are connections of yours. Indeed, I am rather surprised they have not come, I said, glancing around the garden and widening my eyes innocently. I was not the least surprised, of course. Lucy was doubtless still smarting from the awkwardness of our last parting, and Emma would fear the worst exposure as a murderess. But the good Reverend was shaking his head, his expression mournful. Oh no, they do not venture out upon any occasion. The world must come to Pine Cottage, I am afraid, for the ladies are almost perfect recluses. This was interesting intelligence, for Emma was driven by her longing for independence, a need to be her own mistress and to travel and order her own affairs. If she had indeed withdrawn with Lucy into Pine Cottage, then the mystery surrounding them thickened. I shall have to pay a call upon them soon, I offered. And perhaps the White Roger as well, Reverend Pennyfeather chuckled. You must go when you have plenty of time to spare, for he is a garrulous old gentleman and will keep you enchanted for hours with his stories. I do not know if half of them are false, but he is a raconteur without parallel, I promise you. He leaned forward, pitching his voice to a tone that promised confidences. I will say to you that Miss Cavendish does not wholly approve of the old fellow. She thinks him indelicate in his morality. She is a good soul, he hastened to add, but she can be a little unyielding at times. She is comfortable with her own lapses of conventionality, but sometimes finds them troubling in others. I glanced to the tea table where she was bent at the waist to pour the tea, her back rigid within her corset. Unyielding indeed. I do understand, I told him. I shall be discreet about my visit. He gave me an approving nod. That would be best. No need to trouble Miss Cavendish about things that do not concern her. Just then his attention was diverted to the sight of Plum still conversing with the dusky beauty at his side. Is that your Miss Thorne? I asked. He started, then recovered himself with a rueful smile. Oh, yes, Miss Thorne is in our employ to finish Primrose. He shook his head. A waste, I think. Primrose is all right, or at least she will be in time. It seems a cruel choice, he added softly, and I was startled, although I could not disagree. To force Primrose, awkwardly positioned as she was between girlhood and maturity, to be in the constant company of the exquisite Miss Thorne could only prove damaging for the girl's confidence. Perhaps Miss Thorne will smooth the way for her. Becoming a grown woman of accomplishment is a difficult task. And Cassandra is rather too occupied to put her hand to it. She is an artist, you know, he said, casting a proud glance at his wife. She had just emerged from the house, Percival once more securely tucked into her braids. She strode dramatically through the garden, breaking off a large, luscious blossom to tuck into her neckline. I cannot think Miss Cavendish will like that, the Reverend murmured, a twinkle in his eye. I smiled at him. I think it is time for some refreshment, Reverend. The next half-hour or so passed pleasantly enough. As expected, Miss Cavendish made a sharp remark about the blossom nesting in Cassandra's neckline, but the lady simply waved an airy hand, scattering crumbs from a plum tart as she did so. I imagine not much troubled Cassandra, for she wore the imperturbable expression of an artist to whom material needs are never a concern. I had seen it before upon Plum, but to my surprise, He made no attempt to speak to his kindred spirit. His attentions were fully occupied by the lovely Miss Thorne. The more I watched them, the more interested I became, for she seemed entirely unmoved by his conversation, an unusual thing for Plum. He was, by virtue both of excellent birth and considerable personal attractions, quite accustomed to reciprocal attentions from any lady toward whom he cast his eye, with the obvious and painful exception of our sister-in-law, Violante. Being met with demure detachment would only whet his appetites, I suspected, and it certainly fired the interest of another, for more than once I detected the surreptitious stare of Miss Cavendish directed toward the pair. Before I could reflect further upon the matter, I saw Jane rise, give a little cry and put her hands to her belly, then fall backward into her chair again. In an instant, Plum was supporting her with the aid of Harry Cavendish, while the Reverend hovered, looking worried. Miss Thorne hastened to shepherd the children aside, and Portia, her brow white with fear, took Jane's hands. "I am sorry," Jane said, giving a shaky smile. "I felt suddenly unwell. I am better now," she said, but her face held no color and her hands trembled in Portia's. She gave a quick gasp and took hold of her belly again. Portia looked around wildly, speaking to no one in particular. "She has another month yet. It is too soon." Miss Cavendish stepped forward. "Gentlemen, if you will convey Mrs. Cavendish to her room, we will attend her." It was a sign of Jane's discomfort that she did not demur, but allowed herself to be hoisted gently between Plum and Harry, the Reverend following closely behind should they have need of him. Cassandra had been watching with a sort of curious detachment, and as we left the garden, I heard Miss Thorne's voice for the first time, low and beautifully modulated. "I think it best if I take the children home now," she said firmly, and Cassandra Pennyfeather seemed to recall herself then. "Oh, I suppose so. I may as well come too," she replied, trailing after her children and lifting a languid hand to me in farewell. But Cassandra's peculiarities faded from my mind as soon as I reached Jane's room. Portia was busy settling Jane comfortably into bed. The others had gathered just outside the door, and an argument of sorts seemed to be brewing. "She must have medical attention," Plum was saying, infusing his words with all the authority of 1,000 years of nobility. He was accustomed to snapping his fingers and having his will obeyed without question, but the Cavendishes exchanged glances with Reverend Pennyfeather, a silent conspiracy of sorts, and it occurred to me that if Jane's life were to hang in the balance, the Cavendishes could well hasten the end simply by refusing medical treatment for her. "My brother is right," I said in ringing tones. I too was accustomed to imposing my will. "Why do you hesitate to send for the doctor? I am told there is one in the vicinity. Do you wish Jane ill that you would even hesitate upon the matter?" To her credit, Miss Cavendish looked properly horrified. "Of course not. Jane is of the family now. She is one of us, and her child," she broke off, her eyes fixed upon Harry's. "Very well, we will send for the doctor." "No," Harry exclaimed, and even the good Reverend shook his head. "Camelia, you dare not." Something of Harry's insistence, or perhaps it was the Reverend's familiarity, stopped her. Miss Cavendish's hands clenched and unclenched at her sides, working quickly as she stood between the two factions, my brother and I to one side of her, Harry and the Reverend to the other. "Why?" I demanded of the Reverend. He darted his eyes to Miss Cavendish, and she nodded slowly, as if bestowing permission. "He is indisposed. He was supposed to come with us today, but when we called for him, we found him unwell. He cannot attend Mrs. Cavendish." "He may at least be consulted," retorted Plum. "No, he cannot," Miss Cavendish said, spitting out the words as if they sat bitterly upon her tongue. "He is an inebriate. If he sees her whilst he is under the influence of hard spirits, he might well kill her." This time there was no significant exchange of glances, but rather a deliberate failure to look at one another. Harry studied his boot tips while Miss Cavendish stared at her fists, and the Reverend shoved his hands roughly through his hair, unsettling his spectacles a little. "Who else?" I demanded. Someone must attend to women in their time if the doctor is unreliable, one of the native women if there is no one else. If I had expected Miss Cavendish to be outraged by the suggestion that a native woman attend the mistress of the peacocks, she did not show it. Instead, she nodded slowly. It might do. Mary Benevolence was a midwife for years. She delivered Harry and Freddie both. She only left off when the doctor came to the valley, but I dare say she has not lost the knowledge. You cannot let the cook attend Jane, remonstrated Harry severely. To my astonishment, Miss Cavendish turned on him fiercely. What choice do we have? If the child dies and you did nothing to prevent it, what will people say? The color drained sharply from his face, and when he spoke, his voice was a dry whisper. Of course. I didn't think. I will fetch her. He turned and ran toward the stairs, returning a moment later with a tiny woman who stood no taller than my elbow. She was dressed in typical Hindu fashion, her arms bared, but she wore a rosary at her belt, and when she approached us, she crossed herself. Her hair was white as the snows of Kanchenjunga, and I put her at something over 60 years of age. Her arms, though, were sinewy and brown, and her hands supple and strong. Her step was firm and her eyes bright and clear. "You have need of me, lady?" she asked her mistress, and to my astonishment her English was spoken with the slightest trace of an Irish brogue. Miss Cavendish nodded toward the closed door. "Mrs. Cavendish, it is the baby." Mary Benevolence shook her head. "Too soon. You wish that I should look at her?" "Yes." Miss Cavendish looked at us all anxiously, then took a deep breath and squared her shoulders, collecting her courage. "Do whatever you must to save Mrs. Cavendish and her child should they be in danger." Mary Benevolence gave her an inscrutable look. "And if I can save only one—" "Save them both," snapped Harry. He turned on his heel and left, but Miss Cavendish nodded toward Mary Benevolence to second the commission. The little woman disappeared into the room, and we were left alone then, the four of us. "If I may offer a prayer for the health of Mrs. Cavendish and the child," the Reverend murmured. Plum and I had little religion, but it suddenly seemed right and good that we should pray for Jane, and I felt a rush of gratitude toward the man as we bowed our heads. When it was done, he took his leave of us, and Miss Cavendish resumed her usual brusque manner. "I must go to the kitchen. Without Mary Benevolence to oversee them, the staff will have done precisely nothing toward supper, and there ought to be beef tea for Jane and some hot milk." "A moment," I said, catching her attention. "I am curious about your cook." Miss Cavendish gave a little sigh. "My father was devoted to his Irish mother. In her honor, he opened the Buddhist temple on the ridge to an order of nuns from Donegal. The sisters were unsuited to the life here and eventually abandoned the place, but for a while they ran the only school in the valley. Mary Benevolence was taught to read and write and to speak English there. She also converted to Catholicism, but it was from her mother that she learned the art of midwifery. She delivered all of the babies in the valley until the doctor came. At the mention of the man, her expression hardened, and it seems she may have to do so again. "Has he always been an inebriate?" I asked. "No, he has not. He was a lovely gentleman, very quiet, devoted to his wife. Oh, he liked to drink from time to time, but when she died, he seemed unable to gather himself up again." Miss Cavendish's eyes were coldly unsympathetic. "He has a duty to the people of this valley, a duty he neglects in order to nurture his own grief. He would find a better remedy for his pain if he applied himself to his responsibilities," she finished, thrusting her way past me towards the kitchens. "Cold comfort there," Plum observed, raising his brows after her. "Yes, but she does have a point. Pain, grief, loneliness, they are quicksand. They will consume a man if he does not lift a finger to extricate himself." "If you struggle in quicksand, you die faster," Plum corrected. I waved an impatient hand. "You know what I mean. If a man in peril uses his wits and his natural ingenuity, he may save himself. But a man who gives up has already perished." The words cut too near the bone, I think, for Plum fell into a reverie, and we said nothing more of significance as the hours ticked away. From time to time we could hear voices from within Jane's room, and once a terrible, prolonged sob. But at length Mary Benevolence appeared, her face drawn but smiling. "The child lives and the mother as well," she told us. I clutched at Plum's arm in relief, and he squeezed my hand in return. "Is it born?" he asked. She shook her head. "No, the pains have stopped and they both rest. She must not rise again until the child is born. Peaceful repose, that is what is required now." "Of course," I told her. "We will do whatever we can to take care of her." Mary Benevolence bowed her head. "I will bring her some refreshment to build her strength, and then she will sleep again. No visitors tonight, I think." "I understand," I told her, suddenly happy that Jane's care rested in the hands of this tiny, determined woman. "Thank you for all you have done for her." She looked at me in surprise. "But it is my duty. She is Mr. Freddie's wife and she carries his child. She belongs to this house and to this valley now." With that, Mary Benevolence padded away and Plum and I exchanged glances. "I suppose we can do nothing more tonight," he said. "I think I will take a tray in my room and go straight to bed. It has been exhausting doing nothing," he added with a smile. I did not reprove him for his levity. Such relief after so much worry was disorienting. It left one light-headed and peculiar. Plum hastened to his room while I wandered slowly after, stretching the muscles that had stiffened after hours of sitting in the hall. And as my body stirred to life, so did my mind, and I saw what I ought to have seen hours before. It was entirely possible that Freddie Cavendish had not been murdered at all. The 5th chapter henceforth I deal in whispers. Untimely leave Rabindranath Tagore. I lay awake late into the night, pondering the implications of Freddie Cavendish's death. If he had been treated by the doctor, perhaps it was simply mischance, a professional lapse of judgment that caused his death, and nothing more. We had seized upon Portia's insistence that Freddie had been murdered, but what was there in the way of actual proof? A few vaguely unsettled letters from Jane that might well have been the product of a mind overwrought by grief and her condition. We had seen firsthand the kindliness of the Cavendishes. They had neither the warmth nor the affection of the Marches, to be sure, but they were dutiful, and seemed to take every proper care of Jane as the possible mother of the heir to the Peacocks. True, Miss Cavendish seemed unwilling to relinquish the role of chatelaine, but I found it hard to fault her for it. She had ruled the household with a firm hand for decades, and it would be difficult to turn either her keys or her responsibilities over to a newcomer. Jane, for her part, had always left domestic arrangements to Portia and busied herself with her pottery and her music. I could not imagine her counting the linen and poking her nose into the store cupboards as Miss Cavendish doubtless did. Could the whole of the trouble then be laid at the door of the twin pressures of Jane's widowhood and impending motherhood? I had seen enough of my own sisters become hysterical, while they carried to know that it was not the most docile and sensible of times. And coming hand in glove with widowhood, I could not imagine the strain upon Jane's nerves. They would be strung taut as bowstrings, and it would take very little more to make them snap. No, there was no evidence as yet that Freddie had been murdered, and for all my excited sleuthing and recording of suspicious behavior in my notebook, I had quite forgot the most important part of any investigation was to begin at the beginning. Clearly, the beginning here was determining the cause of Freddie Cavendish's death. I buried my face in my pillow, deeply chagrined that I had started so wide of the mark, and doubly glad that Brisbane had not been about to see it. I should start fresh in the morning, I promised myself. I would ask the right questions of the right people, and I would learn all that I could about the mysterious doctor who had lost his wife to a man-eating tiger. At last I slid into sleep, but even as I slept I heard the high, keening cry of the peacock, calling over and again in the night. The next morning I arose full of determination and plans, all of which were thwarted almost immediately. I had thought to call upon the doctor with a pretense of some minor ailment, but Portia flatly refused to leave the estate. "Jane cannot leave the house, and I cannot leave Jane," she informed me. The dark crescents purpling the skin under her eyes told me she had not left her the whole of the previous night. "I slept in a chair," she confirmed as she helped herself to breakfast. She took only a piece of toast and some tea. A lone stewed peach sat forlornly upon her plate. "Today I will have a small bed moved into her room, so I will be there in the night should she have need of me. You will wear yourself to nothing if you do not get proper food and rest," I said mildly. "And then who will nurse Jane?" Her face took on the mulish expression I knew too well. "I am stronger than you give me credit for, Julia. I trust you will find something to amuse yourself." I toyed with my own peach. It had been well cooked, with a dusting of nutmeg in the syrup, but I had little appetite. I had thought to call upon the doctor. "It would be much more appropriate if you came with me." "Out of the question," she said, but to mollify me she took a bit of porridge. "I have far too much to do. I have a trunk full of books I have not yet read. I can read them to Jane. Also, she would like to see the garden, so I must have her bed moved a little to give her a view from the window. And her linen ought to be changed freshly each morning. I will have to instruct the maids." Portia was a force to be reckoned with when given her head, so I sat back and merely sipped at my tea as she narrowed her gaze in my direction. "What do you mean to do today, dearest?" she asked. I thought a moment. "We still do not know if Freddie was murdered," I said, casting a quick glance over my shoulder to make quite certain we were not overheard. "If this doctor is so incompetent, it might merely have been a bungled job on his part." I was so busy pondering motive I never bothered to find out precisely how Freddie died. "That must be the first order of business." Portia nodded, but her gaze was far away, and I knew the question of Freddie's murder was nothing to her so long as Jane was in need. I sighed. I was alone in my investigation, I realized, with no faithful companion to help me gather evidence or sort impressions, except perhaps Plum. He was at loose ends, I reflected, with neither occupation nor encumbrances. He was quick-witted and could be discreet if the importance of discretion had been impressed upon him, and he was charming enough to entice information out of anyone if he chose. Yes, he would do quite nicely, I concluded. And just as I made up my mind to make a partner of him, Plum entered the breakfast room, resplendent in a cherry-colored waistcoat and a cravat of striped green and white. "It is a very fine day today," I told him. "So fine it would be a waste for you to stay at the Peacocks," I began with an eye to inviting him upon my investigations. "Indeed," he agreed, "and that is why I mean to begin my sketches of Kanchenjunga. I have in mind a series of paintings based upon the mountain, perhaps even a mural." He attacked his food with gusto. "And you?" I summoned a bleak smile. "I suppose I shall pay some calls, alone." Determined to pursue my investigations even if I must do so alone, I collected my things and left word with Miss Cavendish not to expect me to luncheon. The second cook provided me with a bit of flat Indian bread and some crumbling white cheese to put into my pocket should I have need of it, and I took up my parasol, buoyed by the thought of properly beginning my own investigation at last. I had just reached the front door of the Peacocks when I heard my name called. I turned to find Harry emerging from his office carrying a small bundle. "If you mean to go abroad on your own, you must take this," he advised me, unwrapping the bundle and holding out his hand. Upon his palm lay a small pistol, a delicate feminine piece with mother-of-pearl inlaid upon the grip. "It looks like a toy," I observed. "A very pretty toy." "Pretty but lethal," he corrected. "You were country-bred, so I presume you know how to fire it. Mind you're careful. It is loaded." He brandished the pistol and I shied. "Is the valley so thick with brigands that I must go armed?" I asked with a forced air of jollity. But he was stingy with his charming smiles that day, and I was struck by the seriousness of his expression. "Not brigands. Tigers, one in particular, as I am sure you have heard." He's a nasty brute, and you are our responsibility. I have already made certain that Mr. March was armed before he left to go sketching. I would be remiss if I did not do the same for you, Lady Julia." I reached a tentative hand to take the pistol from him. "Forgive me, but I hardly think so small a gun could stop a tiger," I observed. "It is not for the tiger," he said soberly. "It holds 2 shots. The first is for you should you be attacked." My mouth felt suddenly dry, my tongue cleaving to the roof of my mouth. I tried to swallow. "And the second?" I asked. I raised my eyes from the pistol in my hand to his grim gaze. "There would not be time for the second. Believe me when I tell you not to hesitate. I have seen the alternative, and it is not the sort of death any human being should suffer." I secured the pistol in my pocket. "I suppose I ought to thank you, Mr. Cavendish, for the loan of the weapon. Pray God you never have to use it." He swung round on his booted heel and left me then, returning to his office and closing the door firmly behind him. I felt the weight of the pistol, small as it was, through the layers of petticoats. I sighed, wishing yet again that Brisbane had come. But he had not, and mooning about would solve nothing, I reminded myself firmly. I went in search of Jolly. I had a few details to discuss with him, but he quickly sorted out what I required and in a matter of minutes presented me with Fewley. The bird was wearing a collar and lead of thin gilded leather, walking sedately behind the butler. I blinked at the sight of them. "I apologize, Jolly, if I was not clear in my request. I want to return Fewley to his previous owner on behalf of Mrs. Cavendish. I need a basket of some sort and a wheeled conveyance." Jolly inclined his head. "This thing is not possible, Memsa Julie," he said with his usual courtliness. "I thought there was a donkey cart," I began. He bowed slightly again. "And a goat cart as well, but alas, the donkey does not like the bird Fewley. And the goats. Bird Fewley does not like the goats. But these things are not of importance, for the path is too steep to admit either conveyance. A person must walk upon his own feet to see the monastery that faces the snows of Kanchenjunga." I cocked my head curiously. "You have been there, Jolly?" "Of course, Memsa Julie. I received my letters there," he said with an air of pride, and it occurred to me that this very correct servant doubtless spoke far more languages than I when it was a school run by the Irish nuns. I inquired, again the sober nod. "Very well. Then you would know the path best, I suppose, and I must walk leading that creature," I said, raising a brow at the peacock. He fixed me with one large dark eye, and I thought I saw malice there. "I do not think he likes me very much, Jolly." "No, he does not, but this must not distress you, Memsa Julie. The bird Fewley does not like anyone." I smiled at him. "A small consolation. Very well, I will walk." One last bow from him, and the bird Fewley and I were on our way. Against all expectations, he followed sedately along, the plumes of his tail undulating softly in the dirt of the road. I kept up a soft flow of chatter, hoping to keep him calm so long as we walked. I had never seen a peacock attack, but that did not mean they were incapable of such a thing. If the murals on the walls of the dining room were anything to judge by, they were occasionally seized by great ferocity, and I had no wish to be on the receiving end of those menacing talons. We passed a field planted with tea, the glossy green bushes stretching in tidy rows as far as the eye could see, and I noticed that the pickers were in the field, busily gathering the first flush of the harvest. They wore bright, colorful clothes, with enormous wicker baskets strapped to their backs by means of leather thongs that circled their brows twice over. They bent and snipped off the upper leaves and buds of the plant, flinging the green matter over their shoulders and into the baskets without looking, with a skill born of long practice. It was mesmerizing to watch, the peaceful rhythm of the pickers' arms moving as if in a dance as the mist burned from the valley under the spring sun. But I had not come to stare at the pickers, I reminded myself, and I clucked at Fewley to hurry him along. In a few minutes' time we reached the crossroads, marked by the Buddhist stupa Miss Cavendish had remarked upon. It was a sort of religious monument of the type we had seen many times upon our journey from Calcutta. They varied enormously, but always with a dome firmly upon a square base, the whole affair crowned with a spire from which stretched great lengths of rope tied with hundreds of squares of brightly colored fabrics prayer flags, whipping in the wind to wing the prayers of the faithful ever upward. Next to the stupa, a child was playing near a bundle of laundry. I paused in my chatter to Fewley to greet the boy. I nodded, certain we did not share a language, but to my surprise he returned the greeting in my own tongue. "Hello, lady. My granny says only foolish ladies talk to birds," he said, nodding toward the bundle of laundry. As I watched, the bundle began to unfold itself a little, revealing a human form, thickly shrouded in white robes and veils. Next to the bundle sat a begging bowl and a bell, the traditional accoutrements of a leper. I smiled to show I had taken no offense. "Tell your granny I have no coins with me today, but if she is here again, I will bring some tomorrow." The boy shrugged. "Granny believes all that passes is the will of the gods, lady. If the gods will it, she will come. If they do not, she will not." Suddenly, the bundle began to speak, a terrible gabbling sound, and I realized her tongue must have been claimed by the unspeakable disease. The boy listened, then turned to me. "Granny says she would tell your fortune if you tarried a moment with us." I glanced up to the steep path that wound sharply upward toward the monastery and sighed. It would be a fairly long climb, and I wanted to be on my way before Fewley decided to throw off his mantle of good behavior. "Tell your granny that I thank her for the offer, but I must attend to my business now." Again the gabbling sound, and again the boy translated. "Ladies do not have business at the house of the White Rajah." "This lady does," I said tartly. I gave them a sharp nod and tugged at Fewley's lead. "Come, bird." I stalked up the path to the ridge, stamping out my annoyance with each step as I muttered at the bird. "Really, Fewley, can you believe the effrontery? I do not require the commentary of leprous grannies on my activities. It is entirely my own affair whom I visit, and for what purpose." I continued on in this vein for some time, giving voice to my feelings, until at last we reached the gates of the monastery and I stopped to gape at the sight before me. The monastery was a large building, much more spacious than I had realized from the vantage point of the valley below. It stood 2 full stories with a 3rd story that formed a sort of cupola perched atop, the corners of the roofline swinging out into the wings of a pagoda. The windows and doors were trimmed in gold, or at least they had been once, for glimmers of the once magnificent paint still shone. The rest of the exterior had been whitewashed and painted in exuberant shades of red and blue, with gilding to pick out the details of the animals that processed just under the roofline, dragons or demons. I could not tell which. As I stood, mesmerized by the sight of the place, I noticed the garden gates swung upon their hinges in mute invitation. I looked past them to the ruins of a once beautiful garden. The statuary had crumbled and the walls had fallen into decay, but the vines and plants were still lush and fruitful, and the path to the door had recently been clipped. I hesitated. "There is nothing to be nervous about, Fewley. We are simply calling upon the old gentleman with an eye to gathering some information. Perfectly harmless," I reassured him as we ventured forward. I heard a rustling in the bushes and then a shriek rent the air, reverberating in the high mountain silence around us. It was only another peacock, but I started, treading upon Fewley's tail, for which he scolded me soundly with a brusque noise I had not heard him make before. "There is nothing quite like an angry peacock to put you in your place, is there?" came a gentle, rueful voice from the doorway of the monastery, a gentle, rueful British voice. I could not see into the shadows, but a hand reached out and beckoned. "Come in and take tea with me, child. Chang will see to the bird." I dropped the lead, perfectly happy to be rid of my pretense at last. "Farewell, Fewley," I murmured as I passed into the house. The room I entered was a sort of gallery, set with windows the length of it to overlook the garden. It was dim, lit only with the flame of a single lamp that burned upon a low table, and before my eyes had adjusted, I realized my host had disappeared. Only a whisper of silken robe whisking around the corner betrayed his presence. I followed and found myself in a small, intimate chamber. There were no windows here, and the only light came from a series of hanging lanterns fashioned into brass dragons. There was no furniture save for a very low table and a small chest to one side. The floor had been laid with intricately woven rush mats scattered with silken cushions, and the walls were paneled in fragrant wood, inlaid with cinnabar. My host had seated himself nimbly upon a cushion and beckoned for me to do the same. I pondered the best way to do so, then created a sort of organized fall to my knees and thence to the side. "Well done," said my host. "Most ladies dither and dawdle. You have comported yourself as a very flower of gracefulness," he assured me, although I was quite certain I had not. If I had expected him to call a servant to serve us, I was mistaken, for the little chest was within reach, and I soon realized he meant to do the honors himself. A small brazier heated the water, and in a very few minutes he had assembled his impedimenta. He rocked back on his heels to wait for the water to come to the boil, and as he did so, I took the opportunity to study him. He was a very little bit younger than I had expected, perhaps 60, with a full head of silvery white hair, the locks falling to his shoulders. A single streak of black swept from one temple, giving him a faintly piratical look, and his brows were still firmly marked and dark. He moved with a supple grace that indicated a man of still frequent activity, and his brown skin bespoke time spent out of doors. He might have been a soldier once, for I had often seen such weather-beaten looks upon the faces of those who had served Her Majesty in such a capacity. He moved easily, as if the joints that rebelled against so many his age did not afflict him, and his hands, large and surprisingly gentle with the tea things, bore no trace of swelling or stiffness, although I noticed the tip of one finger was missing. "Have you finished, then?" he asked, his voice still gentle. I started. "Finished." He turned and gave me a smile, revealing strong white teeth. He wore oriental robes, but his beard and mustaches were neatly trimmed as any gentleman walking down Bond Street. "I have given you ample opportunity to take my measure. If you have not done so, I will be vastly disappointed in you, Lady Julia. You know me. Of course, it is my business to know all that happens in this valley. Does that sound sinister? Dear me, I do not intend for it to be so. But I have been in India a very long time, child. I have seen deeds that would make God himself weep. A man who does not know what folk are whispering into their pillows at night is a man who does not wish to live. I thought of the mutiny of 1857, the atrocities committed. None had been spared, not women, not babies, and if the White Rajah had seen any of it for himself, it would have left its mark upon him. He brought the tea things to the table then, a low bowl for each of us and the large closed bud of a flower. He moved with the deft gestures of a conjurer as he poured the hot water over each, and as the steaming water hit the petals, the flower bud twisted and writhed and burst into flower. "How beautiful," I breathed. He smiled a magician's smile. "Exquisite, is it not? The same thing happens in your teapot every day, although I dare say you do not see it. The water touches the dry leaves, and in that moment they dance and they struggle and give themselves up to the water, yielding the gift of their fragrance, their essence. It is called the agony of the leaves." He poured his own water, then settled himself upon his cushion. "Now, my dear, drink your tea and brighten an old man's hour and tell me why you have come." I sipped at the tea. It was faintly scented with jasmine, the perfume light and ethereal upon my tongue. "It is about the peacock. I'm afraid Fewley is a bit noisy at present and Mrs. Cavendish requires her rest." He nodded. Poor child, I heard she has fallen ill. I know I need not ask you to convey to her my best wishes. She has suffered so in these past months. It grieves me." I was touched by his compassion toward Jane. "She has, and she says you have been a good friend to her." If the lighting had been better, I am certain I would have seen a blush upon his cheek, for he looked suddenly pleased and ducked his head a little. "She is a lovely girl, and it was good of her to come and befriend me, the old hermit upon his rock," he said, smiling ruefully at his surroundings. "How did you come to live in such a place?" I ventured. "It is an extraordinary sight, but so remote. I should fear loneliness." He regarded me for a long moment, and I could see the ghosts of the past in his eyes. "When you are as old as I am, you come to realize that there are worse evils in life than loneliness." He fell silent, and when he lifted his cup, his hands trembled a little. A sip of the tea seemed to revive him, and when he replaced the cup, his hands were steady once more. He smiled again. "Besides, sometimes I am fortunate enough to have the company of beautiful young ladies to while away my loneliness." It was my turn to sip silently at my tea, although privately I had thought my emerald green silk quite becoming. "People in this valley have been very kind," he went on. "They were naturally nervous of a stranger in their midst, and curious stories were put about. I am accustomed to such idle talk," he added, and I saw a gleam of light in his eyes. They were curious eyes, of so bright and piercing a blue as to recall the Mediterranean sky, and I thought that when he was a young man, he must have been very handsome. I wondered if some of the gossip about him might have its root in the fact that he was still a striking-looking man. "But I cannot blame them," he went on. "I am a figure fit for curiosity with my old-fashioned and solitary ways." I nodded toward his costume, collecting the rest of the room with my glance. "But one only has to look about to understand it. Such clothing is exotic, but I dare say comfortable. And the house itself is lovely, far different from what I expected." He spread his hands, and I noticed he wore a significant emerald upon his finger. It was a monastery and a convent school, but it was for a short time a palace as well, and the prince who brought his bride to this place fitted it for her every comfort. "It has fallen to decay like the man who dwells within," he added with a smile of deprecation, "but it is still worthy of some admiration." "Also like the man who dwells within," I returned. He broke into a delighted smile. "I begin to think you engage in a flirtation, Lady Julia. I must say, nothing charms an old man more than a young woman who will take the time to offer him a bit of flattery. You have bewitched me, child, and I will offer you in return the compliment of honesty. You did not come about the peacock." I opened my mouth, but he waved, the emerald glinting in the lamplight. "Do not deny it. Your reputation for curiosity precedes you. You are astonished that I should know so much." "My dear, I have a broad and varied acquaintance. One does not live so long without meeting a number of people," he said waggishly. "But one of the advantages of an hermetic life is that one may write to them without suffering the burden of their company. I have heard stories of your impetuosity and your abilities as an amateur sleuth. You have come to delve into some mystery in our valley, and I wish to offer myself as a humble henchman of sorts. I do not stir from this place, not a step will I take beyond the garden wall, but the walls have eyes and the walls have ears, and they relate what they know to me. My servant, Chang, is friendly with many of the other house servants. I hear tales, and if you will confide in me, I will do you whatever service I can." I hesitated, and he was clever enough not to press me further. "That is very kind of you, sir, but I am here to support Jane, and to winkle out the truth about her husband's death." My expression must have betrayed my astonishment, for he gave a chuckle that ended upon a wheeze. "It was not so very difficult to guess," he said, his tone laced with apology. "I should not have sprung it upon you, but you must see that I want to help. I have not many opportunities to offer my aid to anyone these days. I am an aging chevalier without a quest, a knight whose armor has grown rusty and whose eyes are dim. But I am yours, dear lady, if I can perform any service, however small." He swept me a courteous bow then, and I felt a surge of pity. He was a curious character, doubtless full of interesting stories from his travels, but who would know of that here? I thought of Miss Cavendish, and that she would not call upon him because his house bore the whiff of the disreputable. I thought of the gentleman who came to while away a few hours, perhaps in cards or a bottle of old port. Such evenings must be few and far between, and with only his Chang for company, the old gentleman must be lonely in ways I could not imagine. And then I thought of the investigation. My erstwhile partners had deserted me to pursue their own interests, Portia to nurse Jane and Plum to trail lovelorn after Miss Thorne. If I meant to win an advantage over Brisbane, I should have to take every possible opportunity presented to me. The White Rajah was waiting, expectant. "Of course," I said, feeling a little abashed when I saw the expression of sincere pleasure suffuse his face. "Marvelous! How kind of you, my dear, to brighten an old man's day. Now what would you like to know?" he asked, presenting me with a plate of tiny almond biscuits. I had not seen them upon the table, nor had I seen him remove them from the chest. He seemed to conjure them from thin air. But his expression was thoroughly bland, and I told myself I must simply have let my attention lapse. I thought a moment, recalling myself to the matter at hand. "You are quite right. I am not convinced that Freddie Cavendish's death was a murder, but the trouble is, I do not know enough to determine if it was suspicious at the time. How exactly did he die?" "Snakebite," the Rajah said promptly. I felt a little queasy. How awful, a sudden thought assailed me. Are there many venomous snakes here? Any number, my dear, but it was no venomous snake that bit him. No, Freddie was careless. He was bitten by a very tiny, very tame snake, a creature so docile it lives in a lady's coiffure. "Percival," I cried, nearly upsetting my cup. The White Rajah winced a little. "That is rather fine Japanese porcelain, my dear. I have so few of them left." I settled the cup and gave him a smile by way of apology. "Are you speaking of Cassandra Pennyfeather's pet?" "Ah, you have met the good lady," he said, rubbing his hands together. "Is she not a delight?" I confess, I do appreciate a bit of eccentricity, and Mrs. Pennyfeather does not disappoint. "She calls here upon occasion, or at least she used to do," he said, a trifle wistfully. "I suppose she is far too busy now the children are growing up and she has her art." "I am sure that she is," I said dismissively. I was far more interested in Percival. If Percival is not a poisonous snake, then how did its bite come to kill Freddie? Infection, I'm afraid. Such things are far more common in India than in England, you know, even at this elevation. Freddie seemed to be coming along quite well, and then he fell ill, violently so, with an infection of the blood. He died in a few days. I turned the facts over in my head. No one would have caused such a bite deliberately. There is no point if the snake is not venomous, but blood poisoning could have been brought on by a doctor's incompetence, I said slowly. The White Rajah nodded sadly. Poor Llewellyn. He was desperately in love with his wife. But tigers are a real threat in the Himalayas from time to time, and she was unlucky. He carries a tremendous burden of guilt over the whole affair. Because he was not with her when she was attacked, I hazarded. Because he could not save her. There is no greater grief to a man than losing a woman he might have saved, he said softly, and something in his voice made me believe his comment did not speak only to the doctor's situation. Some past grief had marked the Rajah and left him as he was, a slightly ridiculous, lonely, kindly old man. "I understand he has become an inebriate," I said, nibbling at an almond biscuit. They were feather-light and crisp, melting upon my tongue. The Rajah shrugged. "He is Welsh. No head for strong drink and a melancholy streak to boot. Many an evening he has left this house the worse for wear. He nearly finished my entire supply of port last winter," he added, looking affronted. "Was he intoxicated whilst he treated Freddie?" "Doubtless," he replied robustly. "The poor fellow was entirely incapable the afternoon his wife was carried home on a litter. She lived, you see, for some time in an unspeakable agony, but he could not treat her, and he was the only one who might have saved her. After that, it became exceedingly difficult to find him without the effect of drink upon him. There was something slightly prim about the Rajah that made me believe he did not care for such immodest behavior. For all his reputation as a roguish old devil, the Rajah was proving to be something of a maiden aunt in his morality. I sighed. I do not see how it will be possible to prove then that Freddie was killed by anything other than natural causes or the doctor's incompetence. The sting of my failure was sharp and merciless. I had not realized until that moment precisely how much I wanted to triumph in this investigation and face Brisbane as an equal. "I do not know," the Rajah said slowly, stroking his beard with a thoughtful air. "It might have been done, but by a clever hand. Striking down a young and healthy fellow can be a difficult trick, although the stories I could tell you of my time in Cawnpore would curl that pretty hair of yours," he said with a meaningful nod. "But suppose someone had a grudge against young Freddie, or a reason to wish him out of the line of inheritance. Such a person could bide their time, waiting for an opportunity poised to strike at him, and then it comes, opportunity in the form of a tiny snake bite. It is nothing, the merest scratch it would seem, but it is the vulnerable spot in the impregnable fortress, is it not? Because it is not merely a scratch, but the means by which poison may be introduced without anyone being the wiser." He broke off, his eyes shining, his color almost alarmingly high. I began to fear he might have an apoplexy at his excitement, and I endeavored to calm him. "Perhaps," I allowed, "but it will be very difficult to prove." "Then we must seek out the guilty conscience," he said, his eyes suddenly sly and devilish. "The folk here are good, God-fearing people. If someone did hasten poor Freddie's end, they will feel the sting of it, mark me well. Someone will not be sleeping well at night. Their nerves will be strung taut as an archer's bow. We have only to ask the right questions, but deftly and with great subtlety, and then watch. Watch for a reaction," he said impatiently. "Did you never play with a crucible, child? One puts the various elements together in the bowl of the crucible, but this alone is not enough for a chemical reaction. One must apply heat," he added, rubbing his hands together in glee. I felt a thrust of worry. "Sir, I must remind you that to fence with murderers is a fool's game, and I ought to know. I have done it often enough and been lucky to escape with my life. You cannot simply dangle hints in front of the suspected villain and wait for him to strike at the bait. You may get far more than you intended." He narrowed his lips in disappointment, but there was still one trick left in his conjurer's bag. "Have you a better plan?" he asked, watching me closely. I considered a long moment. "No," I said at last, feeling my control of the situation slipping rapidly from my grasp. He sat back, smiling triumphantly. "Then fencing with murderers it is. The 6th chapter full many an hour have I spent in the strife of the good and the evil. Untimely leave Rabindranath Tagore I left shortly afterward, having made the acquaintance of the mysterious Chang, who proved, to my surprise, to be a rather elderly woman of Chinese extraction. She shuffled along in tiny silken slippers and chattered irritably in Chinese at the White Rajah, who watched her with an air of amusement. "She likes to organize me," he confided in a low tone. "But she is a very loyal soul and a brilliant cook. You ought to take luncheon with me," he said, brightening. But the atmosphere had grown thick from the incense, and I longed to breathe the fresh, bracing mountain air again. So I made polite excuses and left, although not before settling the question of futility. "He is lonely, my dear. It is entirely my fault for sending the old fellow without a companion. All of God's creatures do desire a companion," he added a trifle piously, and before I could gather my wits enough to refuse, I found myself passing through the gates of the monastery holding 2 gilded leather leads, each attached to a peafowl. Fully preened himself in the company of his concubine, but the striking and snow-white Madame Feuilly merely stared at me unblinkingly. "Believe me, I am no more excited about the prospect than you," I assured her. I trailed my way back down toward the peacocks. It was later than I had imagined, for the pickers had disappeared from the fields to take their luncheon, and it was oddly still, nothing stirring save the wind that blew from the mountain, rustling the leaves in the trees as I passed. As soon as I reached the peacocks, Plum appeared, staring at the pair of birds in confusion. "I thought you were meant to be getting rid of that thing," he began. "That was the intention," I informed him coolly. "I thought you were off sketching your masterpiece." He pulled a face. I was, until I looked down from my lofty perch and realized that there was a new resident of the peacocks. I thought it only polite to come and say hello. For an instant I thought he meant the bird, but suddenly I understood. I thrust the gilded leads into his hands and rushed indoors, taking the stairs as fast as my petticoats and corset would allow. Brisbane was in my bedchamber changing when I burst in upon him. "Brisbane!" I cried. He greeted me warmly, but as he caught me to him I felt something unaccustomed in his embrace. I stepped back sharply and opened his coat. "Brisbane, what in the name of heaven, do not touch it," he cautioned. "It is loaded." He removed a firearm the like of which I had never seen from his belt and placed it carefully out of reach on top of the wardrobe. "I have never known you to carry a revolver," I told him. "You have never known me to ride alone where a tiger is on the loose," he pointed out. "And that is not a revolver, it is a howdah pistol." "It looks more like someone simply sawed the end from a rifle," I replied, regarding the weapon with a wary eye. "It is essentially so," he acknowledged. "It is meant to kill a tiger or a bear with a single shot." His brow furrowed. "Do you suppose Morag will find it there? She might hurt herself." "I should not mind if she did. She has been in a foul mood since we arrived," I told him waspishly. But I was too happy to have him with me to dwell upon Morag's sour temper. I embraced him again, and it was some minutes before we broke apart. Still, pleased as I was to see him, I did not overlook the fact that his face bore traces of fatigue and pain, and he wore his smoked spectacles, a sure sign that the migraine was almost upon him. I cursed under my breath, wishing I could do something, anything to take away his pain. He had not felt the weight of one since we had been married, and I had dared to hope he might be free of them at last. But I knew the cause of them, and it should have occurred to me that he would not be rid of them so easily. I lit one of the low lamps, then moved to the window to shutter the light, leaving the room gently illuminated. "Better." "Yes," he sighed, removing his spectacles. He rubbed at his eyes, then blinked hard. "Have I been engaging in hallucinations, or did I see you walking peacocks like dogs just now? There is a perfectly logical explanation, I assure you." I unwound his cravat and began to unbutton his waistcoat. "Has hot water been sent for?" He nodded. "Some fellow in a white turban said he would fetch it." "That was Jolly, the major domo," I advised him. "It will be a while, I suspect. Lie down and let me rub your temples." The fact that I offered and Brisbane did not demur was indicative of both our moods. I seldom fussed and Brisbane seldom let me, but once he had heaved off his boots and eased himself gingerly onto the bed, I pulled his head onto my lap and began to stroke the hair away from his temples. "I did not expect you so soon," I murmured, my voice thick with sudden emotion. I had missed him terribly, far more than I would admit to anyone, even myself, even him. Eyes closed, he still managed to pull a face. "There is no point in keeping it from you now. I was investigating Freddie Cavendish." My hand stilled. "What did you say?" "I was investigating." I slapped lightly at his shoulder. "Leave off. What changed your mind?" "Nothing. I always meant to look into Freddie's interests in Calcutta. If he had debts or curious habits, the Planters' Club would be the best place to discover it. When planters come to the city, they congregate to drink and gossip. If there had been anything irregular in Freddie's affairs, the club would know of it." He kept talking and I resumed my ministrations, my mind reeling. Unfortunately, there was nothing to learn in Calcutta. I spent 5 days chasing ghosts. He joined the Planters' Club but never stayed there, merely passed through on his way to Darjeeling, and their impression of him is precisely the same as yours, a charming wastrel with no real malice in him, but not the sort of fellow to hang one's hopes upon. I poked around a little for a day in Darjeeling as well, and it was as fruitless as my inquiries in Calcutta. Freddie Cavendish left no impressions whatsoever. I found one fellow who remembered him and said he was a pleasant enough chap, and that was the extent of it. I added the days in my head. But if you spent 5 days in Calcutta and one in Darjeeling, you must have made the journey in a day and a half of hard riding, he said, peering up at me with one eye. It was easy enough. I did not have your family to slow me down. I tugged at his hair. That is hardly fair. We traveled with your trunks, I reminded him. Thank God for that, he said, yawning broadly. I had one change of clothes and I suspect they will want burning after that ride. I snorted. Brisbane was fastidious as a cat. The fact that his linen was as white as the day he had donned it for the first time did not surprise me. He could be dropped in the midst of a desert and still emerge exquisitely turned out. We fell silent, and I continued to stroke his head. I thought he had fallen asleep, but suddenly he opened his eyes and fixed me with a firm look. Have you been investigating on your own? I refused to lie to him, but neither could I be entirely truthful. It is impossible to come into a house as a guest and not learn something, I temporized. And what have you learned? His voice was soft, but soft as the growl of a tiger before it springs. I have learned that the Cavendishes are a kindly enough family who seem to have accepted Jane, and I learned that Freddie Cavendish's death was very likely due to natural causes. None of which was a lie. I reminded myself to silence my conscience. I had employed enough modifiers to leave room for doubt. But the knowledge that Brisbane had inserted himself into the investigation left me with warring emotions. I was thrilled for Portia's sake that he had undertaken the case, but bitterly disappointed for my own part. I had wanted desperately to prove my worth to him as a partner, and without deliberate forethought, I withheld just enough information to leave myself an advantage in the field. And what precisely were the natural causes of Freddie's death? He asked. I opened my mouth to answer, then snapped it shut. So you do know, he surmised with a note of satisfaction in his voice. He sat up, swinging his legs over the edge of the bed. I knew you could not keep yourself from meddling in this. It is hardly meddling as I was asked to do it by my own sister, I reminded him. I smoothed my skirts. Now if you would like to discuss this calmly and rationally, I will share with you the fact that Freddie Cavendish was killed when the bite of a non-venomous snake turned septic. Brisbane began to pace the room, his brow furrowed. He thought better upon his feet, and I knew he was wrestling with himself, torn between annoyance with me and curiosity about Freddie's death. In the end, the investigator won out and he stopped, bracing his hands upon the bedposts. I do not like it, he said. It is too convenient. Freddie was young and healthy. There was no call for something so trivial to have felled him. That is precisely what the White Rajah said, I exclaimed. Brisbane's gaze narrowed. Who? The White Rajah. He is the most darling old gentleman. He puts me in mind of my father, rather eccentric but harmless. He lives in the old Buddhist monastery upon the ridge. He is a terrible old gossip, the match of any spinster I have ever seen. But I called upon him today and we fell to talking about Freddie's death. He made exactly the same observation as you. Did he now? Brisbane's voice was icily calm. I rose and pressed a kiss to the little muscle that jumped in his jaw. You cannot possibly be jealous of that dear old man. He was simply relating his own suspicions about Freddie's death. If anything, it ought to please you that someone else thinks Freddie was murdered. Brisbane reached up to the canopy above my head. One strong arm braced on either side of me and leaned forward, causing me to bend backward as his legs straddled mine. "Let us have one thing quite clear, Julia. I am reluctant enough to admit you to this investigation. I have absolutely no intention of working with some decrepit old relic who lives on a rock. No more confidences." "No more," I agreed. He moved closer still, and his head dropped to nuzzle into my hair. "Brisbane," I said, a trifle breathlessly. I meant to warn him that Jolly would doubtless arrive with his hot water at any minute, but before I could speak, there was a sharp rap at the door. "Sahib Nicky, I have the hot water that you requested," Jolly called. "Come back later," Brisbane growled, pushing me onto the bed. Brisbane's arrival, coupled with the beginning of the tea harvest, heightened the atmosphere at the Peacocks, and we were a merry party that evening. Portia was persuaded to join us for the sweet course and tea afterward, and it was a mark of her affection for her brother-in-law that she permitted herself to be coaxed into coming down. "You must allow Jane to rest, and you must not give yourself over entirely to nursing her," Miss Cavendish advised Portia. "The second cook will have the running of the kitchen tomorrow, so that Mary Benevolence might sit with Jane and you will come out with us." "Come out where?" Portia asked, and her curiosity surprised me. I should have thought the possibility of an outing completely out of the question, but Portia did look piqued, and perhaps the thought of some fresh air cheered her. "It is the custom to arrange a puja in the fields," Harry told her. "It is a sort of ceremony of thanksgiving for the beginning of the tea harvest, followed by a luncheon served al fresco." "You oughtn't to have gone to such trouble," I began, but Miss Cavendish held up a hand. "It is tradition, Lady Julia. Always the first Sunday of the tea picking is given over to the puja. There are cakes for the pickers who eat on their own, of course. It is a merry party always, and the penny feathers will be present." She did not mention the Phipps sisters, but I had already decided to pay an early call upon them myself. "And I dare say with the house almost empty, Jane will rest more soundly," Miss Cavendish said firmly. I had to credit her. The tactic was a brilliant one, and Portia required little other persuasion. "Very well," she said wearily, "if it is all arranged." Miss Cavendish seemed well pleased, as did Harry, and I noticed Brisbane watching the pair of them speculatively. It was not until we had regained the privacy of our bedchamber that I was able to pry into his thoughts. "Do you like the Cavendishes for villains?" I teased. I had expected him to wave the question aside for the piece of foolishness that it was, but his expression was thoughtful. "I do, actually. Brisbane, they have behaved with perfect courtesy towards us, and more to the point, towards Jane." He shrugged out of his evening coat. "Any devil may put on an angel's face." "True enough, I suppose," I said, thinking with a shudder of the last murderer we had encountered. "But what specifically spurs your suspicions of them?" He paused, then closed his eyes as if conjuring a picture. He opened them, and still they held a faraway look. "There are pieces missing in the drawing room." "Missing?" I slid my feet out of my evening slippers and wriggled my toes. The slippers were new and pinched a little. Brisbane settled himself in a chair and reached for my feet, curling his fist into the arch of my heel. I sighed and stretched like a contented cat. "Yes," he said, cataloguing the missing items. "The two niches flanking the fireplace. There are marks upon the paint of the wooden shelves where something heavy once stood, and the marks are identical. A matched pair, perhaps urns or statues. There is a patch of wallpaper, very faintly darker than the rest in the hall, where a painting has been moved. And the set of blue and white porcelain in the Peacock dining room is missing a vase." "How can you tell?" "In every gilded alcove in the dining room there is a pot or vase of blue and white Chinese porcelain. I noted the pattern during the fish course. There is one empty alcove, and it ought to hold a vase." I held up my other foot. "This one now. And your observations prove nothing. Maids are clumsy. One might have been broken through bad housekeeping." He shook his head slowly, the lamplight gleaming upon his black hair. There were threads of silver at his temple, a few more than when I had first met him. But in his case, They served to highlight his virility rather than offer any diminishment of it. You were too busy conversing with Harry Cavendish about the tea, picking to hear Miss Cavendish holding forth on the subject of her domestic arrangements. Only Jolly is permitted to handle the expensive objets d'art in the house, and she was quite proud of the fact that he has never damaged a single one of them. But you think he stole them, I finished. I think someone did. Jolly would be the least likely candidate for a thief, I should think. He seems quite content with his place here, and if he were found pilfering, he would not only be sacked but prosecuted. Hardly a motive for thievery. Then that leaves the rest of the staff or the family, I said slowly. After a moment, I shook my head. The argument you make against Jolly as a thief is doubly true of the others. The Cavendishes are beneficent employers, not overly burdened with enlightenment perhaps, but they do have a care for their people. I thought a moment longer. Perhaps there was no thievery involved. Perhaps the ornaments were moved into storage, and what you noticed was simply a bit of redecoration. He raised a quizzical black brow. Julia, you were raised on an estate with family treasures. Is anything ever moved into storage? I puffed out a sigh. I suppose not. Things just sort of collect with each generation, adding to the treasures of the last unless someone needs ready money. I sat up swiftly, wrenching my feet out of Brisbane's grasp. But that is it. One of the Cavendishes might have sold them if there was a sudden demand for funds. He pursed his lips thoughtfully. Possibly. But why one piece of the blue and white collection and not all of it? They might have needed only a little capital for some improvements or an outstanding debt. Do not forget, Fitzhugh Cavendish died almost a year ago. I do not know what the death duties are in India, I broke off, nibbling at my lip. Actually, there has been a bit of debate as to whether we are actually in India anymore, I began. Brisbane waved a hand. Immaterial. Sikkim came under English control last year. So we are definitely not in Bhutan or Tibet, I said with some satisfaction. He had the courtesy to at least attempt to hide his smile. No, my dear, we are neither in Bhutan nor Tibet. I think you'll find both of those kingdoms are closed to outsiders. Nepal, I hazarded. Also forbidden, he assured me. So we are either in Darjeeling district in India or in Sikkim, which is also under English control, I concluded. Which? I do not think the point is significant, he said smoothly. I snorted. You do not know any better than the rest of us where we are. There isn't exactly a signpost, you know, he said. But at least he had known we were not in any of the Himalayan kingdoms, I reflected, which was more than the rest of us had. I hurried on. I think we can agree that wherever we are, if the English government has anything to do with the death duties, they must be demanding. Perhaps the profits of the tea garden did not stretch to covering them completely, and a few of the treasures had to be parted with to settle their obligations. There was a clumsy knock at the door and Morag entered, almost before I had bade her to. We withdrew behind the dressing screen, and she helped me into a dressing gown, collecting my gown, stockings, and slippers to take away with her. She sat me down at the dressing table and began to take down my hair, pocketing my jewels as she did so. Brisbane watched her for a long moment, then narrowed his eyes in an expression of mingled satisfaction and anticipation, as a wolf will do when it strikes the promising scent of fresh prey. Morag, my dear, what do you do with Lady Julia's jewels when you withdraw for the evening? I lock them in the jewel case and lock the jewel case into the traveling trunk, she said promptly. The keys are kept on a chain I wear in my bosom, she added, drawing a chain with 2 keys from the depths of her bodice. Morag, we have discussed this before. Do not make reference to your bosom before Mr. Brisbane. It is not seemly, I said with a sigh. She gave a little sniff and yanked the hairbrush through my hair by way of retort. Are you always so vigilant with Lady Julia's jewels? He asked. Aye, particularly when some people will insist upon traveling in heathen lands, she added tartly. Morag, you are an ungrateful wretch. Most maids would give their Edith for such opportunities as you have been given, I informed her. She began to plait my hair none too gently. "I will leave my Edith under your pillow if it means I can go home tomorrow." "Do you not like anything of India?" Brisbane asked her. "I do not, sir. It is a strange place with strange folk. There are devils about," she finished darkly. I rolled my eyes. "I have already told you those are peacocks." "So you have no reason for being particularly careful with Lady Julia's jewels here," Brisbane persisted. "That man of Miss Cavendish's, that fellow what wears the curtain upon his head. He told me there has been some petty thievery, and I would be wise to keep 2 eyes upon my mistress' things. As if some native fellow could tell me what's what," she said indignantly. Brisbane flashed me a triumphant smile as Morag finished the plate and tied it firmly with a ribbon, knotting it so I should not be able to remove it easily. She collected my things and made her way to the door, dropped a clumsy curtsy and said, "Devils," once more before banging out. The next morning Brisbane and I quarreled politely over the question of whether or not he should accompany me to Pine Cottage. He had been vastly interested in the fact that Emma and Lucy had come to live in such proximity to the Cavendishes. "I do not like coincidences," had been his pronouncement, and he had risen early with the clear intention of calling upon them. I had risen even earlier, and managed to be fully dressed while he still wielded his shaving brush. "It will be awkward enough to renew my acquaintance with them without your company," I told him bluntly. He raised one dark brow at my reflection in the looking-glass. "Surely I am not so frightening as all that," he said mildly. "Terrifying," I assured him. "In spite of Lucy's marriage to Cedric Eastleigh, the Phipps girls have never passed much time in the company of gentlemen. You remember how timid they are around men. I have a much better chance of teasing information out of them on my own." To his credit, Brisbane saw the sense in it. Still, he hesitated, and I pressed the point. "I know you do not wish me to undertake an active part in this investigation, but even you must admit that my cousins are far likelier to confide in me than in you. And what possible danger will they pose to me?" he snorted, and I bit my lip, remembering that we were thoroughly convinced that Emma had murdered perhaps more than once. "Very well, I promise not to eat or drink anything while I am there. I hardly think Emma will come at me with a dagger, so I imagine I will be safe enough. I shall keep my wits about me at all times, and I will be vigilant," I promised him. He nodded once, and I went to embrace him, careful to elude both the lather upon his cheek and the wickedly sharp razor in his hand. I left the peacocks, entirely pleased with the morning's developments. Perhaps I had been too hasty with Brisbane, pushed too hard to be included in his world. If I were to tread more carefully, choose my involvement more prudently, I could eventually prove to him both my usefulness and my right to the name of partner. I should have to cultivate patience if I meant to be a successful wife, I decided. I hurried past the crossroads where the leprous granny sat, clapping her bell disconsolately. Her little grandson was nowhere about to interpret for us, so I merely dropped a few coins into her bowl and hastened upon my way as she sketched a gesture toward me. I only hoped it was a blessing, as I could well use one. I could not imagine how I would begin my interview with Lucy and Emma. The preliminaries would be simple enough. One is not born English without knowing how to converse easily about the weather. But beyond that, I could not think how to proceed. I should have to take my cues from them, I decided as I reached the gate of Pine Cottage. The fence was low and fashioned of white pickets, and a discreet little sign bore the name of the house. The cottage itself was small and pretty, with a tidy little garden of climbing roses and English flowers and single pines sitting nobly in a place of honor. Were it not for the mountain looming in the distance, I could have thought myself in any corner of my native land, for nothing of India had been permitted to intrude here. Not even the staff, I thought as the door swung back upon its hinges at my knock. A pale girl of English extraction answered, but before I could present my card, she started, her eyes wide in her white face. "Julia," she cried, and to my astonishment I realized this was no maid but my cousin Lucy. What call Lady Eastleigh had to answer her own door I could not say. Neither could I ask, for no sooner had she said my name than she flung herself at me, dropping her head to my shoulder and bursting into lusty sobs. I patted her shoulder awkwardly. "There, there, Lucy. I am happy to see you too, my dear." After a moment, she hiccuped to a stop, wiping the moistness of her eyes and nose upon her handkerchief. "Oh, I do apologize, Julia. I oughtn't to have left you on the doorstep and greeted you so abominably. It's just been so very awful, and when I saw you standing there, it was as if someone had carved out a little piece of England and dropped it upon my threshold." I studied her during her little speech, and for all the red and moist traces of her weeping, she was still a stunningly pretty young woman. Her widowhood had left scant mark upon her save for the new hollows under her cheeks, but they merely served to heighten the effect of her enormous eyes, and I wondered that she had not married again. Of course, the dearth of eligible men in the valley might have something to do with that. But then again, it only needed one to make a match Harry Cavendish might serve, I thought mischievously. He might do very nicely for her indeed. Realizing I had not spoken, I patted her again. "Do not trouble yourself, Lucy. I dare say it was a bit of a surprise." "No, not really. Miss Cavendish told us you would be coming, and it is all I have spoken of for weeks to Emma. She has been so happy to have news of you." She paused, her expression suddenly abashed. "You will have heard that I married Sir Cedric, and that he was lost during our voyage out. Leave it to Lucy to describe the death of her husband in such a fashion as to make him sound like a left parcel." "Yes, I was so sorry to hear of your loss," I said, managing a sympathetic smile. It was difficult to muster any real sympathy given my conviction that her sister had killed the poor gentleman, either with or without her knowledge. She looked around then and clucked. "How stupid of me. I haven't even invited you inside. You will come in and have tea, won't you?" I recalled my promise to Brisbane. "I think not, my dear. Miss Cavendish lays a prodigious breakfast, and I am engaged for luncheon. The pleasure of your company is quite enough refreshment." The pretty face suffused with pleasure. I had forgot quite how stupid she was and how susceptible to flattery. She led me into a cozy little drawing room, although I fancied it served as a morning room as well, for a brisk fire crackled upon the hearth, and a book of accounts lay open upon the writing desk. "Do not mind that," she said, hastily gathering up her papers and stuffing them into the drawer. "My accounts are always in a muddle. Emma used to manage them for me, but I have undertaken to keep them myself. I had forgot how difficult sums can be," she said, offering me another nervous smile. She motioned toward a small settee covered in cheerful chintz and took a chair opposite. "I understand I must wish you happiness," she said. "You married Mr. Brisbane." "I did, some 9 months past. We took our wedding trip in the Mediterranean, and it was there that Portia and Plum found us. They were bound for India to see Jane and insisted we extend our trip to accompany them," I explained, hoping to forestall any questions about why we had come. She nodded. "Miss Cavendish told us that Jane had written to Portia to invite her to stay until the baby is born. It has been so difficult for poor Jane losing Freddie. He was devoted to her, you know, utterly devoted. She was shattered by his death," she added, and I wondered again at Lucy's grasp of the facts. It had not been my impression that Freddie cared anything for Jane beyond the means of providing him with an heir and perhaps a sort of vague friendship. Jane and Freddie had used one another genteelly, to be sure, but they had used one another just the same. He required a wife and children, she wanted motherhood and stability. Many successful marriages had been built upon sandier ground than that. "Of course, and I hope you will not think it wicked of me," she went on. "I do envy her. Widowhood is so very dreadful, but at least she will have the comfort of a child. I so wish Sir Cedric had given me a child before he died. Even in death he remained Sir Cedric to her, I reflected. Not a companionable marriage then, and it had not looked to be one, based upon his treatment of her during their betrothal. Sir Cedric had been decades older, a self-made man of great wealth accustomed to acquiring beautiful things. Lucy had merely been an entry in his catalogue of acquisitions, although for her part she had been genuinely fond of the man. Fond of him, and a little frightened, I mused. There had been the faintest touch of the bully about Cedric Eastleigh, although it had not put Lucy off marrying him. She was accustomed to being bullied. Pretty and soft and entirely guileless, Lucy was one of life's victims, easy game for the predatory type. Like her sister, I cleared my throat. I had hoped to see Emma as well. Is she about? As soon as the words left my mouth, I knew they were a mistake. Lucy's features crumpled, and it was with the greatest effort of will that she drew in a shaking breath and composed herself. I thought Miss Cavendish would have told you. Told me what? Has Emma gone abroad? I was wrong in thinking Lucy had not changed. Lucy of old would never have given me the short, brittle laugh that greeted my question. It was just short of hysteria, and I realized I had ventured into something unexpected. No, Emma is not gone abroad. Emma will never leave this cottage. I smiled, wondering what all the histrionics had been in aid of and thinking of father's newest addition to his London garden. You mean she has become hermetic? Lucy gave me a sorrowful look. No, Julia, I mean that she is dying. The 7th chapter, none lives forever, brother, and nothing lasts for long. Keep that in mind and rejoice. The gardener Rabindranath Tagore. I closed my mouth with a snap. Dying? What of? And since when? Lucy shrugged. Months now. She simply lies in bed, wasting away. It began as a growth in one of her breasts. Can nothing be done for her? Lucy's chin trembled, but she mastered her emotion once more. The doctor performed an operation when it first became apparent what the trouble was. It was awful beyond belief. He gave her a bit of morphia and put a handkerchief over her face before he began to cut. That is all he could do for her. I swallowed against the queasiness rising in my throat. I had heard of such operations before, commonplace before the advent of ether. But ether would be difficult if not impossible to secure in such a remote place, and doubtless he had done his best with his limited resources. I said as much to Lucy. Oh yes, he was as quick and thorough as he could be. But the growth had taken hold, and although she recovered well enough, it took a very long time and she never regained her strength. By the time the scars were healed, it became apparent that the disease was too firmly lodged within her to be removed. And she has been here ever since. Lucy nodded. Yes, she is in terrible pain, but she tolerates it so bravely. The doctor gives her medicine for it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it does not. Today is a rather good day, I am happy to say. She took a little porridge for breakfast and some weak tea. It is more than she has eaten in the last week. Perhaps she is rallying a little. It was pathetic that such meager developments could give her hope, but I thought of Portia and knew if the situation were ours, I should hold fast to any shred of possibility she might recover. Lucy went on. I know she cannot survive this, but I did so want her to live out the spring. The garden is so pretty just when the season turns to summer. I should like for her to die when the roses are at their best. I swallowed again, too overcome to speak. After a moment, I composed myself. I should like to see her if you think it advisable. Lucy smiled broadly, almost in relief it seemed. Oh, she would like that. I must warn you, you will find her much changed, she said, rising and leading me up the stairs. She paused before a closed door and rapped softly. Emma, dearest, can you guess who has come to call? She opened the door. It is Julia. May she come and sit with you? There was a feeble noise from the bed, like the mewing of a newborn kitten, and at this, Lucy motioned for me to come forward. The windows were firmly shut and the fireplace blazed away, keeping the room desperately hot. but the slight figure in the bed was piled with a dozen quilts as if nothing could warm her slender bones, and as I settled myself in a chair next to the bed, I saw the hands flutter, as light and insubstantial as the wings of a bird. "Hello, Emma." "Julia," she said softly. Emma's one true beauty had always been her voice, low and melodious, and she had been a gifted storyteller. Now it was rasping and thin, her wonderful stories silenced forever. "I am glad you have come," she told me, although her face bore no trace of pleasure, only a burning intensity. I thought of the medieval saints, the ascetics, fasting themselves to holiness through the stripping away of the flesh, and I wondered if Emma had made her peace with God. "It must have come as a surprise to you," she said suddenly, and I knew she had been watching me closely for my reaction to her condition. "Yes, I am sorry to know that you have been in ill health," I told her, and I meant it, for no one should be reduced to such a state. I felt a thrust of pity for her. Born poor and slighted the whole of her life, Emma had struck out, a creature tainted by the desperation born of poverty and want, and most importantly, the lack of any real love save that of her sister. She was dying, having never truly lived, and the irony of it pierced me. She gave a wheezing sort of sound that I supposed was a laugh. "Yes, let us be polite and use our best manners," she said, and I was surprised, for there was no trace of bitterness in the words. "I am dying, Julia. Let us have it plainly." At this, Lucy burst into sobs again, and I saw Emma master her impatience. She had always taken care of Lucy, and even now as she lay dying she had to summon her courage to protect her little sister. "I might manage a little broth, dearest," Emma said, and Lucy hurried away with her commission. She closed the door behind her to hold the heat in the little room, and Emma breathed hard for a moment, her eyes shut. Then she opened them, offering me a wan smile. I am not supposed to speak of it in front of her, it upsets her so, but sometimes I tire of the pretense. "I understand," she regarded me curiously. "I think you do. You have grown perceptive, Julia, and compassionate as well, but do not waste your pity upon me. I have made my choices, and God has seen fit to take me before I have seen 35. I do not care for myself. It is Lucy I fear for. She will be quite lost without me." That I could readily believe. Lucy had always been looked after by someone, even when she worked briefly as a governess. There had always been a stronger personality overshadowing her, guiding her. Without Emma, who would be her lodestar? "Is there anything I can do to make you more comfortable?" I asked her. She moved one of her tiny bird's-wing hands. "Open the window, for just a moment. Lucy will not permit fresh air, and it will chill me, but I so want to breathe." I rose and did as she bade me, watching as she drew in several deep, peaceful breaths of the cool mountain air. "Thank you," she said, her voice a trifle stronger. She shivered a little, and I shut the window, tucked the quilts more firmly about her, and poked up the fire. She watched and said nothing until I was seated again. "How curious to be tended by the daughter of an earl," she exclaimed, ending on another of her peculiar wheezes. "There was a time I would have relished it," she said, her expression dreamy. I wondered if the medicine for her pain made her a little curious in the head, but she seemed lucid enough. "I always envied you so, and how profitless that was. So many hours lost wishing for things I could never have. Take me for a warning, Julia. Do not long for what you cannot have. Accept what is and thank God for it before He sees fit to take it from you. Is that what you believe He has done? Punished you for ingratitude?" "Among other things," she said firmly. There was a sly smile playing about her mouth, and I wondered if she would ever own the blackest of her deeds. "Have you made confession?" I asked suddenly. "I know there is no regular clergyman here, but perhaps the Reverend Pennyfeather—" At that she began to laugh, ending on a cough that left her gasping and short of breath. She pressed a handkerchief to her lips and took a moment to collect herself. "It was wrong of me to laugh," she said at last, her voice much thinner than before. "But I will not catalogue my sins for the Reverend Pennyfeather's judgment. They are my own, and I will carry them to the grave. I hardly think the Reverend would be judgmental, I began, but she waved the handkerchief at me. No, she said, more firmly this time, and I let the matter drop. Your room is pleasantly situated, I told her. You have a beautiful view of the peak of Kanchenjunga. Her eyes were soft as she looked at the snowy white wall of the mountain. There are 5 peaks actually, did you know that? The name Kanchenjunga means 5 treasures of the snows, and no one has even circumnavigated the entire mountain yet. Is that not extraordinary? This great mountain hanging in the sky before us, and no man has ever walked all the way round it because it seems to span the whole of the world. I should have liked to have walked up to that mountain, just to the base of it, and shake hands with its majesty. I make Lucy close the shutters at sunset, and when the fogs come, I do not like to think of a sky without the beauty of that mountain. I had forgot how much Emma loved to travel. She had been enchanted by India during a youthful journey, captivated by the beauties of the country and one of its men, if family gossip was to be believed. But the Emma who might have danced with a Rajasthani prince was long since departed, and in her place was this feeble shell with only burning eyes to remind me of what she had once been. Plum is sketching the mountain. I will have him sketch a view for you to keep with you, so you may see it even without your window. I should like that, she said. She closed her eyes and took a few deep, labored breaths. I must remind myself to breathe. Such a simple thing. You would think I could remember it. She kept her eyes closed, and in a few minutes I could tell she was sleeping, a deep and, one hoped, peaceful slumber. I crept from the room to find Lucy emerging from the cottage kitchen with a tray laden with tempting morsels for her invalid. She is asleep now, I told her. Lucy gave a little sigh of relief. It is difficult for her to rest. Your visit must have done her good if she was able to sleep. I hope so. She bit her lip as if trying to gather her courage, then burst out. She does not think I know how little time she has left, Lucy confessed, the words breaking from her as water through a dam. I do not know what will become of me when she is gone. I hesitated, then decided to fling propriety aside. Lucy, it is not my place to ask, but we are kinswomen, and I would not be easy if I left you in dire straits. Do you have money to sustain yourself? She laughed mirthlessly and named a figure not too far shy of my own inheritance. That is what Cedric left me, and I have spent only a few £100 of it. It is easy to live cheaply here. Good, I said, but even as I uttered the word, I realized that managing the money might bring an entirely new set of difficulties to Lucy. You must find a good man of business to settle your affairs, I explained. I had not. In fact, I had argued vigorously with my father and eldest brother that I should be allowed to dispose of my inheritance as I saw fit. But I was a good deal older, and I fancied a fair bit wiser than Lucy. If you like, I can ask Harry Cavendish. I am sure he will know of someone in Darjeeling who can save you the bother of handling these things for yourself. At the mention of Harry, she flushed a becoming shade of pink. I have a gentleman who has been kind enough to express an interest in my affairs, she said quietly. He has been an excellent friend to me, and I know he will be a great comfort to me in my trials. The flush was telling, but if she chose not to share confidences with me, there was little more I could do. I bade her farewell and took my leave, realizing as I shut the gate behind me that I had scarcely breathed the entire visit at Pine Cottage. The situation had been so different from what I had expected, so completely unthinkable, that I was grateful for the short walk to clear my head. I reached the fields to find the pickers hard at work, elegant arms stretching to the glossy leaves and back again. I seated myself upon a boulder and watched them for a long time, wondering what it must be like to work for one's living. It looked so peaceful, this pastoral scene, but I knew such scenes could be deceiving. There must be mornings when these hardworking folk must long to tarry in bed, holding a loved one close, but instead they rose, day after day, to go into the fields and perform this same dance that their parents and grandparents had done. Did they never dream of a different life? Or did they even know a world outside this valley existed? "You are looking pensive," Portia said, coming upon me as I sat overlooking the fields. "How is it you are alone?" I asked, settling myself anew to make a space for her upon the boulder. "Everyone else is busy with the puja," she said, nodding toward the flurry of activity at the bottom of the field. "I saw you and said I would come and fetch you." I nodded toward the pickers. "Do you think they are happy?" She regarded them a moment. "They smile rather a lot if they are not," she pointed out reasonably. "Yes, but is that because they are truly happy or simply because they do not know better?" I persisted. "Introspective indeed," she said, lifting her brows. "What is it?" "Emma Phipps is dying," I told her. "A malady of the breast." Portia pondered a long moment, then shrugged. "God's way of settling old scores, I suppose." That is very nearly what she said, but I wonder, so many people do awful things. God does not go around striking them down and calling it justice. "No," she said, smiling at me. "That is what he has Brisbane for. I was merely jesting, you know. I do not think God personally afflicts the wretched, any more than I think he has personally gifted us." "We do seem appallingly fortunate," I told her. "I know that look, Julia," she said, her tone taking on a familiar elder sister note. "There is no call to feel guilty that we have money and others do not. It was an accident of birth or marriage, I suppose, but it was not something we pursued any more than we asked to have green eyes or an excellent ear for music." "I do not have an excellent ear for music," I reminded her. "Precisely," she said with a touch of smugness. "You do not have everything, do you?" "I suppose not," I said slowly. "You are hungry," she said, looping her arm through mine and pulling me to my feet. "You are always pensive when you are hungry. Once you are fed, this introspective mood will fall away. You will see." I allowed her to lead me down to the rest of the party, not entirely surprised to find that a table had been carried out from the Peacocks and set in the fields. I had heard enough about the ways of the Raj to know that our countrymen liked their comforts far too well to picnic upon the grass. But this was no picnic. At the center of the field was a sort of altar, a table laid with a snowy linen cloth and set with enormous silver bowls of camellia buds, the most perfect specimens of the early days of the tea harvest. There were other offerings as well. Flowers, orchids from the Reverend Pennyfeather's garden, I was told, and fruit, with bowls of nuts and dainty sweetmeats, and sticks of incense perfuming the air with thick, heady smoke. In the center of it all sat a fat, smiling deity, grinning his benevolence over us all, and the pickers jostled one another to do him reverence. The English stood a little apart as the natives performed their ceremony, a dignified and celebratory affair with a good bit of chanting in their own tongues and ritual bowing that entailed folding the hands together and raising them to the level of one's heart. The gesture is called Namaste in Hindu. "It means that the divine within me salutes the divine within you," Harry murmured to me. "A lovely sentiment," I returned. He quirked me a smile only slightly touched with cynicism. "Indeed, the world would be a rather better place if we looked only for God in one another." I was surprised at his words, for I had not thought Harry particularly mystical, but the setting was enough to engender such feelings in anyone, I reflected, and I returned my attention to the ceremony. It was over in a short while, and I was glad of it. I had not understood a word, although the gestures were rather universal worship and gratitude and supplication. Toward the plump little god seemed to be at the heart of it, but I was thoroughly famished, and for the better part of half an hour, tantalizing smells had been wafting past. Jolly had overseen the establishment of a sort of outdoor kitchen, where great steaming pots were being stirred by a collection of staff he had brought with him. Once the puja ceremony proper was concluded, Jolly and the handsome boy, Naresh, passed around tiny pastries stuffed with meat and glasses of cold elderberry wine. The Pennyfeathers were in attendance, and as I made the introductions between them and Brisbane, I noted his carefully neutral expression when Percival poked out his head and flicked his tongue toward a pastry. I took the opportunity to slip away and join Miss Thorne, who stood on the edge of the group, watching her charges from a distance. "You must tell me, Miss Thorne, is the weather always so cooperative for these affairs?" She started a little, and when I recalled her diffidence with Plum, I wondered if she was uncomfortable at being treated as a guest when she was the only person present in service. "Yes, it is quite remarkable," she told me. Her voice, which I had already noted was low and melodious, reminded me of Emma's in happier days, and her face was even more striking in proximity. "I do not think it has ever rained during one of the Cavendish pujas," she added. "Oh, have you been to many of them?" I seemed to recall that she was a native of this valley, but the question, which seemed innocuous to me, upset her a little, although she was too correct to betray it except by a sharp intake of breath and a paleness overcoming her cheek. "Yes," she said softly. "Please forgive me, Lady Julia, but I think Primrose is struggling with her sash. I must go and secure it for her." Primrose was at that moment twisting her hair around her finger and looking bored, but I said nothing and permitted Miss Thorne to make her escape. Just then, a gentleman arrived from the direction of the Peacocks. He was walking with the too careful footing of a man who is often the worse for drink, but his eyes were clear, and his hand, when he shook mine, was steady. Harry Cavendish made the introductions. "Lady Julia Brisbane, may I present Dr. Arthur Llewellyn?" "Dr. Llewellyn, Lady Julia is a very distant cousin of ours and a dear friend to Mrs. Cavendish. She is visiting from England." "Welcome to our valley," the doctor said. His voice was almost inaudible, but still I caught the soft lilt of the Welsh hills. He struck me as a man who was either very shy or utterly defeated. He wore the air of a toy that had been much loved once but was now discarded upon the nursery shelf, left to gather dust and molder away, uncared for and long forgotten. It took me a long moment to realize he was scarcely older than I, and if his hair had been trimmed and his gaze forthright, he would have been very nearly handsome. I cast about for a topic, and the setting seemed the most appropriate. "This valley, it is a beautiful place, and I can well understand why you have settled here." I was mistaken. My admiration of the Valley of Eden struck a nerve, and the doctor's eyes slid from mine. He fidgeted, picking at his thumbs, and from the look of them this was a frequent occupation. They oozed a little blood around the edges, and I shuddered, thinking of how easily a tiny wound had claimed the life of Freddie Cavendish. "It is a cursed place," he said softly. I wondered if he thought of his wife, but before I could question him further, he diverted me. "I have just come from calling upon Mrs. Cavendish. She is in excellent hands. Mary Benevolence has forgot far more about delivering babies than I have ever known." "Oh, I am glad to hear she is in such capable care," I told him. Then thoughtlessly I said more brightly, "Ah, here is jolly with some refreshment, a wine cordial. Will you join me, doctor?" The gentleman blinked rapidly, backing sharply away. "No, I never touch the stuff. You will excuse me, I beg of you." He withdrew then, and I was left to puzzle after him. Why did the doctor claim not to imbibe when the rest of the valley was so certain he did? I sipped at my drink and surveyed the group, and as I did I was joined by my husband. "The Phippses?" he inquired with the barest lift of his eyebrows. "Emma is dying, and Lucy quite possibly has formed an attachment to Harry Cavendish." If I had hoped to pique his interest, I succeeded. He delivered a soundless whistle and offered me a look of frank admiration. Well done indeed. I concede the power of female gossip. I pulled a face at him, and he gave me so warm a look of approbation that I forgot to be angry with him. "Emma has been ill almost since their arrival. She can have had nothing to do with Freddie's death." "But Lucy," Brisbane mused, "is a cat of a different color." "Lucy, she is entirely stupid, Brisbane, and impossibly good, I dare say." She blushed at the merest mention of Harry's name. I doubt she has even held his hand. If her scruples will not permit a love affair, I cannot think they would allow murder. But the notion of the pair of sisters, one with the clever brain, the other with the willing hands, committing a murder together, you must admit it is diverting. Diverting, but hardly likely. Lucy is far too consumed with Emma's illness. All she can think of is what will become of her when they are parted. Precisely, he said, the merest note of satisfaction threading his voice. What if Emma knew of Lucy's tenderness for Harry and wanted her settled with a proper home and a new husband? She could have induced Lucy to do away with Freddie. Then Harry inherits all and Lucy is mistress of the Peacocks. Unless Jane is delivered of a son, then they would have an infant to put out of the way. Surely you do not think Lucy capable of infanticide, I said, feeling a sudden, unaccountable chill creep over my flesh. Brisbane gave me an inscrutable look. I think most people are capable of any number of horrors given half a chance. I shook my head slowly. I cannot think how we came to be married. I try to believe the best of people whilst you are determined to think evil of them. He looked suddenly tired and 100 years old. I am an empiricist. I only believe what I have observed. And you have seen too much evil, I commented, brushing a long lock of tumbled black hair from his brow. 1,000 dreadful things, he said softly. Before I could comment upon the quote-a-chilling line from Titus Andronicus, we were joined by Plum, looking as sulky as I had ever seen him. "What is the matter, dearest?" I asked. "Has Miss Thorne thrown you over already?" He shot me a nasty look and smoothed his cerulean waistcoat. "I have had no opportunity to speak with her at all. She is entirely consumed with those wretched children." I strove for patience and missed. "Perhaps she, unlike you, remembers that she is not here as a guest." Plum drew himself up, affronted. "I beg your pardon. You made quite a spectacle of yourself at the garden party. I doubt anyone else got 3 minutes' conversation with her." Plum huffed his indignation and turned to start toward Miss Thorne. Brisbane's hand upon his arm stopped him. "Let her be." Plum turned back around, his complexion reddening. "You have no call to interfere in my business, brother." This last was so thick with sarcasm, I winced. Plum had never warmed to Brisbane, but neither had they ever engaged in open hostilities. I moved to step between them, but Brisbane would not budge. He fixed Plum with a look of perfect calm, but I had no doubt that if Plum raised a hand to him, Brisbane would have thrown him to the ground in the space of a heartbeat. When he spoke, his voice was deadly calm and very nearly friendly, as if he had every expectation of Plum's obedience. "Let her be. The poor girl has to earn her bread. The last thing she requires is interference from you. You abuse your station." Brisbane was right, of course. Any upper servant admitted to social occasions was expected to be silent and very nearly invisible. Attracting attention to oneself in any fashion was unthinkable, and it was not Miss Thorne's fault that she was comely. The burden of not noticing it fell upon the gentleman, and for Plum to contemplate making a spectacle of the girl a second time was unkind. But Plum did not care to be reminded of it, and least of all by Brisbane. He smiled slowly, malicious as a cat. "I never thought to be lectured upon my duty as a gentleman by the likes of you," he said, each word dripping with venom. Something Brisbane said must have flown true, for Plum turned upon his heel and left us then, but not to accost Miss Thorne. He left the party altogether, taking the road toward Kanchenjunga, doubtless to spend his sulks in sketching. I turned to Brisbane in disbelief. He smiled thinly. It might have been worse. He might have said he never thought to be lectured by the bastard son of a gypsy whore. "You were not a bastard," I said automatically. Brisbane's smile turned rueful. "Everyone always seems to forget that. The 8th chapter, do not keep to yourself the secret of your heart, my friend. Say it to me, only to me, in secret." The gardener Rabindranath Tagore. The rest of the outing passed pleasantly and without incident. We made excuses for Plum that did not persuade Portia in the slightest, but seemed to satisfy everyone else. And I applied myself to the excellent repast. refusing to worry about the new antipathy that had sprung up between my husband and my brother, or the distraction that Miss Thorne was rapidly becoming, I thought as I watched her over luncheon. She kept her eyes downcast or fixed upon her charges, save for once or twice when I saw them dart to Brisbane and quickly away again. It was not the first time a young lady had betrayed her interest in my husband, and I rather doubted it would be the last. He was a remarkable man, and I gave him a particularly warm smile as I passed him a bowl of cherries in snow. I said little during the meal, so intent was I upon the possibility Brisbane had raised of Lucy's involvement in Freddie's murder. Of course, I conveniently put aside the fact that we did not know for certain if it was a murder. Sometimes these things simply had to be taken on instinct, and the more I considered it, the more convinced I was that some villain had taken advantage of the snakebite to administer some fatal dram. But Lucy, I was not certain I could like her for a doer of dark deeds. I thought of the pretty face, the soft white hands, and thought of another murderess we had known. I shuddered and reminded myself that villainy could wear any guise. I forced myself to consider the matter rationally. As a friend of the family, Lucy might well have called upon Freddie during his recuperation, bearing some sort of delicacy to tempt an invalid's palate. But what? Soup or cake might be easily adulterated. Fruit might be envenomed with a hatpin dipped in poison. Any Indian sweetmeat, so achingly sweet to English tastes, could be laced with something foul. I could almost picture her, smiling as she offered a plate of bonbons, sugared with death. "Julia, why are you staring at that cherry in horror?" "Either eat it or put it down," Portia hissed under her breath. I realized I was still holding a single fruit, contemplating its unblemished garnet skin and thinking how easy it would be to snuff a life by offering up a bit of the poisoner's handiwork. "Sorry," I muttered, dropping the cherry to my plate. I was letting my imagination run rampant, and discipline, as Brisbane often reminded me, was an essential virtue for a good investigator. But I had to conclude that Lucy was at least a possibility for our villainess. Depending upon the depth of her feelings for Harry, it was at least worth considering her involvement. And if Lucy had killed for Harry once, she might do so again, I thought, resting my eyes upon the hapless Miss Thorne. I made every effort to put aside thoughts of the investigation and enjoy myself the rest of that tranquil afternoon. The weather was enchanting, and it was a lovely thing to sit in repose and watch the pickers move through the dark, glossy rows of tea as the shadow of the mountains lengthened over the landscape. Only the sight of native men, armed and posted as guards at intervals around the perimeter of the fields to protect the pickers against the predation of the tiger, gave any hint that this was not a thoroughly perfect day. The rest of us told stories and laughed together, and even the pale doctor smiled once or twice. I made a note to call upon him later in the week, but for that golden afternoon, I gave myself up to the pleasures of the moment. The fresh air gave us all excellent appetites for dinner, and a hearty meal meant that we were all of us dozing by 10 o'clock in our chairs in the drawing-room. We retired gratefully, and I slid quickly into sleep. Sometime long after the clock struck midnight, I heard the peacocks fussing in the garden, Fewley's scolding voice raised just higher than his wife's soft protests. It was only after a long moment that I realized the cause of their annoyance. I heard soft footfalls upon the gallery that ran past our room, and when I crept to the sill, I could see a pair of shadows and hear quiet murmurs. I crept nearer still, straining my ears. The wind must have shifted a little, or perhaps Miss Cavendish raised her voice, for I heard her then, clear as a bell. "Something must be done," she said, a trifle desperately. "If the peacocks falls into her clutches, we will lose everything." "You must leave it in my hands," her companion soothed. "I will take care of it." Miss Cavendish gave a little moan. "Oh, if only I could believe that, but she is monstrous." "She will not take your home away, I give you my word. "I will take care of it," he repeated. "You must trust me to dispatch this threat in the way I see fit." She gave a brittle laugh. "I could dispatch it. I could throttle her with my bare hands, and that would be an end to the matter." "Hush," he said harshly. Then more gently, "You must not speak so. Surely you realize there are already questions raised about Freddie's death. Do not say such a thing. I spoke wildly when I said I would like to kill her. I would never do such a thing, never, but she does not belong here. If she were to die, I would shed no tear for her," Miss Cavendish said. She moved away then, and her companion went with her, leaving me to wonder precisely whom they had been speaking of, and more to the point, what had Harry Cavendish meant when he said he would take care of the threat that loomed over the peacocks. The next morning I was determined to confine my sleuthing a little nearer to the peacocks. I knew the White Raja would keep his ears sharpened for any local gossip that might impart some illumination in the matter, and I had no desire to call again so soon upon the Phippses. I felt at a distinct disadvantage knowing so little of our hosts. They might be blood relations, but so were half the English gentry, I reminded myself ruefully. Our family were so numerous and so widespread it was simply not possible to keep abreast of everyone. Even if we had thought to do so, it would have seemed a piece of disloyalty to Father to have corresponded with any of Mamma's people. He did not speak often of her after she died, and we did not mix with that side of the family. There had been no dramatic scene nor any bad blood, only the natural drifting apart when there is nothing to bind people together. Mamma's family had been an old, comfortable gentry family, the life's blood of the English countryside, the squires and parsons and ladies bountiful who ensure that the peaceful and pastoral ways are still observed. They were descended distantly from a ducal family, but they were firmly outside the aristocracy by the time Mamma had been born. Her betrothal to a belted earl had raised many eyebrows, and not just amongst Father's acquaintance. The Marches had a long history of eccentricity, and Father's marrying so far beneath him was met with a shrug. Mamma's family protested, counseling her against the marriage on the grounds that she was flying too high. But they had been happy, I reminded myself fiercely. Tremendously happy until a 10th confinement in 16 years had killed her. Father had been bereft, but their happiness together gave me courage that I might be happy with Brisbane. Two more different people could not be found in all of England, I sometimes thought, and yet something within him spoke to something within me, and it was a conversation I could not ignore. When I was with him, it felt as if the whole of the universe had suddenly righted itself, which was why I found it so difficult to deceive him. I ducked my head when he asked what I meant to do with myself and murmured something about writing letters. I had neglected my correspondence shamefully, it was true, but my family would have to wait another day for letters. Everyone at the Peacocks was engaged in some worthy occupation, and it seemed that morning was the perfect time for me to embark upon a bit of sleuthing in a room I had not yet seen, the estate office. Nothing has as many secrets to tell as a ledger, I reminded myself, as I crept through the passages to the locked door of Fitzhugh Cavendish's office. Harry had taken charge of the room for his own use, but he was out giving Brisbane a tour of the workings of the tea garden. Plum had left early without a word to anyone sketching again, no doubt, and Portia was occupied with Jane. Miss Cavendish was in the garden, and Jolly was busy in the dining room with a pot of silver polish and a pile of rags, whilst the assorted other members of staff were hard at work in the various domestic offices. I should have at least half an hour undisturbed, I calculated. I knelt swiftly before the locked door, fishing into my coiffure for the tiny lockpicks I carried there. Brisbane had commissioned them for me from a blacksmith in Marrakesh, and then provided me with a series of lessons on how best to use them. He had cautioned me strongly that it was purely an intellectual exercise, and ought not to be employed except in case of dire necessity. But as I snicked the lock, it occurred to me that my husband, for all his skills and experience in the ways of the world, was perhaps slightly less well-schooled in the ways of determined women. I eased into the office and closed the door softly behind me, relocking it to ensure I should have warning if anyone approached. I dared not light the lamp, but the shutters had been thrown back to admit the morning sun, and the room was quite bright enough for my purposes. A series of ledgers stood open upon Harry's desk, and the first order of business was to skim them quickly for any irregularities. I had a poor head for figures, and what I hoped to find, I could not say. I thought I might come across something unusual, but every entry seemed reasonable enough. There were expenditures for workers' salaries, for repairs to a picker's cottage that had been damaged by a windstorm, and for supplies and goods from Darjeeling and Calcutta. There was no ledger for the household, but I was not surprised. I had little doubt Miss Cavendish managed the household accounts herself, and kept those account books in her own room, removed from the business of the estate proper. But as I skimmed the tidy rows of figures, I wondered if she had ever handled the book I held in my hands. Was this why Harry Cavendish was so diligent about the locking of his door? It was customary to keep estate offices locked. My own father permitted no one but himself to carry the key. There were ledgers and documents, deeds and trusts, financial portfolios and private letters, as well as strong boxes with cash and other valuables. It only made good sense to keep the area secured, although I wondered if Harry Cavendish exercised a bit of extra caution to keep his aunt from meddling in his business. But they had seemed friendly enough during their mysterious conference in the middle of the night, I reminded myself. I had not thought Miss Cavendish capable of loosening her hold upon her iron composure, and it had been a surprise to hear her so unbridled. I had almost felt sorry for the anxious, fearful creature I had overheard, confiding her woes to her nephew, and I wondered too if she had merely broken down in a moment of weakness, or if she regularly unburdened herself to him. I also wondered about their comments regarding Freddie's death. Miss Cavendish's shock at the notion seemed to confirm her innocence in the affair, but it might well have been an act for her nephew's benefit. Or he himself might be feigning concern to mask his own involvement, I reflected. I reminded myself to look for any clues to Harry's relationship with Freddie, but as I searched through personal albums and even a cache of letters, I found nothing to incriminate Harry, until I came to the last of the drawers in his desk. I had nearly abandoned the search at the sight of it, for it was packed tightly with ink bottles and pen whippers, blotting papers and discarded correspondence. Bits of wire and string too short to be of any significance had been put by in case they were needed, a frugality that struck me as being in keeping with Fitzhugh's character. Freddie had probably not touched the drawer during his tenure, and Harry had discovered it intact. But he had added something, I realized as my fingers closed around the edges of a Morocco portfolio. I extracted it swiftly and opened it with rising excitement. I knew, without even opening the thing, that here was something of significance. It took me a moment to realize what I was looking at, for I am no draftsman, and these were rather sophisticated drawings. I finally looked to the legend penned in the corner and realized they were plans to expand the tea garden. A huge tea factory had been neatly sketched into the area now occupied by Pine Cottage, a factory with all of the newest conveniences and some very expensive machinery, if the brochures tucked into the portfolio were any indication. There was a budget, drafted in the same hand, totaling thousands of pounds for the improvements. The entire project was dated, and I saw with a sinking heart that the date was during the time Miss Cavendish had been abroad in England, seeking to bring Freddie home. I thrust the plans back into the portfolio and secured it at the bottom of the drawer, piling the detritus on top of it again and thinking rapidly as I did so. When Miss Cavendish had gone to England to retrieve Freddie, she carried with her little hope of success. Fitzhugh was ailing, and only Harry remained, the great hope of the next generation. He spoke fondly of his grandfather, and I suspected Harry had been the old gentleman's favorite. Did he nourish hopes that the entailment might somehow be broken, and he would inherit the peacocks? If so, his hopes would have grown steadily as Miss Cavendish returned without Freddie, and Grandfather Fitzhugh continued to fail. What a blow it must have been to him when Freddie arrived to collect his inheritance. And how much deeper must it have bit when Jane announced her expectations. The plans in that drawer represented countless hours of work and perhaps months, even years of dreaming. And all of it began to slip through Harry's fingers as Jane's child began to grow. Did he bide his time then, or did he hasten Freddie's end? In either event, Jane would be safe only so long as she carried. As I had pointed out to Portia, a clever murderer would not draw attention to himself with a second and perhaps unnecessary murder. Once the child was born, events would have to move swiftly to their conclusion. If the child was a girl, then there was nothing for Harry to fear. He would be the heir and the peacocks would pass securely into his hands. But if Jane bore a son, then he would have to kill again, an infant this time. How simple a thing would that be? A soft footfall in the night, a pillow laid firmly over the sleeping face. It would be finished in a matter of seconds and no more difficult than drowning a kitten. I sat back, feeling faintly sick with the ease of it all. So little could stand between Harry Cavendish and a sizable inheritance, the slender thread of a child's life and his own conscience. There was nothing else to prevent it. Hastily, I scrabbled through the rest of the office to find whatever else I could. The only item of note was in a ledger I found tucked into a stack of books upon the shelves. It had been begun the previous year, the first third of it written in Fitzhugh's hand, the rest in Freddie's. I ran my eye over the usual expenditures for repairs and wages and supplies, and then something quite out of the ordinary payments under Fitzhugh's reign, one per month, directed to Miss Thorne. I looked again, scrutinizing the entries carefully, but there they were. Payments in cash to Miss Thorne tendered monthly. They ended abruptly with Fitzhugh's death, and no matter how I scoured the rest of the ledger, I found no more. Whatever service Fitzhugh had been purchasing, Freddie had not continued the association. On a hunch, I pulled out the current ledger again, the one that Freddie had begun at the start of the year and had been taken over by Harry when the management of the estate passed into his hands. I paged through it, and just where the handwriting changed from Freddie's careless scrawl to Harry's tidy hand, I saw it. A cash payment made out to Miss Thorne, and heavily scored through, as if the keeper of the ledger had been angry. The amount of money had been figured back into the accounts, and no further payments had been offered. I sat back and considered carefully. Fitzhugh had made payments to Miss Thorne each month. Not enough to make her wealthy, but enough to keep her if she lived modestly, perhaps the equivalent to her salary as a governess. Then with his death, the payments ceased, perhaps with no offer from Freddie to continue them. And then, upon Freddie's death, Harry made one attempt, a failed attempt, to provide her once more with money for some service she had been happy to provide his grandfather, but which she refused to provide for him. The mind reeled with possibilities, I decided. The most logical explanation was that she had been the old man's mistress. The funds used to keep her. With a bride of his own, Freddie would likely have had no interest in his grandfather's lemon, but perhaps Harry had no such scruples. Had he offered her a similar arrangement and been scorned? Or had the truth been more sordid still? Had the old man inflicted himself upon the girl and given payment to make the arrangement more orthodox? And if that were true, had Harry offered money as a means of assuaging his guilt that his grandfather had so blatantly used a defenseless young woman? I rose and tidied the desk, checking twice more to make certain I left everything as I had found it. I let myself out of the office, using the lockpicks to erase any trace I had been there, and made my way to my room and my notebook. I had much to record. To my relief, Brisbane and Plum seemed to have called a truce of sorts, and they both appeared at luncheon, making a show of elaborate politeness that stank of insincerity. No one but me seemed to take note of it, for the rest of the company was sunk deep into preoccupation, and even I gave off thinking about it after a moment. I was far too interested in the question of Miss Thorne, and how I might discover the precise nature of her relationship to the Cavendish family. For the sake of simplicity, it would have been far easier if I could have just quizzed Miss Cavendish over the prawn toasts, but it would hardly have been polite. Children seldom like to be reminded of their father's flaws. I reminded myself. I should have to seek answers elsewhere, and as I applied myself to a rather delicious gooseberry fool, I knew exactly where to go. I had made up my mind to call upon the Pennyfeathers, hoping for enlightenment on the subject of Miss Thorne. But no sooner had I passed the crossroads mercifully empty of leprous old women than I saw a figure approaching. It was Dr. Llewellyn, looking disheveled in the warmth of the afternoon sun. His neckcloth was askew and his coat creased as if he had slept in it, and as he drew near I caught the distinct smell of spirits upon him. "Good afternoon, Dr. Llewellyn," I said politely. He screwed up his eyes against the sun, his expression bewildered. "It is Lady Julia Brisbane. We met yesterday at the puja. I am a guest of the Cavendishes," I supplied. After a long moment his expression cleared, but it did nothing to improve his appearance. His eyes were pinkly moist and he had not shaved, and I tried to cover my distaste. "Lady Julia," he echoed in his musical Welsh lilt. I hesitated, then offered him my arm. "You seem a trifle unwell, doctor. Perhaps the warmth of the afternoon has taken you by surprise. May I walk with you as far as your home?" He swayed a moment upon his feet, then took my arm, biddable as a lamb. "This way," he motioned, leading me back toward the crossroads. We ventured down the road toward Pine Cottage. A wisp of smoke escaped the chimney of the little house, but no one emerged, although I thought I saw the drawing-room curtain twitch as we went past. The window to Emma's room was shuttered fast, and I hoped she was resting. We walked some little way past the cottage in silence. From time to time, I glanced at the doctor to find his eyes closed as he gave himself up to being led home. After several minutes' walk, we came to a pleasant little villa, or what might have been a pleasant villa were it not for the garden. It was overgrown with rank weeds, and the pond, which must once have been a pretty feature, was thick with slime. The doctor seemed not to notice the odors, but only politeness prevented me from holding a handkerchief to my nose as we ventured past. The door to the villa swung open and unsecured upon its hinges, rather reckless, I thought, but then it occurred to me that crime was unlikely given the remote and intimate community of the valley. Aside from murder, I corrected, but pushing aside all thoughts of Freddie Cavendish, I guided the doctor into a peaceful blue sitting room where he collapsed onto a sofa, his hands covering his face. There seemed to be no servants about, so I undertook to attend him myself. The kitchen was easy enough to find, but the tins of tea held the merest crumbs and there was no sugar to be found. I carefully collected the tea sweepings from the various tins and boiled the whole mess, then poured it into a stout cup and stirred in a hefty measure of the dusty spices I had found languishing upon the kitchen shelf. I found a tray to carry in the tea, and was rather surprised to find him still awake. I had expected him to slink into unconsciousness as soon as he landed upon the sofa, but he was staring at the ceiling. No doubt counting cobwebs, I thought with a shudder of distaste. "I have made tea," I announced, thrusting the cup into his hands. He looked startled, but he must have been reared to exercise the manners of a gentleman, for he immediately thrust himself into a sitting posture and began to sip. At the first swallow he heaved over, coughing until tears streamed from his eyes. He wiped at them, then smiled. "It is very good. It is the first time I have ever made it myself," I confessed. "Is it the servant's day off?" He shook his head, causing the light to gleam upon his head. It was lovely hair, thick and tawny as a lion's, and his broad, rather flat nose only enhanced the resemblance. "They've all left me now. Cannot blame the poor devils. They've had no wages for 6 months. Dear me," I murmured. "Well, I suppose it must be difficult to find help here." "No. They are eager enough to leave the picking and come to work as house servants," he told me. "It's me they won't work for. They say I'm cursed." "Cursed? Whatever for?" He gave me a harsh laugh. "Because the devil himself has better luck than I. Whatever can go wrong for a man has gone wrong for me in this place. Everything I had, everything I was, is gone now. I am a ghost." The words were melodramatic, but spoken in such a bleak tone of abject misery that I felt chilled to the bone. "Surely it is not so bad as all that," I said gently. "Is it not? In the space of a year I have lost everything," he repeated. "I have lost my wife, my practice, and my dignity, and I do not know which has cost me more. It is only a matter of time before the Cavendishes give me the boot," he finished miserably. "The Cavendishes, are they your landlords?" "More than. I am employed by the estate to look after the workers. Proper medical care is one of the ways planters look out for their pickers. Miss Cavendish posted an advertisement in the newspaper when she was in England. It was Susanna found it," he said, breaking off with a faraway look. "Susanna was your wife." I again adopted a soft, soothing tone to encourage his confidences without his hardly being aware of my presence. "Yes." He closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them, tears stood in the soft brown eyes. "She had always wanted to do real missionary work. She thought it would be an adventure to come here. I would run the infirmary and she would sew for the poor and teach letters and speak to them about God." He gave a short laugh. "Poor angel, they never wanted to hear. She would make the children presents of sweetmeats to listen to Bible stories, but they would simply take the candy and run away, and she never learned to preach to them first and make them wait for the sweeties." He fixed his gaze upon me. "Folk will say she was a busybody, but you mustn't believe it. There was no harm in her. She simply wanted to help, and her greatest sin was earnestness. She was a good woman," he insisted. "I am sure she was," I murmured. His gaze drifted again. "She worried about my habit of drink. I lied before," he admitted. "I always did like a drop or two at the end of a day, but I was never a drunkard. I always collected myself the next morning and did what I had to," he said firmly. A little too firmly, I thought. It would not have surprised me to find that some laxity in his professional demeanor had been behind his motivation to leave England. He continued on. "I was a fair doctor in England. Some even said I was gifted. But here," he said with a child's air of bewilderment, "it was so different. I began to make a bad job of it. I found diseases difficult to diagnose, and everything turned septic so quickly." My thoughts flew to Freddie Cavendish and his septic snakebite, but this was not the time to intrude with my questions. I simply sat and sipped manfully at the vile concoction I had brewed. "And the more I failed, the more I drank," he told me. "My evening dram became a bit of something in my tea, and then a glass taken with luncheon. Susanna and I fought bitterly. We fought the day she died. She left the house, she was that upset. And I drank to forget that we fought because I drank," he said with a bitter laugh. The mirthless sound died upon a smothered sob. "They carried her home, torn and bleeding, and I was too far gone to do anything for her." I put an impulsive hand to his. He started as if my touch scorched him, but he made no move to withdraw it. "Was there anything that could have been done?" He shook his head. "No, I went to see her when I was sober. I owed her that much, don't you think? I went and forced myself to look at her, and I realized it was a miracle she had lived a minute beyond the attack at all." "You must not reproach yourself," I instructed. "There was nothing to be done. I might have eased her out of the world, he said, his voice a harsh whisper, as if even in that restricted company he could scarcely say the words aloud. You mean a merciful death? I might have saved her suffering. And increased your own, I countered. The guilt you bear now would be nothing compared to that you would carry if you had actually dispatched her. He rallied a little at this and sipped again at his tea. This time he did not choke, but merely coughed a little, and I noticed the streaming of his eyes had nearly abated. He was lost in memory for a moment, and I do not think the trip was a pleasant one, but he recalled himself and looked earnestly at me. You must have a care when you go about on your own. The tiger that killed her still roams these hills. He has tasted blood once, he will kill again. His voice rose as if some tightly wound grasp upon his nerve was coming undone. I patted my pocket. I am prepared, I promise you. I hastened to change the subject. Perhaps you ought to think about leaving this place, I suggested. You seem most unhappy. A change of scene, a change of scene. He burst out laughing, a rich and mirthful sound that must have been engaging once. At last he sobered again, and I noticed fresh tears stood in his eyes. No, I will stay here and live out my life, what remains of it, as a penance for my sins. Sins. There was the word again, I mused, although Dr. Llewellyn seemed rather further from death than Emma Phipps. Curious that they should both be contemplating eternity. But if there are so many reminders of your previous life, perhaps to start anew, where no one knows you would be a good thing. A mantle of hopelessness seemed to settle over him. You do not understand, he said softly, gazing into the depths of his tea. He lifted his eyes, and there was a world of anguish there, so complete and so sharp it took my breath from me. Wherever I go, my mistakes will follow me. My follies, my failures, they are my constant companions. He paused, and I said nothing for a long moment. I had thought to question him about valley gossip, but there was such tremendous pain in the man, I had not the heart to press him. I felt only a true sympathy for this shattered soul, and I wondered if he could ever be mended. I sensed no evil in him, no viciousness, only weakness and self-loathing and pity without measure. Surely there is somewhere, I persisted. Somewhere you can go and forget all that has happened here. His face suffused with hope for a moment, but it was a feeble flame that flickered and died almost at once. No, I can never forget. Wherever I go, whatever becomes of me, I cannot forget that I killed Freddie Cavendish. The 9th chapter, you who smile so gently, softly whisper. My heart will hear it, not my ears. The gardener Rabindranath Tagore, at this dramatic pronouncement, he burst into tears and let his cup fall to the floor, and I continued to hold his hand, thinking hard. It was not the first time I had held hands with a murderer, and likely would not be the last. He sobbed for a long while, and I waited for him to finish, contemplating my situation. It did not seem so very dangerous, so I made no attempt to escape, but merely passed the time in counting tiles upon the fireplace. When at last he had concluded his weeping, he mopped his face with a rather soiled and disreputable-looking handkerchief. I haven't said it aloud before, he said by way of apology. It is a dreadful thing. Dreadful indeed, I agreed with him. Tell me, did you intend to kill him? A look of purest horror contorted his features. No, Freddie was a friend, a good one. I never had the first thought of harming him. The case was an easy one. Percival's bite had not penetrated deeply. The only real danger was infection. I thought it best if he stayed quiet and rested in his room. Jane and I insisted. Truth be told, Freddie was a bit lazy, he added with a faint smile. We did not have to work over hard to persuade him. He had stacks of books and letters from England, and everyone in the valley came to visit him at some point or other. Then what happened? I urged softly. Then Susanna died, he said, burying his face once more. For a week after, I could not sleep. I could not eat or think. I could only close my eyes if I had a dram. He turned to me, pleading for understanding. I thought I should go out of my mind with grief, and when I could not sleep, I began to have hallucinations. I knew the only way to stop it was to drink myself into oblivion, and that is what I did. And Freddie, the emotion left his face and his voice dropped to a dull monotone. I treated him whilst in that state. I do not remember it, but I know I did. What did you do for him? I changed his bandages. It ought to have been a simple thing, he said flatly. But the bandages I wrapped about his wound were dirty. They were doubtless the source of the infection that killed him. I felt slightly queasy at this, but I pressed on, ever so gently, as I retrieved his cup and poured a fresh serving of tea. How can you be sure? I passed him the cup, and so tight was his grip upon it, I thought it might shatter. Freddie was in good health generally, but he had had a bout with fever the fortnight before. His constitution was weakened even before the bite from Percival. The wound was healing slowly, much more so than I should have expected. I could see he was not sound. Any further claims upon his health would have been fatal, he finished softly. And you believe the soiled bandage was just such a claim, I concluded. He nodded, then sipped at the fresh tea. It had steeped longer now, and I had little doubt the brew was twice as strong. You do not have to finish it, I told him. It is vile, he said, laughing, and for the briefest of moments I could see the man he had been before tragedy had marked him so indelibly. I am no monster, he said, echoing my thoughts. I am weak and stupid, but I have done nothing out of malice. You are safe enough with me, he said, somewhat awkwardly. I rested my hand near his. I have no doubt of that. I paused, then rushed on impulsively. Dr. Llewellyn, I know you believe Freddie's death was a terrible accident, but was it possible for someone else to have tampered with Freddie's bandages? I never knew what prompted the question. It sprang from my lips before I had even thought it, but as soon as I spoke the words, I liked the taste of them. Something about Freddie's death was too convenient, too easy to lay at the feet of this benighted creature. But I could well imagine someone of cruel intention and malicious imagination using him to advantage. He thought a long moment, then shrugged. I suppose. I know several others changed his bandages whilst I was indisposed, he said, his tongue lingering upon the last word with bitterness. Jane, Miss Cavendish, Mary Benevolence. I did not like the mention of Jane, but she had no motive to kill her own husband, or did she? Came the thought, unbidden and unwelcome. What if she had come to India with Freddie and realized she had made a terrible mistake? She clearly still loved Portia. If she helped Freddie upon his way, she would have money and freedom. There was nothing to stand in the way of her reunion with her beloved, and the more I thought of it, the more chillingly possible it seemed. No, I said firmly, and Dr. Llewellyn looked at me startled. I gave him a reassuring smile. I was thinking aloud. He fell silent a moment, then burst out, I apologize for yesterday. You were only offering kindness, and I have lost the habit of it. I do drink, he admitted, even now, when it has cost me everything. I thought of my own husband and his demons and the measures he sometimes took to elude them. Sometimes forgetfulness is worth any price, I told him. He nodded, and I saw his shoulders sag with fatigue. I had no notion how long he had been drinking, but the state of his clothes spoke to a poor night's rest, and his emotional outbursts had left him drained. I will leave you now, I said, rising. I will have Jolly send some food. Mind you eat it, and do not despair. I have a mind to save you yet. I left him with a determination akin to what the crusaders of old must have felt. I did not believe Freddie's death could be laid at his door, although his weakness for drink had certainly given someone the opportunity. For no other reason than the intuition of the feminine sex, I was certain of his innocence, and furthermore, I was certain that someone had deliberately exploited him to play the villain. There were simply too many people who stood to profit from Freddie Cavendish's demise. Brisbane did not like coincidences, and neither did I, invigorated by my newfound certitude. I covered the distance to Pine Cottage swiftly and made my way to the front door. I rapped softly so as not to disturb Emma, and after a long moment the door was opened. Miss Thorne, I said, with some expression of surprise. I did not expect to see the young woman at Pine Cottage, and even less did I expect to see her in native attire. Hitherto, she had always been properly costumed with all of the dignity her position demanded, but now she wore the more fluid and colorful habiliment of her people, and the effect was striking. From the bright blue of her draperies to the armfuls of jangling brass bracelets, she looked like the very embodiment of one of the more glamorous Hindu goddesses. But even as I admired her appearance, she was shaking her head. When she spoke, the voice was the same, but with a slightly different inflection, lighter and more lilting than I had heard before, and although the features were identical, there was some difference in her expression. Miss Thorne had always exhibited a cool and dignified detachment. Now she seemed somehow more comfortable and approachable. She smiled broadly, revealing small, perfect white teeth. "No, lady, you mistake me for my sister, the governess to the Pennyfeather children. Oh, how stupid of me. I did not realize she had a sister." "Yes, lady, we are twins," she supplied. "I am Lalita." I wondered how their fates had been so different. They were both in service, but one wore native dress and was clearly a house servant, while the other perched near the top of the domestic chain as a governess with starched petticoats and shoes that no doubt pinched. I looked to this girl's feet and saw she wore gilded leather sandals. Noticing my gaze, she laughed. "We are very different, my sister and I. May I show you in, lady?" I hesitated. "I have come to see Lady Eastleigh. Is she at home?" I meant the phrase in the social sense, of course. It was customary for ladies to send word by means of a servant that they were not at home, even if they were sitting in the next room. It was a polite fiction to win a lady a bit of privacy if she felt indisposed or simply not inclined to be social. I did not expect that Lucy would employ the formula with me, but Lalita shook her head. "She is not, lady. I am here to sit with Miss Phipps." "Oh, in that case I will not keep you." She did not seem in any great hurry to be rid of me, and she flicked her eyes upward in the direction of Emma's room. "Miss Phipps sleeps now. She has had strong medicine and will not wake for hours yet." "Well, I have been walking some distance, and perhaps it might be nice to sit a moment," I told her, seizing the opportunity to engage her in conversation. She hesitated, doubtless over where she should put me. She could not offer the kitchen as it was below my station, and she could not join me in the sitting room as it was above hers. "I will sit in the kitchen, if you don't mind," I told her. "I should like to take off my boots for a moment, and I cannot do so in the sitting room." She smiled again and led the way to the kitchen. Like every other room in the cottage, it was small and cozy. It was fitted out as an English kitchen might have been, rather than in the Indian fashion with a separate cookhouse. Here there were many little conveniences arranged: enameled egg whisks, copper bowls, pots of herbs, and a wire basket of eggs. Within moments I was seated at the well-scrubbed work table, easing my boots off and curling my toes. Lalita disappeared, then returned with a large china basin of cool water scented with rose petals. She knelt and placed it at my feet, pausing a moment to neatly turn back my hems to keep them dry. "How kind of you," I exclaimed. "These hills are difficult on English feet," she laughed. "It takes a year to toughen them," she added, displaying the layer of hard calluses upon her own feet. She bustled about the little kitchen, and I sat, luxuriating in the refreshment my feet were receiving. After a moment she presented me with a frothing drink. I sipped at it, tasting honey and spices floating upon a cloud of cream. A bright tang saved it from being cloying. "Delicious. What is it?" "Lassie, yogurt frothed with honey and spices. Every woman blends her own, and mine is very special." "It is indeed. You seem quite skilled in the kitchen." She preened a little in satisfaction. "It is all I have ever wanted, to tend the cooking fires and to make people's stomachs joyful." Now that I had her in conversation, I could see the differences between the girls plainly. Miss Thorne, for all her obvious beauty and her grave dignity, had forced herself into the mold of a proper English governess. Lalita retained her Indian roots. Even her speech was different, more poetic and flowery in the lovely way of most Indians. "And do you cook for the ladies here at Pine Cottage?" "Sometimes. I was cook to Dr. Llewellyn and his unfortunate lady for some time." "I have just come from there," I told her. A shadow passed over her face, and I wondered if she had harbored some soft feeling for her employer. "He is in rather a difficult state." She said nothing, but her averted eyes told me more than enough. I pressed on. "I have promised to send food from the Peacocks. He has no one to care for him at present." Suddenly, whatever feeling she had kept buried burst forth. "He has pushed aside all who would care for him. He wishes to die, and nothing can save a man when he is determined to die." Her face was flushed, and she moved to the larder to fetch a ball of dough she had already prepared. While I watched, she rolled out the dough into small circles, filled them with a savory mixture of meat and spices, and deftly closed them again with a fluted edge. The work seemed to calm her. It was rhythmic and even like the pickers in the field, and I wondered if she had ever worked among them. "Where did you learn to cook, Lalita?" "That smells divine." She relaxed a little, perhaps relieved to have the subject changed from Dr. Llewellyn and his misfortunes. "I learned at the Peacocks. There was a Bengali cook who was very knowledgeable, and I learned much." "At the Peacocks. It is a small place, the Valley of Eden," I mused. For some reason it struck me as exceedingly interesting that Lalita had once lived at the Cavendish estate. Perhaps at the same time Fitzhugh Cavendish was paying out sums of money to her sister. If Miss Thorne had been his mistress, as I suspected, perhaps providing Lalita with the training to be a cook had been a boon he had offered, or perhaps it had been part of the price of her favors. I thought nastily. "Small indeed," she agreed, neatly pinching another little meat pie together. "Where else have you cooked? For the Pennyfeathers." "I am their cook now, lady." I blinked. "I thought you worked for Lady Eastleigh and Miss Phipps." "Lady Eastleigh would like that, but I have refused a permanency here. So long as my sister is at the Pennyfeathers, so will I be there as well." I wondered briefly how Miss Thorne liked having her sister working in the same establishment. On the one hand, there would be a sisterly bond, a camaraderie from holding employment within the same household. On the other hand, for a governess to have a cook for a sister was something of a breach of decorum. A housekeeper perhaps, or a lady's maid, but not a cook. I wondered if Miss Thorne was acquainted with such niceties or if she overlooked them. Lalita went on. "I come here only to help when Lady Eastleigh has need of me. She prefers to do much of the work herself as it keeps her busy. She has only a few staff," she added with a little moo of disapproval. In India, English folk were expected to have enormous staffs, due in part to the religious restrictions that forbade certain groups from certain jobs, but also because the comparative wealth of the English meant they had an obligation to employ as many as they could. I had come to understand that any English household who kept less than the requisite number of staff would be viewed with resentment and suspicion by the native folk, and might even have difficulty in keeping them. It was no different in England, I reasoned, where the country estates were expected to provide employment for the local villagers and country folk rather than sending to London. "It is generous of the Pennyfeathers to give you the time to come here," I observed. She waved a flowery hand. "Memsa Pennyfeather is always busy with her cameras, and the Reverend Sahib has his books and his garden. So long as food appears, they do not care what I do." That the Pennyfeathers did not closely supervise their staff should have won them disrespect, but there seemed to be a genuine fondness in Lalita when she spoke of her employers. "Does Lady Eastleigh have you come often?" she shrugged. "Once or twice each week." She hesitated, then apparently in the mood for confidences, she pitched her voice low and said, "I think she has a lover." Her voice ended on a giggle, and I raised my brows. "Indeed?" I felt my pulses quicken. This was the first glimmer of confirmation I had had for my own suspicions upon the point, and I considered the possible candidates. Harry Cavendish was the only eligible bachelor in the valley, although I supposed the doctor, as a widower, was technically marriageable. His present state left little to speak for him. I mused with a shudder, imagining poor Lucy tripping to his house with a basket of delicacies. But I had not passed her on my way, and unless she knew of some other more discreet path, she did not have a rendezvous with the doctor. Harry, however, I fixed a slight smile to my lips, tipping my head to invite confidences. "Is her lover handsome?" I asked her. She giggled again, but said nothing. "Will she be able to marry the gentleman?" She darted a look around to make certain we were still alone in the tiny kitchen. "I think she means to. She will not do so yet, of course," Lalita added piously. "Not until Miss Phipps is no more. Lady Eastleigh will not leave her beloved sister, but when she is gone, then will Lady Eastleigh follow her heart." "Is that why she keeps her lover secret, to hide it from Miss Phipps?" Lalita nodded vehemently. "Yes, lady. She would not hurt her sister for all the world." That certainly sounded like Lucy. She was not overly burdened with intelligence, and she was a romantic. It would appeal to her to conduct a clandestine relationship until she was free of the burden of Emma and could marry. It would never occur to her that Emma might be comforted by the knowledge that once she passed, Lucy would be cared for, I thought with some exasperation. I sipped the last of my lassie and dried my feet, resuming my boots with a wince. We bade each other a friendly farewell, and I turned for the peacocks, turning over all I had learned that morning. Just as I reached the crossroads, I realized with a sigh that the leprous old granny was back again with her garrulous little companion. "Hello, lady," the boy called. I stopped and dropped a few more coins into the bowl that the gabbling old woman thrust into my path. "There you are. I hope it helps you," I told her. I made to move on, but she reached out a hand to grasp my skirt. I felt a wave of revulsion rise in my throat, but thanks to a merciful heaven, her hands were decently covered and I saw nothing of her disfigurements. She said something to the little boy and he listened intently, then turned to me. "She says you walk a crooked path in a crooked wood, lady." I pursed my lips. "Right now I am trying to walk a very straight path home, thank you." The bundle of rags spoke again, the voice rising and falling in a sing-song rhythm. The boy smiled as he listened to her. "She says she likes that you wear blue today, lady. It is the color of the Lord Shiva's skin." The old woman's voice dropped then, wheedling out a few bars of melody, a strange, warbling tune from these mountains, eerie and unlike anything I had ever heard. "What is she singing?" The boy shrugged. "It is a folk song of her own making. The words are these: black is white and white is black, raven is dove and none shall go back." He smiled again, this time giving me a conspiratorial nod. "It is nonsense, lady." "She blesses you for your charity," he added with a nod toward the bowl. I gave them both a polite nod of farewell and went on my way, but for the rest of the afternoon the strange little tune played over and again in my head. After a hearty luncheon, I repaired to my room to finish writing up my notes. I was extremely pleased with the morning's business, and as I wrote, I pondered the question of how much to share with Brisbane. I was a little sorry for him that his inquiries in Calcutta had not borne fruit, but not sorry enough to show him the contents of my notebook. I felt at a distinct disadvantage in our race to unmask the killer, and I meant to keep every possible snippet of information that came my way. Of course, if he asked me directly, I should tell him. I reasoned smoothly. But since it would very likely not occur to him to ask me if Lucy Eastleigh had an excellent motive for murder, or if Harry Cavendish himself might have easily killed his cousin in order to inherit the tea garden he meant to modernize, it was hardly my fault if I did not tell him. I could not be expected to remember everything, I decided. I wrote up my notes, then left the notebook on the bedside table, stacked casually between a Bronte novel and a Baedeker's Guide to India. It was innocuous-looking enough that I doubted he would give it a second glance. On second thought, I knew Brisbane had read enough Poe to be familiar with the ruse of hiding things in plain sight, so I took up the book again, wrapped it in a nightdress, and shoved it deeply under the mattress. Buoyed by the morning's work, I went to visit Jane. I had seen little of her since she had been forced to her bed, and I was happy to find her propped against a mountain of pillows, playing two-handed whist with Portia. A basket of sewing and a stack of novels crowded the bedside table at her elbow. "Julia," Jane exclaimed, "you are just in time. I am about to win another hand." Portia gave an inelegant snort. "Every hand for the past 2 days. I owe her £7,000, she told me. I do not know how, but she must be cheating." "Of course I am cheating," Jane said calmly, "but you would never strike an expectant mother, so I intend to take full advantage of the situation." Portia pulled a face and gathered up the cards. "I will go and see about some tea. Julia, mind you don't let her fleece you as well. I may have to move in with you and Brisbane when we go back to London as it is." She left, giving me a significant look as she passed. "Proceed, but with a care," she murmured. Jane and I settled in for a chat. "It is so good to see you," I told her. "I confess, when you left us, I was not certain we would ever see you again." She plucked at the coverlet, her cheeks flushing painfully. "I still regret it. I never meant to hurt anyone, least of all Portia. I was just so desperate." I picked up a baby garment from the top of the sewing basket and set a few stitches of my own. Uneven, but then the child would have something imperfect to know its Auntie Julia by. "I thought you were happy with Portia," I said. "I was." She paused, searching for the words. "When you and Brisbane decided to marry, was there no one who tried to make you feel bad about your choice?" I snorted. "Half my family, and the rest simply looked on disapprovingly. The blood of old eccentricity may flow in our veins, my dear, but the marches are shockingly regular when it comes to marriage. Brisbane is the first man whose reputation is besmirched by trade to marry into the family." "I cannot imagine Belmont approved," she said. I wrinkled my nose at the mention of my eldest brother. A viscount, a prig, and a Tory member of Parliament. He was the most conventional of my siblings. He had wished me well and made the proper noises about my happiness, but he, along with most of my family, was deeply scandalized that I had married a man polluted by the exchange of money for services. Never mind that Brisbane had once handled an investigation that had earned him the gratitude of the highest in our land, and himself was the descendant of dukes. To some members of my family, Brisbane would always stink of the shop. Yes, he tried to be supportive, bless him, but I could see him standing at the wedding, calculating what it would cost him in lost prestige to have a brother-in-law in trade. And father, who, if you will remember, actually counseled me to have an affair with Brisbane, was rather shocked when I consented to marry him. It all seems so terribly pointless and stupid. We are grown, the pair of us. We are independent of everyone else. We have no one's happiness but our own to consider, and yet still folk will judge us. I broke off to find Jane regarding me with knowing eyes. "Oh," I said in a small voice. "That is precisely how it was for us. But if next year Brisbane earns the gratitude of the Prime Minister again and is ennobled for his pains, everyone will forget where he came from and what he is. All of that disapproval would simply melt like a spring snow." For Portia and for me, our liaison was easier to conceal should we wish, but it would never have met with the fullest approbation of society. When we fell in love, I did not care. I was romantic and young, and Portia was, she broke off, smiling. Portia was the woman I wanted to be. Glamorous and kind and so exciting to be with. She made me feel like the sun shone only for me. And eventually I came to realize that I did not want to be her. I wanted only to never leave her side. She shifted a little and I rose to plump her cushions. "I thought it would be enough, and it very nearly was," she continued. "But then I began to notice babies. Everywhere. Your family in particular was overrun with them. The park suddenly seemed thick with nannies and prams and those darling little babies. And then my sister had a child, and all I could think was that it would never happen for me. I would never know the most primeval of all pleasures for a woman, that of bearing a child of my own. She stroked absently at the sturdy round bundle of her belly. And even though Portia was the whole world to me, she was no longer enough. I needed a child. Not a foundling, not some poor babe we took in to raise as our own. I wanted a child born of my body, something of my own blood and bone. Can you understand? Her eyes were fervent and I smiled. Of course. I'm not broody myself, but I know plenty of other women who are. I dare say I am unnatural, I added lightly. She returned the smile. Not unnatural, blessed. It was the most horrible craving I have ever known. I fell asleep each night, my pillow sodden with tears because I did not have a child of my own, and then I met Freddie again. He was so absurdly silly, so unexpectedly sweet. He confided in me about his own troubles, and suddenly it all made sense how we could save each other. She faltered then, her eyes filling with tears. Jane, I said, covering her hand with my own. My heart ached for her. You need not speak of it if you don't wish to. I understand. Your loss is still so fresh, it must feel as if you have lost him all over again to tell me. There is no shame in grief, Jane. She covered her face with her hands, and I gathered her into my arms. Her shoulders shook in my embrace. I smoothed her hair and murmured soft words of sympathy. It was only after a long minute that I realized she was not weeping. She drew back and wrapped her arms around her body, convulsing in hysterical laughter. "Oh, Julia, I do not grieve for him, not now, not ever," she told me, gasping for breath. She paused a moment and composed herself. "I am not sorry he is dead. The only emotion I felt when I buried him was relief. Do you understand now, Julia? I am free." The 10th chapter. 1,000 useless things happen day after day, and why couldn't such a thing come true by chance? It would be like a story in a book. The hero Rabindranath Tagore at this confession. Jane fell into noisy sobs again, and I sighed, wondering if every conversation I was to have in India was destined to end in pronounced weeping. She cried until she exhausted herself, falling into a deep sleep. She was curled like a child, or at least as curled as her heavily pregnant body would permit, and her face settled into repose, sweetly innocent. Deceptively innocent, I thought, remembering her last words. Hardly the statement of a fond widow and dangerously close to a confession. I crept from the room then, and just as I pulled the door closed behind me, I almost collided with Portia. "How is Jane? Does she need something?" I grasped her by the elbow and towed her to my room where we could speak in private. When we gained the sanctuary of my bedchamber, Portia sat upon my bed, rubbing sulkily at her elbow. "You have left a mark," she said pointedly. "I apologize, but I must speak with you." Do you know what Jane told me when we were alone? She hated Freddie Cavendish. She is glad he is dead. Portia blinked slowly. "Yes, I know. You knew, and you hid this from me. How the devil am I supposed to aid in an investigation of the man's murder if you conceal pertinent information?" "Don't be stupid," she said flatly. "It is not in the least pertinent that Jane despised him. He was monstrous to her." I strove for patience. "Portia, your loyalty to Jane does you credit, but I cannot believe it has escaped your notice that she has the best motive for wanting to murder him. Really, Julia, you have the most suspicious mind. If Jane had killed him, she would hardly have appealed to us to help her, would she?" "That is the first thing she would have done," I said waspishly. "Any murderer, unless he is half-witted, would divert suspicion by requesting an investigation. And how much more clever to ask amateurs to do the work." "Amateurs and Brisbane," she pointed out icily. "Your husband is one of the foremost private inquiry agents in England, if not the whole of Europe. Tell me, if you had committed a murder, would you want Brisbane hard upon your trail?" She had a point, but I refused to concede it, and before I could develop a reply, she pressed her advantage. Have you discovered anyone at all who could conceivably have a motive to murder Freddie? Well, yes, but her eyes narrowed. How many someones? I bit my lip, counting silently. The Cavendishes, of course, then Miss Thorne. And if Miss Thorne could have had a motive, it was just possible one could be imputed to her sister. And then there was the doctor. I nearly slapped my own brow. If Portia knew the doctor himself had confessed to killing Freddie, I should never hear the end of it. A few, I temporized. But Portia, I hardly see that any of their motives are as pressing as that of a wife who is desperate to be rid of her husband. As yours when Edward Grey died, she asked, her voice deadly calm. Badly done, Portia, I told her, feeling something of the sisterly bond between us fray at the edges. She must have read my emotion in my face, for she relented a little, but only a little. I apologize. I know you would never have harmed Edward. I only meant that there must have been people who suspected you might have turned your hand to murder to be rid of him. That much was true. Brisbane, actually, I admitted. And yet he worked to prove otherwise, and so did you, she said. And you can do the same here. In fact, I must insist that you continue the investigation, so strong is my belief in her innocence. I said nothing, my arms folded over my chest. I was still smarting over her remark about Edward. She rose and came to me and put her brow to mine. Oh, Hen, you must help her. I love her so. The fact that she called me Hen was an indication of the depth of her feelings. It was a secret between the two of us that we had run away as children when our younger brother Valerius was born. Our mother had died in the effort, and Portia and I decided we did not wish to live at Belmont Abbey without her. So we each of us packed up our most important treasures into a knotted handkerchief and went to live in the henhouse. We had decided upon the henhouse because we were forbidden to leave the estate, and the henhouse was small and cozy, and we liked the chickens. Besides, we had a rather mercenary scheme to sell Father's own eggs back to him and earn our keep with the poultry money. Of course, the scheme had failed when we realized precisely how vile the smell of a henhouse could be, to speak nothing of the hens themselves. I still bore a small scar upon my thumb from the beak of the boldest, but from time to time we still called one another hen when we meant to recall that time when we needed nothing and no one but each other. I sighed. Very well, Hen. I will do what I can. My promise to Portia left me feeling rather low. I had liked Jane for a murderess. She was quiet and self-contained, and the proverb about still waters running deep was a true one, I thought. But I was instantly ashamed of myself. This was Jane, whom I had loved as a sister for many years, and my first thought, like Portia's, should have been to establish her innocence, not to implicate her in the crime. I said as much to Brisbane after we retired that evening. We had assembled a chessboard and played half a game, but my mind wandered and Brisbane finally surrendered and retrieved his pipe. I always enjoyed the ritual of watching him light his pipe. It was an elaborate affair, purchased at great expense in Turkey, an antique from a pasha's collection. Smoked last in a lush harem, now it puffed peacefully the fragrant clouds of the hashish that Brisbane occasionally smoked to allay the pains in his head. He offered me a draw upon the pipe, and after my second attempt, I waved him off. But even that tiny amount of hashish had caused a lassitude to steal over me, and I began to confide a little of my doubts to him. I related my conversations with Jane and Portia, reserving my intelligence from the doctor and Lalita and what I had discovered in my search of the estate office. I might have been relaxed, but I was not stupid. Brisbane had far more experience with hashish than I, no matter how indolent he became. Not a detail of our conversation would escape him later. Are we wrong to exclude Jane simply because she is a friend? I asked him, carefully couching my query to include him. He took a long, slow inhalation of the pipe, drawing the sweet smoke into his lungs, puffing it out again after a minute of perfect stillness. Yes, I put my tongue out at him. That is hardly helpful. Elaborate, please. Another moment of oblivion, then he put the pipe to the side to consider. Have you never heard the fable of the scorpion and the frog? No. There once was a scorpion who came to the edge of a fast-flowing river. You did not begin with once upon a time, I interjected. That is for fairy tales, he said with a look of faint reproof. Now, there was a scorpion who came to the edge of a fast-flowing river. Seeing no way to cross it alone, he spied a frog and asked the frog to bear him across upon his back. The frog refused. What if you should sting me? But the scorpion reassured him. If I sting you, then we both shall drown. The frog could see the sense in this, and he permitted the scorpion to climb onto his back. They began across the river, and suddenly, when they were halfway across, the scorpion lashed with his tail and stung the frog. You fool, cried the frog. Now we will both die. Why did you do that? And the scorpion said, I could not help myself. It is simply in my nature. I struggled to relate the tale to the topic at hand. Surely you are not suggesting that it is in Jane's nature to kill, he shrugged. I am only saying it is not impossible. Every person has that place inside where the scales tip and murder suddenly becomes not just acceptable but necessary. I do not, I told him firmly. Really? You could not kill, not even to protect a loved one. His voice was soft, and I knew he was right. I would kill to protect him, and a dozen others besides if I included my family. But we are not speaking of such primitive motives as survival, I pointed out. Whoever killed Freddie Cavendish did so for monetary gain, to line his own pockets and live a comfortable life. I do think Jane would scruple at murder for such a reason. Perhaps. Or perhaps Freddie was not killed for money. You yourself just said the marriage was unhappy. What was she to do if she decided she wanted to be free of him? What options would a wife have in this remote and, if I may say it, God-forsaken place? I pricked up my ears. I thought you liked it here. He gave a little shudder. There is not a decent tailor for 200 miles. The scenery is spectacular, I grant you, but one can only look at a mountain for so long before one grasps all there is to know of it. It is large and cold, and I am ready to go home. It was not like Brisbane to be peevish, particularly after he had imbibed. Home? You mean to England? He gave a bone-deep sigh of weariness. Yes, I am tired of traveling. A man can only spend so much time abroad before he longs for the comfort of his own hearth and the regularity of his own routine. I went to sit at his feet, putting my head upon his knee. We will go tomorrow if it will make you happy. He stroked my hair absently. We promised Portia and Jane. They are family. I reached up and took his hand. You are my family, or so I promised in front of God and everyone else we know. Bless you for that. But no, you think you mean it now, but you would never forgive yourself if we left now, and eventually you would never forgive me. We will stay until the business is finished. And the moment we can, we will leave this place and board the first ship for England, I promised him. We will go to your rooms in Chapel Street, and Mrs. Lawson can cook dainty meals for us, and I will darn your socks, and you will sit in front of the fire and tell me all about our latest investigations. He reached down and pulled me onto his lap. Our latest investigations. I opened my mouth to explain, but he stopped it with a finger laid over my lips. Never mind. You will never be the sort of wife to sit quietly at home whilst I am engaged at work. I do not know why I ever hoped you could. I could still darn your socks, I pointed out. Do you actually know how to darn socks? No, but presumably I could learn. How difficult could it be? Morag does it. He looked searchingly into my eyes. You were quite right. I want nothing more than to tuck you into a bandbox and leave you safely upon the shelf every time I leave. I know. And it is a credit to you that occasionally you do not. A wry smile touched his lips. How good of you to notice. I notice many things, including how often you manage to distract me from the discussion at hand. He widened his eyes in mock innocence. I would never do such a thing. For instance, I began, we were discussing the likelihood that Jane murdered Freddie, and you have managed to divert me entirely from the subject by means of proximity. I struggled to rise from his lap, but his arms held me fast. "Did I?" he murmured, pressing his mouth to the ticklish spot just behind my ear. "Brisbane, I am quite serious. If you think you can always distract me from a discussion of the investigation by such feeble tricks—" I broke off, panting a little. "This is quite beneath you." "Quite," he agreed, applying himself even more ardently to the demonstration of his affections. By the time I had gathered my wits sufficiently to press the point, the lamps had guttered out and Brisbane was sleeping heavily, fatigued by his highly successful efforts. I must confess, to divert me from the investigation. I lay awake, physically satisfied but deeply annoyed. Even after 9 months of marriage, I was still not entirely comfortable with my responses to his physical overtures. The merest touch from him and all reasonable thought seemed to fly out of my head. It was most disconcerting, and more so because he apparently knew it. I thought irritably. I rose and went to the window, breathing in the heavily scented night air. The moon hung low in the sky, full and round, shedding its pearly light over the landscape and silvering the leaves of the garden below. The air was still, and only the occasional cry from the nightingale disturbed the serenity of the scene. Just then a flicker of movement flashed in the tail of my eye. It was a shadowy figure, moving noiselessly through the moonlit garden. It kept to the perimeter, and only by the rustling of the leaves was I able to follow its progress toward the gate. At the last moment, it stepped from the cover of the shrubberies and eased open the gate, disappearing soundlessly and closing the gate behind. The figure had been in the open ground only a moment, but long enough for me to see it was Harry Cavendish, sneaking from his home like a common thief. I pondered Harry's furtive actions for some time as sleep eluded me, and I decided to be pleased. If Harry was skulking from the peacocks at odd hours of the night, it could only be for some nefarious purpose, and it did not take long for me to think of Lucy. Before Jane's revelation, I had liked Lucy for the murder, and now the pendulum swung back to her. She and Harry, either in tandem or working alone but in the common interest of their relationship, might easily have killed Freddie. A secret affair, conducted by moonlight and tainted with murder, to be legalized after Emma died and Harry gained control of the tea garden. Lucy would be mistress of the vast plantation, and Harry would have her money to fund his improvements. Of course, they might have made a match of it even without Harry's inheritance, I reflected. They were both of them unattached, and Harry would not be the first to marry a woman with far more money. But that must have been the sticking point to the courtship, I thought suddenly with a rush of triumph. Harry was a proud man, not the sort to settle for being kept upon his wife's coin. He would no more marry for money than Brisbane would have. Brisbane himself had proved immovable upon the point when he had no money of his own. Only a fortuitous development during our last investigation had given him sufficient funds to take a rich wife upon his own terms. I could well imagine Harry balking under the same circumstances, and it was a short step from there to the notion that Freddie's death would solve all of his troubles, and therefore Lucy's. A happy ending was possible for them, but only so long as their crimes went undiscovered, I mused. The difficulty was in determining which of them had committed the deed, or if they worked in concert. I should have to be very clever indeed to discover the truth, and as I finally slid into sleep, I realized with some satisfaction that Brisbane was still favoring Jane for the villain. How surprised he would be when I bested him. The next morning the house was at sixes and sevens, servants hurrying to and fro, and Miss Cavendish looking uncharacteristically flustered. "It is the day the stores are come from Calcutta," she explained. "Once every quarter they are delivered and must be sorted and inventoried and stored. It is quite critical that everything be orderly and tidy," she said severely, as if I had a mind to switch the labels on the bags and boxes personally. Suddenly, It struck me that a busy Miss Cavendish might let fall some crumb of information that would prove useful to me in my investigation, so I set a deliberate smile upon my lips. "Might I be of some assistance, Miss Cavendish? I know I have not your talent for order and method, but I am certain I can render you some service, and I should so like to see your system." She hesitated, and I sweetened the pot, dropping my eyes modestly. "You see, I am a new bride, and once my husband and I return to England, I shall have to organize my own household. I should so like to know the proper way." It was a thoroughly disgusting display, but effective. She preened, and I said a fervent prayer of thanksgiving that she did not remember I had been married before, although if she had I could have told her quite truthfully that at Grey House I had scarcely known where the store cupboards were, much less how they were organized. "Of course," she said graciously. She outfitted me with a pinafore of my own and a little notebook and pencil. "This is where we enter the quantities, the name of the supplier, and the condition upon arrival. Later I will make notes as the item is used, and if it is not satisfactory, the merchant will be informed," she said, her lips thinning in severity. I did not imagine any merchant enjoyed finding himself in Miss Cavendish's black books. We set off to work then, and to my astonishment, I rather enjoyed it. Portia had always had an excellent head for such things, but I took real pleasure in making certain that the quantities were correct and the items stored properly. There were barrels of flour and gallons of lamp oil, boxes of crackers and biscuits to augment those made fresh at the estate, packages of sugar and tea. This last was thick with irony, and Miss Cavendish informed me that all of the tea grown on the estate was shipped out to Calcutta to be processed. "We haven't a factory here," she explained. "No point in keeping the tea if we cannot process it to render it drinkable. Far easier and cheaper to buy it in from Calcutta." She moved on to a small cask of nails, eyeing them with suspicion, but I was still pondering her last statement. "Has there never been a tea factory in the valley?" "No, never. It was always my father's dearest wish to build one here, but of course they are prohibitively expensive." She dropped her voice, as all people of a certain age always will when discussing money. "The equipment alone costs a fortune, to say nothing of the building. Of course, the investment would be worth its weight in gold. To be able to process our own tea would vault us into another stratum of production entirely, but it is not to be," she said with a thin smile. "Perhaps Harry will take up gambling and strike it lucky," I said lightly. To my astonishment, her complexion took on a mottled shade, and her movements became sharp and brittle. "Gambling is a thoroughly unwholesome occupation," she said severely. "I would not touch a penny if he came by it dishonestly." But would she scruple at taking money for the plantation if he married it? I wondered. It was entirely acceptable for a bride to invest in her husband's property. Half the women I knew had been married for their money, I thought. If Lucy married Harry and offered up the funds to build the factory, Miss Cavendish would lay the first brick of the foundation, I had no doubt. And that, quite naturally, led me to wonder, had Miss Cavendish herself killed Freddie to wrest back control of the tea garden? I paused and considered her, this brisk, competent spinster with her pinched face and her great ring of keys, the medieval chatelaine to her father's castle. She must have deplored the entailment that left the property to her feckless nephew. She had been to England. She had seen him for what he was. To have him appear with a wife in tow must have rankled deeply. She had known no other home than the Peacocks, and Freddie would have been within his rights entirely to turn her out if he had chosen to do so. Morally, it would have been a criminal thing to do, but the moment her father died, she was dependent completely upon the goodwill of the nephew she scarcely knew any more, and the bride she had just met a terrifying prospect for any woman, but how much worse for a woman like Miss Cavendish, so accustomed to control. And how easy to resume that control after Freddie's accident. A bit of something unwholesome, to use her favorite word, and he would simply slip away, taking with him all of her troubles. True, he left Jane behind, but Jane need not be a bother unless she bore a son, and even then she might be malleable. She was content to leave the household in Miss Cavendish's capable hands. No, Miss Cavendish could work with Jane, manage her as she did everything else, efficiently, ruthlessly. It was only Freddie who stood in the path of her happiness. And Freddie had been removed, I reflected, watching her strong, masculine hands sorting through the sacks of nuts that had come from Calcutta. She scooped up a handful to peer closely at them. She seized one and dropped it to the ground, cracking it sharply under her heel. I must have started, for she gave me a brisk nod. "It was rotten," she said. "I've no use for it." I smiled and returned to the work at hand, feeling suddenly rather sorry for Freddie Cavendish. Resting next to my luncheon plate was a note from Cassandra Pennyfeather, reminding me of my promise to pose for her and encouraging me to come that afternoon with my sister. I ran Portia to ground and waved the note at her. She refused flatly, but after I pointed out that if she wanted me to clear Jane she would have to cooperate whilst I pursued other suspects, she relented. But I do not see what use the Pennyfeather woman will be. She is the most self-absorbed creature I have ever seen. "Never mind," I told her. "There will be servants, and if we are invited to stay for tea, we will see the rest of the family." "And perhaps the enigmatic Miss Thorne," I added silently. We made our way to the bower upon foot, and as we passed the Buddhist stupa, I amused Portia with the story of the leprous granny with her odd pronouncements. "Perhaps she killed Freddie," Portia said darkly. "Perhaps there was an ancient grudge and she enacted her vengeance upon him." "Don't be such an ass," I said, pushing her down the road toward the bower. I feigned irritation, but it was good to see a bit of whimsy about her. She had grown serious of late with worry, and I feared sometimes for her health. There were 100 things that could carry off even a strong constitution in India, and Portia's no longer seemed hardy to me. At last we arrived at the bower, a pretty house, quite a bit smaller than the Peacock's but built in a similar fashion, doubtless to house an estate manager and his family back in the day. The gardens were beautifully maintained by loving hands, a flourish of orchids punctuating the pretty swathes of English blooms and more exotic Indian cousins. We mounted the wide steps of the front veranda, but before we could knock, Cassandra herself flung the wide double doors open. "Welcome," she cried. "My models, how good of you to come." Gone were the exuberant draperies and lorgnette, and Percival was nowhere in evidence. Instead, she had donned a serviceable black gown and her hair had been gathered into a tidy snood. She wore a long pinafore streaked with unsavory-looking substances, and I saw with a start that her hands were black. "A hazard of the art," she said with a rueful smile as she brandished her hands. "It is from the silver nitrate, a chemical I use to make the photographic paper sensitive to light. Unfortunately, it leaves me with hands as dark as an Ethiop queen," she finished with a laugh. Come through," she beckoned. Portia and I exchanged glances. The languid creature from the garden party in Puja had entirely vanished, and in her place was a woman of great energy and purpose, her spirits so high as to be almost giddy. Clearly, Cassandra Pennyfeather was a woman devoted to her art. She hurried us through and into a large room at the rear of the house. It was fitted with tall windows with a clever arrangement of shades and shutters so she could control the amount of light. Along one wall stood a long table with an evil-looking assortment of bottled chemicals and the various impedimenta of the photographer's arts. The other end of the studio held a variety of draperies and bits of furniture and props, as well as a screen. "Come and see," she urged. "It is terribly interesting, I think." She walked us through the collodion process, detailing the many steps involved in the wet plate method, throwing about various technical terms with a genuine ease. It was a messy and complicated endeavor, with dripping chemicals and heavy equipment, but Cassandra seemed thoroughly happy. "It's a ruinous endeavor," she said, but her smile belied the words. Portia had wandered off to peruse the photographs hanging upon the walls, but I was fascinated by the intricacies and absorbed every detail. I have destroyed more gowns and linen than you could possibly imagine, but I cannot think of a more perfect undertaking to capture a moment in time and preserve it forever. It is the pastime of the gods, she concluded, not least because so many things must be done perfectly in order to ensure the slightest chance of success. Here is something, Portia called. She was standing before one of Cassandra's images, and it was only when I came to stand at her side that I saw it was a photograph of Freddie Cavendish. Cassandra joined us, and for a moment the three of us stared at him in silence. He had been photographed as one of the Greek gods Hermes, I surmised from the helmet perched upon his curls and the talaria at his ankles. His expression was one of guarded mischief, fitting for the prankster of Olympus. I said as much aloud. "You knew him?" Cassandra asked, only mildly surprised. "He was a distant relation to our mother," I supplied. "The connection was not a close one." "Very likely for the best," she remarked with a sigh. "You did not like him." The clear white brow furrowed a little. "It is not that I disliked him. I do not dislike anyone." Portia and I studiously avoided exchanging glances at this pronouncement, but I knew it would provide meat for our gossip later. "But I thought him rather pointless." "In what way?" Portia inquired. Cassandra gave a short laugh. "In every way he made nothing of himself." I tipped my head to regard her. "How interesting you should think so." "I would not have taken you for an admirer of ambition," I said with some amusement. She smiled. "But I am American. I admire effort and authenticity. I was reared to believe that there is no greater divinity than art and the free expression of it. Freddie had no art." "Do you mean to say you despise those of us who do not paint or wield a sculptor's tools?" Portia asked, her tone a trifle cool. "Certainly not. But I think everyone carries within them the seed of the divine artist. One must only find the proper means of expression. Art is merely the voice of the soul, speaking the language of God. No, Freddie was a creature without art in his soul, unlike his wife." She paused, and her face was suffused with warmth. "Now that lady is a kindred spirit. She hasn't created anything for some time, of course, but she understands the expressive spirit." "I imagine she is the only one in the valley who does," I ventured. Cassandra shook her head. "No, indeed." "You are quite wrong, I am happy to say. My husband and Miss Cavendish are devoted to their gardens, and Harry is an artist in his tea garden." I struggled to understand. "You mean he expresses himself freely as the manager of a tea plantation?" "Precisely. He is authentic," she added. "There is nothing hidden there, no pretense or facade. He is free to feel, which is the most important thing. It is my mantra, in fact." "Your what?" Portia demanded. "Mantra," Cassandra repeated, saying the word slowly and with exaggerated vowels. "It means a sort of motto one takes in the East. By repetition, one is able to incorporate it into one's daily philosophy." Portia was staring at her in open amazement, and I hurried to satisfy the demands of politeness. "How interesting. And your mantra is free to feel." "Yes. I say it often to myself to impress upon my heart the truth of it. Do you not find it true as well?" she asked, her face earnest. I returned her smile. "We are English. I'm afraid freedom to feel is a notion quite foreign to us." She laughed aloud then. "I have been married to an Englishman for almost 20 years. I am perfectly familiar with your failures of expression," she said fondly. "I am curious," I began, seizing upon the point, "how you came to meet and marry the Reverend." "We do not make an obvious pair, do we? He came to my family's compound in New Hampshire to study with my father, a rather well-known metaphysician." "You mean he was a sort of theologian?" I hazarded. "Exactly that. His movement grew out of the Transcendentalists. He and some like-minded friends created a compound to rear their families, a place where they could put into practice their philosophies. It was called New Utopia Farm. It was modestly famous for a little while, and Jeffrey came to study the movement under my father's direction." "And he found you," Portia surmised. "He did. much to my father's dismay. You see, at New Utopia, we were reared to think freely, to behave freely. It was very like a new Eden, a place of innocence and free expression. We grew and ate healthfully from our own land, none of the adulterated mess that is sold by city grocers. We ate only fruits and vegetables and fish. We went about freely in the warm weather, and we thought nothing of it. Men and women worked together, women tending the fields when it was needed and men caring for the children. If there was a need, it was filled by whomever was nearest, not by virtue of one's sex. Women kept their own names, and there were no formal marriages, only partnerships that lasted for so long as the pair wished. Children were raised by all and loved by all in innocence. Only several centuries of good breeding prevented us from gaping at her openly. How natural it all sounds, I managed in a slightly strangled voice. It was. Yes, you understand completely. It was completely natural. And Jeffrey came, and he was so different from the boys on the farm. He was educated and so much older than I, so serious. I thought he was a dear. So I cast off the teachings of my parents and I married him and took his name and left New Utopia, she finished. It was shocking to my family, of course. They expected me to stay at the farm and live there as a member of the compound. But we had been taught to think freely and to follow our hearts, and my heart led me to Jeffrey. And what if it leads you away again? Portia asked. I poked her hard in the ribs, but she did not even flinch. Cassandra shrugged. It might. I warned Jeffrey of that very thing when he married me. Jeffrey, I told him, I am a wild creature, a daughter of Eve, and I will stay with you in love so long as I am able. He seemed content with that, and I have not been led from him yet, she finished, quite seriously. Portia and I said nothing. There was simply no possible response to that extraordinary statement. Cassandra, who had fallen into a reverie, collected herself briskly. Shall we begin? I have thought of nothing else since I invited you to sit for me, and I have changed my mind. You are not the daughters of Zeus. I wish instead to photograph you as Philomena and Procne, she announced, presenting us each with a filmy sort of white-draped garment. She waved vaguely toward the screen. You may change behind that if you are bashful. Portia and I exchanged glances and hastened behind the screen. Cassandra rolled her eyes at our collective modesty, and given her history of embracing freedom, I was not surprised. In the end, I would have been far better changing in the middle of the room, for Portia took the opportunity to pinch my back. I cannot believe you agreed to this, she hissed. I rubbed at the spot she had pinched. I am already turning violet, I can feel it, I returned waspishly. Besides, she might know something more. She is certainly not shy about talking. Perhaps she will be free to feel the need to tell us something pertinent to Freddie's death. Mollified, Portia changed, and after a few minutes' struggle with the intricacies of Grecian dress, we emerged, costumed as Bronze Age princesses. Cassandra tipped her head to the side. Almost, she pronounced. She proceeded to wrench our hair free from pins, sending it tumbling over our shoulders. Much better, more natural and expressive. She presented us each with crowns to wear, lightly woven diadems of gilded leaves to indicate our rank, muttering to herself as she did so. Now to find the birds, she said, moving to rummage through a trunk. Who were Philomena and Procne? I asked Portia sotto voce, but Cassandra heard me and peered up over the edge of the trunk. Sisters, princesses of Athens. Procne's husband violated his sister-in-law, Philomena, and then cut out her tongue so she could not speak of it. But Philomena was a gifted weaver and wove the story with her loom. Her beloved sister understood and created a terrible revenge for her husband. Do I want to know? I murmured. She cooked their infant son and served it to her husband upon a golden plate. Dear heavens, Portia said, clutching my arm. I sighed, knowing another bruise would be forthcoming. The husband pursued them with an axe to take his revenge, but the sisters prayed to the gods who were merciful. They turned Procne into a nightingale, whose cry sounds like the name of her baby son, and Philomena became a swallow, a bird without a voice. She bent to rummage once more in the trunk, producing a pair of stuffed birds for us to hold. "If she brings out a stewed child, I am leaving," Portia warned me. But Cassandra only hinted at the tragedy by finding a golden plate to rest near the loom, the merest suggestion of Procne's crime. "Now, I think, Lady Julia, you shall be my voiceless Philomena, savagely wronged by your vicious brother-in-law. And Lady Bettiscombe, you will be Procne, the mother who sacrifices her own child to avenge her sister's shame." She arranged us to suit herself, giving us no more concern than if we had been marionettes to bend to her whim. Occasionally she would step back, then frown and rearrange a bit of drapery or an arm to perfect the composition. Then she stepped behind the camera, concealing herself with a heavy drape as she captured the photograph. It was a lengthy process, and not deeply interesting, at least not for the model, but it was fascinating to watch her work. She wore the same expression of distracted rapture I had seen often enough upon Plum as he labored to translate his vision to paper with only a pencil or bit of charcoal. At length, she pronounced herself satisfied. "Of course, until I see the plate, I will not know what we have, but the pair of you are quite satisfactory models. I should like to use you again, particularly you, Lady Julia. I have in mind a study of Achilles and Penthesilea, the Amazon queen, at the moment of her death. Do you think your husband would pose? He is a striking-looking man, just the right sort for Achilles, quite muscular under all that tailoring, I suspect." "I could ask," I told her, conscious of Portia smothering a laugh behind me. Cassandra was thoughtful. "He is not a hairy fellow, is he? Achilles should be bronzed and smooth and oiled. Achilles fought with a breastplate, of course, but I thought to capture him at the moment he has finally vanquished the Amazon queen, his breastplate cast aside as he catches her in his arms. Has your husband much hair upon his chest?" At this Portia broke into a loud fit of coughing, and I pounded her firmly on the back. "Better, dearest, he is not entirely smooth," I acknowledged to Cassandra. "A pity," Cassandra said. "Perhaps he would be amenable to shaving." I blinked at her, refusing to consider altering in any possible way one of my husband's most attractive features. "But you have already used me for Philomena," I pointed out. "How could you use me again in the same series for Penthesilea?" "You would have a helmet," she explained. "You see, you would not be the focus at all, my dear. The moment is entirely that of Achilles. Do have a talk with your husband and let me know his thoughts." "Yes, Julia," said Portia soberly, "let us know Brisbane's thoughts." I shot her an evil look. I could well imagine Brisbane's thoughts, but I never used such language. The 11th chapter I came out alone on my way to my tryst. But who is this that follows me in the silent dark? Who is this? Rabindranath Tagore, after our sitting was concluded. Cassandra Pennyfeather invited us to tea. A prolonged affair with some excellent native delicacies that I fancied had been prepared by Lalita's fair hands. We saw no other members of the family, and when I asked after them, Cassandra waved an airy hand and murmured something about the family enjoying their own pursuits. I was deeply disappointed not to see Miss Thorne, or even the sulky Primrose. Young ladies of that age can be veritable gold mines of information, but upon our departure from the house, I noticed a butterfly net waving over the top of a rather succulent buddleia. "Go back without me," I told Portia. "I have a mind to chat with Master Robin," I added, nodding toward the shrubbery. She started off, but I recalled her almost at once. "Have you a weapon? There is a tiger about, you know." She produced a rather disreputable-looking pistol, somewhat larger than mine but not half so pretty. "Where did you find that?" I demanded. "Harry Cavendish. Apparently if I see a tiger I am to do away with myself at once." I thought of Dr. Llewellyn's wife and shuddered. Perhaps it would be preferable to the alternative. Portia rolled her eyes and took her leave of me then. I made my way toward the shrub, calling Robin's name. There was a violent shaking of the bush, and Robin emerged, his expression reproachful as he swung a blue lizard by the tail. You mustn't make noise, he advised me. He might have got away. Oh, I am sorry. He is a handsome fellow, I said, careful to admire his new treasure. Robin was wildly untidy, his curls tumbled and one of his elfin ears streaked with dirt. He wore a filthy sort of scarlet American handkerchief knotted about his neck, and his trousers had been patched and mended several times. He saw me looking at his neckcloth and smiled. It is called a bandana. Mama sent to America for it. All of the cowboys wear them. And you like cowboys, I guessed. Well, they do have the most dashing lives, riding thousands of miles to drive their cattle to market and roping and branding things. Still, I should never give up my studies. He brandished the lizard near my face. Would you like to hold him? I might let you if you are very careful. My first instinct was to step back and shriek, but it occurred to me that I might gain more of his confidence if I exhibited some of my own. I put out a hand and he dropped the lizard onto my bare fingers. Mind you don't startle him, he said sternly. I've only just got him and he is quite the largest I have ever found, an admirable specimen for my collection. Indeed, I said faintly, feeling each little clawed foot as it settled onto my hand more comfortably. What is his Latin name? I do not think he has one, Robin told me. There has not been a single proper herpetological study done in the whole of the eastern Himalayas. Did you know that? Shocking, he murmured. Indeed, and what do you mean to do with him? Study him, of course, Robin said with a quizzical look in his dark eyes. I shall observe his methods and habits and record them. And when you have made a proper study of him, he pursed his lips. I have not decided yet. If he is healthy, I may keep him for some time. If he dies, I shall have him stuffed for a permanent addition to my collection. Is your collection very large? No, he said with some disgust. I used to have a very nice collection, but Mama made me throw it out. It was on account of a badger I had that wasn't well stuffed. It was the first time I attempted taxidermy, and I may have forgot one or two things. He stank. And your mother objected. The lizard shifted, and I felt a little queasy as I watched its great beady eyes dart around. She doesn't usually notice bad smells, he informed me, on account of her chemicals and things. But the badger was quite a different matter. She cleared out the whole of my room, and I had to start again. She doesn't know I've taken up taxidermy again, so mind you do not tell her, he finished with a nod of spinsterish severity. I would not dream of it. She has just been photographing me and her chemicals do smell a bit, I confided. Has she photographed you? He rolled his eyes. I was Eros last year with one of Primrose's bows and a quiver of arrows and only a bit of loincloth. Mama photographs everyone sooner or later. Last week we had nothing but bananas for luncheon and tea and dinner because she was busy photographing Lalita. I quite like Lalita, he added with a smile. Have you tasted her cooking? She is a brilliant cook. I have. Your mother has just had me to tea, and there were some rather glorious